order. I will now call this meeting to order. It's the Board of Equalization meeting for August 1st, 2023. It is 8:22 a.m. And sure we'll approve the minutes later. So we'll go ahead and get started with our first case. First case is application number 76, PID 53128. Applicant is Fifth Street Station Ventures LLC. Mr. Smith, good morning. Good morning. Let me go ahead and do my just introduction and then we'll get started. So I'll just say good morning and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You will have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and you will have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. As we've read your materials and you're well aware of the presumption of correctness and the standards that apply here. And just want to let you know, in terms of we have our panel, which you're gonna have a 4th member coming soon, has quite a bit of experience in this area, and specifically being on this board. So just in terms of your presentation, just be aware of that. But I'll go ahead and have the witnesses swear in at this time. So please raise your right hand. Testify. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give, will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Any questions before we begin? Please proceed.
Got a slide set printed out for each one of you that's got space to take notes, make it easy to follow along. We do appreciate your time very much here today. This is a recognize if you have what I refer to physically as a thankless job. Citizens of the county, I doubt having ideas to use the time required. We appreciate that. So, if I could just direct your attention to the second slide. You mentioned the presumption of correctness. I think the one point I wanted to make here is that assessments have to be arrived at in accordance with generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards. I refer to just to be quicker with it. When we're talking about the generally accepted appraisal approaches, there's a difference between the generally accepted appraisal approach being the sales comparison, income or cost approaches versus how you do those approaches using generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards. That's the government standard review. Can you reference the presumption of correctness? One of the things that is not talked about a lot and it's relatively new in Virginia jurisprudence is the Virginia Supreme Court's opinion in a case called Enforcement 2175. Full side on here, but it talks about rebutting the presumption of correctness in cases where massive essentially the red highlighted portion says that you can. I'm sorry, it's the first bullet. But the presumption of correctness by proving the mass appraisal independently inflated the assessment. So it's not just that general accepted appraisal practices is separately from mass appraisals to prove that the presumption was inflated by independently inflated assessment. I've given you the language out of the case. All right, so really we're talking with this particular property, Fifth Street Station Ventures at 100 Redlands Way. About the cap rate choice. When we asked for this, county initially provided, and this is on page 4, I guess, of your slide set, provided a 1-page data sheet that included a table of cap rates that the county allegedly uses to assess shopping centers, but there's no explanation of how the rates are determined. So we asked in response to that for an explanation of how the county arrived at that table. What we got in response was a single page that shows a table of cap rates for the National Power Center market. We understand that that was taken from PricewaterhouseCoopers Real Estate Investor Survey. We've attached that as Exhibit D to our application itself. But if you look at the PwC table, it's limited to averages and then high and low ranges for all power centers regardless of size, age, condition, improvements, differences in markets in which they compete, or any other differentiating characteristics. And so when you look at that, the most recent data points that could be applicable to the 2023 assessment off of that data sheet is an average cap rate of 6.43%, And then above the high range, 7.5 for the third quarter of 2022. There's no indication of a trend in that table because the most recent data from the table for the earlier. So it's have essentially, the issue that we have with then the introduction of any additional information is that other than what the county has provided to us, and we didn't get the county's presentation until Friday, and that's important here because by statute, the county cannot introduce any additional information to support its cap rate or use any other information in support of it in its hearing in any manner due to a failure or refusal to explain how it arrived at its 5.75% overall cap rate. That's Virginia Code Section 58.1-3331F, which says that we've asked for it, we're entitled to get it at least 5 days prior to the hearing. So we believe the county's cap rate indefensibly inflates the assessment on page 5. The cap rate survey, again, the national survey, so it's based on sales of properties in the nation's largest metropolitan areas, including the hottest real estate markets in the country, such as Nashville, Dallas, Atlanta, Tampa, Austin, etc. There's no principal basis to conclude that if you're looking at a cap rate area like that, the shopping centers in Albemarle County are more attractive between electricity, between lower cap rates, potential buyers and shopping centers in these larger and hotter markets. And so the question then is, what is the justifiable use of a cap rates that's 68 basis points below the national average, which is an implicit assertion that the county is among the hottest real estate. That's not all. Slide 6, in the development, in this is talking about appraisal principles. They're important, and I know running short on time, but I'll just run through a couple of them. But this is what has been done. Assessments have to be arrived at. So in the development of a cap rate, surveys are generally used as support rather than primary evidence. Here, that's the only evidence we receive. So it's not used in a supporting role. It's just primary evidence. That's a violation of this appraisal standard. Appraisers who use rates published in national surveys should understand that participants in the surveys may not represent typical real estate investors. Often these surveys reflect the opinions of institutional investors such as insurance companies, pension funds, and other high wealth equity investors. So what you're talking about is potentially not typical market behavior. An overall capitalization rate provides compelling evidence of value when a series of conditions are met, including in pertinent part, and this is a big one for us with the county's later data that it pulled in from and after the assessment survey. Data should be drawn from properties that are physically similar to the subject property and that are from similar, preferably competing markets as the subject properties. That's a big one. Sale properties used as sources for calculating overall cap rate should have current date of sale and this is big too, future market expectations, including income, expense patterns, etc. Slide 7. We think that there's failure to consider market conditions here, and I'll just be quick with this, but the county's cap rate survey is historical in its focus. So they're looking at third quarter of 2022, and then looking at date points or points in time that are prior to that date. What the market does is look at what's going on in the future, and you would too, because if you were going to buy a shopping center or any other producing property, you don't care about how profitable it was for the prior owner in the past. What you're interested in is what's my likelihood of receiving those financial benefits in the future. So you look at things like what's going on with interest rates, what's going on with inflation, what's going on with other indicators of economic uncertainty, because it's the future that matters. And that's what we're saying the county did not do here, but use of this survey, looking backward in time, really considering what's going on right now. And these are all, again, appraisal standards. This first one I've listed here, abbreviated the title of the text, TARE. That's the appraisal of real estate. That's from the Appraisal Institute. That is the preeminent national professional appraisal organization. Most appraisers that I've talked with in cases like this refer to the appraisal of real estate as sort of the Bible of real estate appraisal. So these are beyond generally accepted standards and are universal. Slide 8, we're talking more about issues with interest rates and inflation. These again, it's just a list of all the standards that are applicable to the selection of the cap rate in a particular case, and that we don't think were applied by the county here. Slide 9 goes on and talks about. Inflation. Higher than required return for exception. All fully within the process. So why it's near, why are we filing through these exceptions, general accepted principles? To make clear that it's not a close call here. The county, in our view, violated numerous general accepted appraisal principles. We don't think involves laws. And respectfully, it looks to us like the paper was made up. We have asked repeatedly for, how do you get to this cap rate that's applied to our property from that city takes? And we have not received an answer. If you look at the way that the table was laid out for the county, even over the years, all the rates you take are 25 basis points. Year over year, they've always been between 25, 50, 75. Those cap rates have changed by more than 100 basis points. Typical investors whose behavior appraisers should reflect do not price the properties at higher for longer than some last 5 basis point increments. And that's important because if you look at the example at the bottom, if the market negotiated properties like this one in nice even 25 basis point increments, that would mean that they're negotiating in $5 million increments for the purchase of the property. And the market does not do that. So to us, it's interesting that the way that the table is laid out, what the table shows, that it does not reflect market rate. I've talked about this a little bit more. Inflation into account. Inflation specifically, that's I don't need to tell you this. That's skyrocketed recently. It's the historic levels over the past few plus years, and the market indicators are that obviously, prudent buyers taking that into account, not just as fast as the trend right now, at least as of January 1, 2023, was an expectation of another 6% increase in inflation for 2023. County did not take mortgage rates into account. This is another big one because, as you all know, mortgage rates are jumping March of 2022. June 22 and the Fed really granted that, and I don't want to kind of have mortgage rates over the next course of time. That affects the access to capital. That's a pricing issue for buyers of these types of properties. If you can get somebody to loan you money for the purchase of this type of property, it's at a lot higher rate than it was. That's one of the things that historical looking cap rates does not tell you is what's the market doing to adjust for increases in interest rate. And they're still on the increase now. At very increase more years depending on the pipe. And I think the news stuff saw last week where that we're now at 20 year high for more. What about alternative? I'll just boil this down to the bottom line. Any prudent investor is going to take all of those things into account in those investments that they're willing to make. They're park their money in something where you need. And so, in that current economic environment, what is a prudent investor going to do? Are you going to buy a shopping center with all of its headaches, ownership and management for boils down to a 75 basis point premium over what you could get if you just put your money into a CD certificate of deposit? You get your money back with no real risk of loss of your investment. You're getting a 5% plus return, and the county wants to suggest that a prudent investor would, instead of doing that, sitting on a beach and collecting your 5%, is for a 75 basis point premium to take on the risks of that loss of that investment and all the headaches that are associated with that management of that property. Skipping forward to page 16, talk about the county, this analysis of cap rates, by the way, from the county appears to have occurred as a result of our office review, not as a pre-assessment analysis. But the county overall analyzed overall cap rates from recent sales located in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland. Notice it says from recent sales, it doesn't say recent sales. Cap rates for common property physically similar to the property and similar to the competing markets. So if you look at the county's list, compared that with the subject. Our property is 451,950 square feet of leasable area. Of the counties that listed alleged comparables, there are 12 of them that are less than 193,000 square feet in size. 10 of those are less than 100,000 square feet in size. So that's less than 1/4 the size of our subject. That qualifies them as being comparable to our property. One of those properties is only 28,000 square feet in size. If you remember the county's original cap rate that it talked about in its original analysis, there was a small local shopping center. I don't remember what the square footage of, but it was. This is a comp for that property probably, but not for 50,000 square foot shopping. On the county's list, only 2 properties are potentially physically similar. There's no analysis that you think that they actually are. The one's a 420,000 square foot property in Atlanta, which is not a very competitive market, Albemarle County. The other's a 350,000 square foot property in Carroll, North Carolina. It's smaller, but at least it's getting in the ballpark. So if you look at the list again, at least 12 of the properties on that list should not be used to provide a cap rate value on property. But let's look at those two. Well, we just go over these real quick. On slide 17, sell properties used as sources for calculating overall cap rates. You have benchmark expectations, including income and expense patterns and likely value trends that are comparable to the property. 11 of the properties on the county list were sold prior or in 2021 or prior. 3 were sold in 2020. So 11 of the properties were sold more than a year before the county's January 1, 2023 valuation date, and they're not always considered their comparable sales. The 4 sales on the list that occurred in 2022 all took place before the Fed enacted their increases. So really, they're not even recent enough to use for cap rate here. So what we're seeing is not no effort to clean or analyze even this list of sales to determine whether they're actually comparable for cap rates and derivation purposes. Slide 18. I know this county just released on that here, but the county originally said this. The cap rates on this table were in a particular range from 4.757 to 7.54. They said excluding the upper and lower streams, which just means those two. I think in their presentation now they're going to tell you that we misunderstood that. That's what they said. There's only 1 sale in the table with a cap rate of 4.57, so it's clear the county did not exclude the lower extreme from its analysis. That's what that is. If we exclude that 7.54% cap rate, the next highest cap rate is 7.25%, not 6.92. If we correct those 2 errors, the county's calculated average should be 5.93, and its calculated median should be 5.5. So if we assume for discussion only the county's comparable sales, and if the source of its 5.75% cap rate, the math there will not be consequential because a 10 basis point increase in the cap rate would reduce the assessment by nearly $2 million. So small moves in cap rate make a big difference. If we give the county the benefit of the doubt that the properties on the list are sufficiently comparable, that's 209,000 square foot property, and the 2 others we talked about in Maryland and in Benton, North Carolina, adopt solely for discussion this review your own analysis is historically only. Those 6 sales have a cap rate range of 6.33 to 7.25, and then the average cap rate is 6.7, which is 95 basis points higher than the cap rate used for value percent. If you look at the Atlanta property, that one has a cap rate of 7.54. Arguably, you could say that the cap rate should be higher than that. So on page 20, then we provided you with our corrections to the growth analysis. All we're doing is changing the cap rate to an appropriate cap rate. We're using 6.9 as opposed to 5.75. No other changes. They use the actuals. I mean, the column to the far left, you can see we did our own analysis and we came up with a higher net operating income than the city did, and we're fine with that one too. I'm sorry, the county did. We're fine with that first column too, but just looking at the second and third columns, the second column is our correction and the third column is the county's income approach. So all we're asking for this board to do is to use an appropriate cap rate to arrive at the assessment of property. I think 6.9% is probably a little bit low. But we're trying to be conservative and give the county the benefit of the doubt. So we respectfully request that this on director assessment to at least the $102,031,300. If you agree with our income approach with our calculation of the actuals. For the county's cap rate, give us that $95 million value.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this time?
I have one question on page 20. What are your first column? You don't have the label, so I'm just really trying to understand what is your first column with the value by the income approach ending up at 102 million. What is your? Is that just your income is different? So can you explain that to me?
Yeah, and I didn't label them. I just took a snippet of what was in our presentation. It's
Right.
in exhibit A in our application packet. You can see that portion of it, but all we did is this is comparing our analysis of the property's actuals 2022, I think, with the actuals for 2021. I'm sorry, so I misspoke.
Okay.
The first column is our 2022 actual operating results. 2021, the second column is the 2021 actual operating results. And then the third column there, right side of that black outline box, that's the county's 2020 analysis of 2021 actuals. I misspoke, I apologize. So at 2022, that first column, that's our most recent data for the property on its performance. And then the second column is 2021, which is, I think, what we're going to use for assessment of all the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what can you tell us about the owner of Fifth Street Station? Who is it? Is it a REIT? Are they gonna put the place on the market?
It's not a REIT. It's a company that I believe just owns several shopping centers around the country and manages them. And to my knowledge, I mean, if there's any discussion about putting it on the market, I'm not aware of that.
Any other questions this time? Turn it over to the assessor's office.
We use the income approach to value this property. It's a retail power center. The 2021 actual income and expenses were used for the analysis. 2022 income and expenses were not available for any income producing properties when the 2023 assessment was determined. So therefore, 2021 income and expenses are applicable to this assessment. Based on our internal review, which was done previously, the assessment was reduced from 119.9 million to 114.9 million, reflecting a reduction of approximately 4.2%. The subject is a grade 1 property, which is typically newer centers. Power centers are large regional centers. The market itself, just generally speaking, has historically been strong. The retail rents have risen over the years and vacancy has remained fairly low. We put some charts in on page 2 and page 3 that explain that in further detail. For the income approach, again, we use 2021. After the adjustments, the effective gross income was concluded at 9,001,488, which is also what was calculated by the representative as well. We applied a 4% replacement reserve and a 4% management and administrative fee to the property. So the NOI after reserves was 6.608 million. And on page 5, where it shows our worksheet, you can see that number at net operating income. National surveys were used for the cap rate. Obviously, their PwC provides national data throughout the United States. This market is not specifically any more risky or any less risky than any other national market. In fact, there has been, a lot of interest in Charlottesville pre and post pandemic because it is a solid, stable tertiary market area. The comparable sales that we used were outside of the immediate market area because we have no power center sales in this market. So therefore, we went to regional data to support the cap rates. Those were presented on page 9 of our report, and they show the range from 4.57 to 7.54 with an average of 5.95 and a median of 5.77. The math error was not a math error. Perhaps we didn't make it clear, but we were referring to the upper end range sale of the High Point Harris Teeter Center and the Lenox Marketplace Center as the upper range of the cap rates. Both sales were brought to market during the height of concerns for the property type during the pandemic. And the High Point Harris Teeter Center also had a greater risk of anchor turnover because it had short-term lease expirations, hence the cap rate would reasonably be higher. At the lower end of the range is actually what we considered we would fall above was the Wegmans ground lease, because we have land and improvements versus ground only. So a cap rate above the ground lease of 4.88 would also be appropriate. But in any case, we provided these sales for additional cap rate support for the shopping center property model and not to provide a specific rate for the subject property. We also looked at the rise in interest rates, but we are looking through the end of 2022, not into 2023. The market fundamentals reflect a normal market risk profile for this property. And so we believe that the cap rate should fall in the middle range exhibited by the sales. The overall capitalization rate of 5.75, we believe is reasonable, and we would ask that you affirm the current assessment.
I just want to add regarding the cap rate schedule, and yes, we do use basically quarter point increments or half point increments. We are not, I can just hear if we used a 5.41%, how accurate could we possibly be? Instead of an argument about why are we using quarter percent increments. But what we do on our cap rate schedules, because we're doing mass appraisal, mass assessment, is to set up a schedule that doesn't represent an average of anything. It represents a schedule of properties as, based on their different grades, and those grades have to do with their qualities, whether their size, their location, their whether they're anchored or non-anchored or power. So all of those are appropriate in setting a cap rate schedule. And I don't see how that there would be anything wrong with that approach in the mass appraisal. The Appraisal Institute is a very well-known organization, and mainly for single property appraisal. And IAAO standards handle more mass appraisal issues, and we believe that we're not in conflict with any of those. But there are different things you have to do in mass appraisal as opposed to single property appraisal. But we believe that our cap rate schedule is appropriate. And over time, we developed those schedules and the differences between the grades. And we did not have a power center sale now, but we've had a power center sale in the past. And we've had sales of the whole range of properties in the general area that helped us flesh out the differences between those different grades and how the cap rates should spread out. So you're not going to have sales every year that are perfectly appropriate to compare to every property, especially when you only really have 2 big power centers in the county. It's going to be very rare that you actually get a power center to sell in the county. When we did, it sold for a lot of money. That was Stonefield Shopping Center. So we believe our cap rate schedule is appropriate and it's not undervaluing or I mean, having too low a cap rates to overvalue properties.
Any questions for the assessor at this time?
I just want to ask one more thing. On page 20 of his presentation, the fourth column, just to make sure that the value that is being appealed here is the $114. We have already changed on the initial review from 119 million to 114 million, and I believe that was based on actual income being provided. Is that correct?
Yeah.
After the
Yes,
initial
yes.
one was based on an estimate of income, and then actual income was provided on review, and we made an adjustment based on that actually. I'm sorry, I am now done.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You did not disqualify the lowest, which was 4.7%. 4.57%, but you disqualified the last two on this chart on page 9, Harris Teeter and the Wegmans, because of the ground lease. Is that
Oh,
correct?
The
page-
Wegmans was because of the ground lease.
Right.
And the other two, they were both pretty much at the top of the market. One had, I believe, extensive short-term leases coming due. And another was a redevelopment project.
Okay. So it was the last three on this chart.
Yes.
Any other questions for the assessor at this time?
Has the owner of the other power center Stonefield ever appealed its cap rate? And is it above? That's probably,
Don't remember.
we can't, I don't know if we can answer that. but
Yeah, I don't remember if they appealed to the board.
the Cap rate is.
It's the same grade, same cap rate.
Any other questions this time? Okay, back for rebuttal.
So one of the.
Collier.
Collier, sorry. One of the comments Ms. Collier made was that this is a tertiary market, and I think that's an important concession here because these national cap rate surveys only survey primary markets. So I'm not even aware of a cap rate survey that gets into the analysis of what's happening in tertiary markets. So what these primary markets, these class A investment properties in primary markets is what these tables show. So there's not any analysis even from PwC about what cap rates are in tertiary markets for properties like this. And I will concede at the head of the line, this is a difficult job. We run into this a lot in the rural areas in Virginia, with a lot of different property types, because where do you go to find cap rate? Some source for it. And even though that makes the job difficult, it's still a job that has to be done correctly. So I can appreciate that there's been a sale every once in a while in Albemarle County, perhaps even regionally, and that the county has built a table that it's basing on those historical sales. But you have to base your cap rates in actual market data. You can't just do it because it looks reasonable. I could sit in the assessor's office and come up with a thing that I think is reasonable and have no market support for it at all. And that's basically what we're dealing with here is we've got national data from these primary markets, the tier 1 markets. Talking about tertiary, that's tier 3 or below. So we're not even talking about a table of PwC data from the tier 1 to tier 2 markets. We're talking about using those cap rates as a basis for what's going on in a tertiary market. That's no market support for what's going on in a tertiary market. If you were going to look at that, you would say you'd have to make an adjustment. What's that adjustment process? That's out of my pay grade, but it's indicative of being a riskier environment than tier 1 markets. And so your adjustment would be up from that. But on the table on page 9, for the county disqualified or left out of its analysis, the 3 properties at the bottom of the list. One of those, the one in Atlanta, is the only one that's actually physically similar to the subject property. So, and another one is nearly 200,000 square feet. So 2 of the more comparable properties on the list have been just chopped out. you know, why were the ones that were below 100,000 square feet, which are not similar to the subject property at all, also excluded? Because they're flat out not comparable to this property at all. So, you know, but again, when you look at these averages, we have another case, and been asking for cap rate information, at least the client has been asking for cap rate information. Lynch's response was, we don't use averages, and he said that again here today. But that's exactly what the county has done. Out of their own list, they come up with an average and a median, and they're basing extra support. This again is post assessment analysis. This is not how they write a good table in the first place. The support for their analysis, and they're using averages and medians. All we're asking is for the cap rate that's used to value a property to have its basis in actual market data. Something that is comparable to the property in terms of time, physical characteristics, is forward-looking in terms of what's going on with cap rates right now, with inflation and interest rates and other economic uncertainties, rather than cap rate that is based on historical only focus, completely incomparable tier one markets as opposed to the tertiary.
Is that any questions, any other questions from the board?
You realize that inflation is going down. It's gonna be about 3%, I think.
That you have to look at it as of the tax date, and then we provided the citation to you. The expectation is January 1, 6% increase, or 6% rate of inflation. It goes down as well, but you're looking at what do investors know, what does the markets know as of that. Hindsight is nice, but yeah, you have to constrain yourself to what the market needs.
Could you respond specifically to Mr. Lynch's statement that the standards applicable to the process his office uses are properly derived from the mass appraisal standard instead of the individual property standards?
Appreciate that question, because I'm going to bring that up. There is, to my knowledge, nothing in the IAO standards that talks about cap rate selection. When you look at the standard on mass appraisal, it talks about the three general accepted appraisal approaches. Which of the approaches are appropriate for different property types? So you have the sales comparison, income and cost approaches, and some standards on how mass appraisal should techniques should be used to three generally accepted approaches. But to my knowledge, there's nothing in here that talks about how you derive cap rates. When you go to a book like this from the IAO on fundamentals of mass appraisal, they reflect the same types of principles we've been talking about from the appraisal of real estate. But the bottom line is, I don't care whether you're talking about the Appraisal Institute or the IAO or any other nationally professional appraisal organization. Everybody has to reflect what does the market do. So your cap rates have to, you're looking at what is investor behavior, what does the market do, and that's what we're replicating. And what the market does is they look for appropriate cap rates for similar properties in similar competing markets at similar points in time. I mean, that whole idea of the word comparable and comparable sales, what does comparable mean? Well, it's as similar as you can get. That's the idea. Because if it's not similar, it's not comparable. So that's what is supposed to happen is, regardless of the approach you use, whether it's a single property appraisal, because you're an appraiser out there who's doing this for, the next sale of a property of a house or whatever it is, or you're an assessor employing mass appraisal techniques, you have to do what the market does in following those standards for arriving at cap rates. And that's what we've been talking about, most of the principles that we share. So there are no IAO principles on cap rate selection to my knowledge at all.
Any other questions? I had a quick question. So the 6.9% that you're deriving is also an average from the JL. Do you have any other, and you referred us to the sales the county is providing. Are there any other sales or anything else that you have there? Obviously there isn't a similar sale in this market. We know that. It's a very difficult property to and we're sticking with this question of this cap rate. So. Do you have anything further, anything additional for us beyond your argument is that the assessors inappropriately using averages? What you're providing to us is also an average. So,
I'm not suggesting that it's inappropriate to use averages. telling you, they told us they did not use average.
okay.
So, I'm conceding again, this is not an easy thing to do. We're in a tertiary market. Go find somebody who's done an analysis, for example, in Virginia alone, and maybe that's out there. But what we're looking at is, let's just look at look at the information that we're able to find. It's actually looking at forward-looking data on properties of similar sizes, and what does that look like? And if you want to use the county's post-assessment analysis as an indicator, there's only a couple of properties on there that are comparable to ours. The rest of them should be excluded because they're not physically similar, they're not in competing markets, etc. So if you try to get that down to what are the sales that actually look like our property, regardless of whether it's an average or this sales, they're not at 5.75%. They're way above that. And when you factor in what's going on with inflation and interest rates, etc., and what you could get an alternative investment for, I mean, that's how investors behave. And so that's what the basis for ours is. We've not seen an explanation yet for why you're looking at a table, for example, from PwC. Why are we 68 basis points below the average of tier 1 markets? And still don't have an explanation for that. Still don't have an explanation for how they pay for the lack of all the other debate, which is just based on a couple of historical sales and it's reason, but that's not market data.
I have questions. Okay, let's go on, let's move on. Does anybody need a break before we go on? But I assume this next part's gonna be longer, at least the initial presentation. Anybody need a break? All right. Push through. So the next.
Coffee.
Please.
There's a restroom right by the stairs across from.
9:05 right now, we'll reconvene at 9:10.
It's the start time.
Yeah, I think it was 8:22. Perfect, please. Okay, we're gonna have a number of hearings coming up. Before I call the hearings, we'll go to the assessor's office that we need to swear in. So if you're planning on testifying, please raise your hand. Are any of the property owners planning on testifying? Okay. You don't need to raise your hand. Yeah, thank you though. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony with oral and documentary which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so let me go ahead and call these cases really quickly, and then we'll proceed. So these are gonna be hearings numbers 2 through 14. And I'll read off what they are real quick. Application number 80, PID 13526, owners Broomfield Incorporated and Peter R. Taylor Trust. Application number 81, PID 13538, owner 5600 Turkey Sag Road LLC. Application number 82, PID 13539, property owner 5600 Turkey Sag Road LLC. Application number 84, PID 27525, owner Sismont Manor LLC. Application number 85, PID 27573, owner the Andrew and Elizabeth Carter Trust. Application number 86, PID 27597, property owner Castelia Sismont Investment LLC. Application number 87, PID 27784, owners Albert Cindy Jornberg. Application number 88, PID 28315, Vivian Ray Porter Sergeant Trustee. Application number 89, PID 28316, Vivian Ray Porter Sergeant Trustee. Application number 90, PID 34435, property owner Mooring Farm LLC. Application number 91, PID 34444, property owner Richard B. Gilliam Revocable Trust. Application number 92, PID 34471, property owner Sismont Manor LLC. And finally, application number 93, PID 34636, property owner Oakdale LLC. So Mr. Smith, the floor is yours to present at this time.
Very much again. Appreciate your accommodation for us. Presenting all sort of after we make the presentation, all the properties we talked about, our analysis. We think this is appropriate for the evaluation of the right evaluation for each of the properties individually. I don't know if we had an opportunity to go through the black binders that we printed and sent out, but we hopefully it's kind of laid out to make sense. We understand what we're doing, but we'll refer to a couple of things in there. So all right. Again, don't need to tell you what your standards are that you're using, about what the standards are for appraisal practices, procedures, and local standards. I think the fair commission here, in this case, there are generally presumptions of correctness that are provided. Because there is, as we talked a little bit earlier, and it's, Elmhurst case talks about indefensibly inflated assessments are not provided with potential correctness. There's another one that comes from the case of McKee Foods Corporation versus County of Augusta. This is the Supreme Court case from a couple of years ago, 2019. That says that if an assessment's not arrived at in accordance to accepted appraisal practices, in other words, not using one of the three accepted appraisal approaches, and an assessment is also not entitled to presumption of correctness period. So in those circumstances, what the board has said is there's not a presumption to rebut, there's just no presumption at all. Slide 3 in our there should be no presumption of correctness in any of these cases, because the county does not arrive at assessments of residential buildings or land on farmsteads in accordance with generally accepted appraisal practices. And specifically with respect to the residential buildings themselves, the county does not use any of the three generally accepted appraisal approaches that are generally accepted under Virginia law. Instead, what the county says in its residential valuation model documentation is that it uses a quote hybrid end quote mass appraisal model that involves the assignment of what we think are speculative and arbitrary values to both residential buildings and alleged home sites on farmsteads. By speculative and arbitrary loaded terms, we mean that the values are not actually based on comparable sales or on provable estimated construction costs, which was short. So in short, the output of the county's hybrid mass appraisal model does not meet the IAO's mass appraisal performance standards, and instead involves extensive use of an improper practice of sale chasing. We'll talk a little bit about the Fortune 2175 Elmhurst case and the presumption of correctness being defeated by indefensibly inflated assessments, but I think it's important to look at those words just a little bit more carefully. What the court is saying with respect to mass appraisals is that it's obviously a process of valuing the universe of properties, and as we do date using standard methodology, including common data and allowing for obviously statistical models can be pretty speculative. But what the court says is that it's implicit in mass appraisal that even when properly specified, and that properly is a good term here, even when properly specified and validated, mass appraisal models are used, some individual value conclusions will not meet standards of reasonableness, consistency, and accuracy. In other words, the mass appraisal value presupposes that it may be unreasonable, inconsistent, or inaccurate when applied to specific property, which is particularly important qualification for the application. The reason for that is because the subject property that's being appraised as an individual property not a universal property. So what you'll hear today, from the assessor is in the use of these mass appraisal techniques. They're looking for something that looks statistically reasonable, but there is a presumption by the way that that's set up, that there is certain properties, the assessments that result from those processes are not going to be reasonable, and that's why we're here today. And so the bottom line out of that case was that it can show that the assessment is indefensibly inflated and there is no presumption of correctness to be afforded to it. Slide 5. There are three generally accepted methods to determine a property's fair market value: the cost approach, the sales approach, and the income approach. I'm giving you a citation to a certain court case out of Florida, but it's citing a Virginia Supreme Court case of Keswick Flood versus 2007. That's important. These three approaches are: there's a cost approach, an income approach, and a sales approach. The language that I've given you here is from that court case, citing the Keswick Flood case to describe what they are. One of the key takeaways from that case is that ideally localities should use all three of those valuation methodologies in order to maximize the likelihood that their valuation accurately reflects the property's market value. The court goes on to say that if a locality bases its assessment of fair market value solely on one of those generally accepted appraisal approaches, the resulting assessments are entitled to a presumption of correctness only if the locality properly considered and rejected the use of the other two approaches. Now, one of the things that I want you to keep in mind here, as you're hearing the presentations today, is that the county's going to tell you that its approach, this hybrid model, is generally accepted. It's not the issue is not whether a particular model is generally accepted. It's whether, in what the court cases say and what the IAO standards say, is whatever the model is that you're using, whether it's a sales, cost, or income approach, you have to arrive at your assessment using generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, and standards. And then in Virginia, the court says, and Virginia law and the valuation property. So an argument that you can say, this model is used by X number of jurisdictions, it does not matter whether every jurisdiction uses it. If the model does not follow generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards, then the number of localities to use it, it's immaterial. It violates standards and violates law. So slide 6, and again, what the counties, this is pulling language from the county's residential valuation model, which I've included in tab 2 in the left line. So you should be able to see that. I think we give you citations to the pages. So the county says, rather than use the cost approach, the income approach, or the sales comparison approach to value residential building, we created what it calls a quote hybrid of the sales comparison and cost approaches, end quote. The county says its hybrid methodology, quote, looks and feels like the cost approach, but uses market-derived rates rather than estimated construction costs, and that's on page 4 of the model documentation. The only problem with that is that in Virginia, the use of a hybrid methodology without showing any recognition for it as a generally accepted appraisal practice contains too much speculation and conjecture, which is not permitted in determining the fair market value of real estate for real estate tax assessment purposes. That was a court case out of Loudoun County, citing to the Virginia Supreme Court. So that's been around for a long time. The interesting thing I would add to that is if you go look at the IAO's standards on mass appraisal or any other standard, they still refer to the three generally accepted approaches. I can't find an IAO document that countenances the use of what's called a hybrid model, sort of melding two of them together. However you do it, they still all refer to three generally accepted appraisal approaches. So this hybrid methodology is not a generally accepted appraisal approach, regardless of the number of localities that have decided to buy this particular development company software. And I'd add too, I think the county had said that it's generally accepted because 500 different localities use it across the country. Well, there are over 11,000 taxing jurisdictions in the United States, so 5 out of 100. even if you said that you want to make an argument on based on the number of localities, that indicates general acceptance, 5 out of 100. I don't think by any standard is generally accepted. So our position then with respect to the hybrid methodology, and we could probably stop the conversation right there about the model, is that it's not one of the three generally accepted appraisal approaches, and because it's not one of the three generally accepted appraisal approaches, it's out, but it's not entitled to production directives. Slide 7, the other issues then, the county claims its hybrid methodology was created and calibrated with sales of residential properties in Albemarle County and unique market rate. That's what the model documentation says. But the assessor has admitted to us that the rates used in the hybrid methodology are not all right for sales. So back on July 10th, conversation with the assessor, a telephone call to discuss our client's appeals. And we were looking at the unit prices for extra features that are at page 41 of the model documentation. And I think we used a bidet as an example. Here, but the assertion in the model is that a bidet, for example, adds like $1,300 in value to the price of the house. And I bought and sold a number of houses. You all probably bought and sold a number of houses. Do you have any idea, or have you ever seen any data from a sale that would indicate to you that you can tell that you have a bidet, you either bought your house full or sold your house for $1,300 more because of the bidet? So that was our question is, that's just one example, but there's a long list of these things. And admitted that those are not unit prices. They are in fact what you call the cost to install the phone. So we asked for the alleged cost data. And this is in what we titled the colloquy with the assessor on page 8-4. Mr. Lynch said that the county did not do a specific cost study for the 2023 reassessment to determine what the cost of these items would be. He said that they did adjust the rates this year over the previous year's rates based on the overall change indicated and supported by the sales ratio studies. That to us is an indication of sale chase. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But in any event, we've talked about how assessments have to be arrived based on, you have to actually have actual market support for this stuff. So an admission that there's no sales support for it because it doesn't exist, nobody tracks that kind of data. And an admission that they didn't do a cost study for the 2023 reassessment. So there's no basis in either cost to install or in sales. And if you could take tab 2 and just, I want to show you a couple of things, turn to page 41. This is the county's 2023 model documentation for extra features. Highlights of the unit prices are the figures that I put out here in red to the right. Right that were previous year for 2020. So take a line out. Basically, all of these, the county is saying that the rates, in other words, the values that it adds to the assessment of a residential building went up by these figures, but based on what? Because you can't go out there and find a sale where they track sales data in any county, let alone Albemarle County, that says if you have a whirlpool and separate shower, last year it added $3,000 to the value of your house. This year it has $3,600. That data does not exist. There wasn't a cost assessment reassessment done, or a cost study that was done. So what's the basis for the increase from $3,000 last year to $3,600 this year? And what we'll get to, I've been ahead of myself, but I'm on this track. The county told us that how it arrives at these rates is in what it calls an iterative process, meaning you make some adjustments and you run your sales ratio studies to see if that sales ratio, and this again, these are only on the residential buildings itself. If you do your sales ratio study to see if when I apply all of the rates that I've set in my model, does my assessment of those sold properties come in line with the sale prices? And if I'm off, I go back and I make adjustments to other rates in here and rerun those sales studies. And so there's a back and forth with changing rates, adjusting rates to get to the point where the assessed values on properties that sold in 2022 are very, very close in line with their sale prices. And well, our understanding of the process is then once the county is satisfied that all of these adjustments it's made, I mean, the rates go on here, you can come back before the year and you can see all of the adjustments that took place from last year's this year on a wide variety of things, not just the features. So when the county is satisfied with its sales ratio studies, that it's got the assessments of those sold properties in line with those sale prices, then it just applies in mass by mass appraisal technique, those adjustments to every other property in the county. So that's how your house's value. So it's a profit, but again, with the market support for this. It's not, there's no market support, doesn't exist, that's admitted. There's no cost done. So where do these numbers come from? And that's in a nutshell, that's our problem with this is that's not an appraisal. I mean, it may look reasonable on paper. It may make your assessments of the properties that sold match their sale prices. But what does that tell you about? That only tells you something about those particular properties. But, you know, I still, and I'm sorry to get stuck on it, but I'm just stunned that there is an assertion, for example, that if the day adds $1,300 in value, if that's, you know, if you got one, they're just gonna add that to the value of your house. That doesn't even tell you how old is the bidet. You know, is it 20 years old or is it brand new? So a lot of these things are done that way, but there's no basis for them at all. But those are extra features, at least particularly on this page. If you look at the next page on page 42, the residential neighborhood factor, it's a location multiplier. Some of them went up, some of them went down, but based on what? And again, what I'm telling you is the county, what it told us, is it's an iterative process. So what it's done is it made adjustments back and forth until it got the sale prices of the property sold in line with the assessments of those properties. And we'll show you a spreadsheet here in a little bit, but the overall effect of it is, you know, the process and this back and forth process adjusting these rates with no basis other than just to make a sale price matching assessment came up to a point where the median sale price of these homes, or the median sale price of these homes, the median assessment, are within 9/10 thousandths of a point of each other. So this iterative process, the whole intent was to get the assessments of the properties that sold as closely in line with their sale prices as possibly could, and then just export that to everybody. Here on page 7 too, we asked for the cost data. We asked for the most recent cost data since one wasn't done for 2023. We've not gotten that either. So we don't even know if a cost study was done in 2022 to 2021, or when it would have been done, or if it was ever done, because it's not been provided to us. I told you I got ahead of myself. It's like one slide. But this is the example on today. But all of the different things that have been adjusted in this iterative process. So, slide 9. Here are the details of the county tax sales and discussion talking about this variety. If you look at the page, it's blank on purpose because there isn't any. Slide 10, in addition to what we talked about, the county admits it has no actual sales or cost support for its raising prices covered in documentation. Again, this is where I talked about this iterative process, and this is what we're looking at. But what the county said in its colloquy with us, this is tab 4, the back and forth. The county says we run an initial set of sales studies in order to determine if and how much rates needed to be changed. Adjustments are made to all portions of the model, all portions of the model. And the sales studies are rerun. If further changes are needed, then more adjustments are made and sales studies are created again. This is an iterative process and may take several steps to achieve results. So if you want to look at that in lay terms, you know, it's speculative arbitrary adjustments to the various rates and prices in all portions of its model to make its model produce assessments of the properties that sold during the prior calendar year that are at or near 100% of those properties' respective sale prices. If that first set of adjustments made, the model do not produce the desired 100% sale price result, the county makes additional adjustments to the various rates and prices and rechecks to see if it's gotten there. And as again, I told you, when we get down to the bottom line on it, the county ultimately got the assessments of those properties to be within 10 thousandths of a basis point. So let me just show you an example of what I'm talking about, so you can see on a sales ratio study what we're talking about. If you look at tab 7 real quick, this is just this is the county's sales ratio study by grade, construction grade. Some different construction grade. But if you kind of look down at the bottom line in this particular page, you see 2,255 sales of residential buildings. 2,255 sales. 122. If you look at that median A/S ratio, that's the assessment to sale ratio, down at the bottom line, 0.9991. 9/10 thousandths of a point on 2,255 sales. So the target again here is to make sure that that median assessment to sales ratio is right at 100%. And what the county has done again is they made whatever adjustments they needed to make to the model to get that. Now, what we're alleging here is that this is a process of sales chasing. I know we've got disagreements about what the definition of it is. But this is from the book that I showed you a minute ago, the fundamentals of mass appraisal down at the bottom in bold. Sale chasing is what they say a loathsome and inequitable practice of adjusting appraisals so that they have properly understood prices. If that doesn't define what this iterative process is, I don't know what it is. It's a serious violation of basic appraisal uniformity, and what the IAO says is it's highly unprofessional. If you could, this is on my next slide. Slide 11, tab 5. Tab 5, if you'd like to confirm this. This is the tab 5 of the IAO's standard on ratio studies. This is the first, part 1 of it, because it goes on for about 60 pages. So this is part 1. It says the IAO says that the most general useful measure of variability or uniformity produced by a mass appraisal model is coefficient of dispersion. I'm not going to drag you through what the statistical definitions are for the coefficients of dispersion. I'll call it COD for short. COD measures the average percentage deviation of the assessment to sale price ratios of the sales included in the study from the median assessment to sale price ratio. In standard, this is the bottom line. Standard indicates whether a sales ratio study on rural river property produced acceptable results of ratios in the range of 5.0. So that's your appraisal standard. That's your generally accepted appraisal standard, is that your model needs to produce a COD in that range, 5 to 20. This IAO says this. I'm not saying it. So IAO COD is lower than 5.0 may indicate sale chasing. Slide 12, and back to tab 7. Tab 7, I've highlighted sales ratio study by grade shows CODs below 5.0 for 11 for residential building grades. CODs for 6 additional grades are just nearly there between 5.0 and 6.0. So one's like at 5.0, 5.2. But together, that's 71% of the coefficients of dispersion produced by the county's hybrid methodology show blatant evidence of sale chasing. But it's not just an analysis by grade. If you look at the next one, tab 8. Sales ratio study by style. So it goes on for a couple of pages. There are CODs below 5 or 25 in the county's 46 residential building styles, and I'm excluding those which have CODs 0 because you can't have a valid coefficient of dispersion when you have one sale. But if I exclude those, 25 or 46 have CODs below 5. 10 additional styles are in the range of 5 to 6, so together that's 76% of the CODs produced by the county's model show blatant evidence of sale chasing. Slide 13 and look at tab 9. This is the sales ratio study, final sales ratio study by actual year built. CODs, below 5 to 8, 25 actual year built range, if we exclude those that have the 9 additional year built ranges are in the range of 5 to 6. So that's together 68% CODs. If you take this slice by actual year built, so blatant evidence of sale chase. Go to slide to tab 10. This last of the sales ratio study provided to product county by assessing district. 3 of the 10 assessing districts are CODs below 5. 2 additional ones have CODs in the range of 5 to 6.06. That one just for call your attention to, but that's 50% of the CODs produced by the county's land valuation methodology show blatant evidence of sale chasing. So we'll look again. I want to show you the market areas 211. This is an interesting one. That one shows a COD of 26.76. That's above the high end of the range. So that shows you another that counties erroneous valuation methodology. Look at some of these. We've got COD of 1.35, 3.96, 5.13. They're not even close. So, you know, the county's model is what it should be doing in terms of deriving values from client properties, and we should be consistently seeing CODs in the range of 5 to 20. That's, think about that. That's a really broad thing. It's not like this is a small target to get, like 5 and 6 or something. 5 to 20 is a pretty good thing. But we're seeing the majority of things below 5. That's an indication that the model is not performing the way that it's intended to perform. In our view, it's because of the iterative process of writing into the grades, deciding that this to match the sale prices, and that's sale chasing. Let's look at the county sales ratio reports from another perspective. This is slide 14, and I've already pointed this out to you. Of the 2,255 residential property sales included in the sales ratio studies by grade style and actual year built over 19,000 being assessed exactly 100%. Several categories, styles, and year built ranges together account for hundreds of sales are exactly 100% of the median sale price. If you look at some of these, tab 7, I'm sorry. Look at tab 8. Up at the top of the first page. There's one story in vacant, and then I guess style 2 is 1.25 and 1.75. You look at the vacant in that 1.25 to 1.75 story column on the count. There's 300 properties there plus more than 300. Median AS ratio 1. exactly 100%. Look at a lot of these others. I mean, we're so close on all of these, however you slice it, that it's clear that this is an effort to assess the sell price. And that's sell case. Now, back to slide 14. In slide that. The IAO instructs, and this is coming out of the fundamentals of mass appraisal text that held up for you a bit earlier. While the desired level of appraisal is 100% market value, the IAO and the level of appraisal allow a 10% variation based on the assumption that the law mandates appraisal market value for assessment ratios. This implies that the overall appraisal level should be between 0.9 and 1.1. The window of 10% about the market value standard provides a reasonable range in which measures of central tendency should fall in the head or mass appraisal. Strict enforcement of a 100% standard is neither cost effective nor practical. Such a policy could force assessors to make trivial annual adjustments in appraisals and encourage the loathsome and inequitable practice of sale chasing to achieve compliance. If strictly followed, such a policy would also force virtually half the properties to be appraised above 100% market value, which tends to breed protracted and costly. That's why we're here today. One of the things that the assessor's response is distribution about that central line, and you see just, I mean, there's a clustering, a huge number of dots on that graph that are above that line and the equal number that are below. The people who are assessed below that line, I guarantee you're probably happy with their assessments. Everybody who's assessed above that line should not be, because that's an indication that they're assessed and not using it. We hear a lot about uniformity in these things too. It's like, well, you have to treat everybody the same. Well, that's true, except for what the 13th Constitution requires, which is, even though those are equally important principles, uniformity and fair market value, uniformity has to stop at under fair market value. So you cannot assess anybody's property at 100% fair market value. It also doesn't make a difference whether everybody else did the deal, because that's on them if they didn't appeal their assessment. And I'll tell you that one of the things that we see all the time, especially in residential appraisals assessments, is that there's the homeowners left to themselves. You can't hire somebody to come rest and do the tax and stuff. The difference that you're going to save is maybe $1,000. You'd spend a lot more money than you'd save, and so nobody says anything. This is the first time in my 17-year career that I've had residential property owners who said, we've had enough. Their properties are assessed significantly above fair market value in their mind. We think that our analysis can show that, but this is the first time that we've really had an opportunity to delve into how models like this are built and what they do. In particular, one iterative process is not sell price for future properties. At 15, why is sell chasing improper? Because it produces erroneous assessment. I have instructed that sell or selectively reappraised based on their sale prices. Ratio study, revenue uniformity differences will not be accurate. In other words, appraisals appear more uniform than they are. So when we talk about selective reappraisal, we're not talking about sometime during the tax year that only those properties are reappraised. But when the county does its reassessment and it does its sales ratio study, there's not any holdout sample that we can tell. All 2,255 properties that sold in 2022 were included in that ratio study. So there's not a statistically appropriate analysis done to determine whether these iterative adjustments that are made actually work. They're just all included in the sales ratio study, and the iterative process continues until they're all clustered right around that median sale price. Down at the bottom of this particular page, and then there's quote from the sale chasing is encouraged uniformity and concerned only by using sales subsequent to the setting of values or through an appraisal based ratio study. Neither of those Slide 16, county has referred to this as security. Not highlighted here. But what is this $500 million from another perspective? And I can find others, I'm sure, but we have two farmsteads that just like inflated assessments. And the first one is one of our funds. It's a 522.76 acre farmstead, 5600 Turkey Side Road. County, it's under a conservation easement, and it's sold for $6.2 million on April 29th of 2020. So this is, the assessment I'm highlighting here is right after that sale date. So this is the assessment of this 3 parcel farmstead as of January 1, 2020. $6.341 million for the improvements alone. So if you think about that, the county's got the improvements alone assessed for more than the whole farm sold, including 522. How in the world is that possible? The only way it's possible is that the model is not working. Residential properties being valued significantly above their fair market value. And this is a good example of that. Here's another one that's a roughly 62 acre farmstead at 437 Airsley Farm Road under conservation easement sold for $3 million August 7 of 2020. The county's total assessment of the improvements alone was $3.5 million. So $500,000 value assigned to the improvements. That's $500,000 over and above the sale price of the whole property, including the 62 acre farmstead.
Mr. Smith, can I ask you a question real quick? So how do we know that those two sales are attributable to the problems you've identified with the hybrid methodology? Why couldn't those just be some other problem? And, you know, the fact that Appraisal Institute seems to contemplate that some properties will be overappraised from time to time, up to 10% higher.
Well, I mean, it's by a process that we think of reasonable production. If you've got there's not been any indication that we can find, and I believe the county treats these as what they call verified sales, meaning that there's it's their arm's length, it's not a family type of situation, that sort of thing. So it's a verified sale, arm's length transaction, and that's an indication of fair market value of the property. Then the question is, why is the assessment so far off from that? One of two things has happened. Either the farmland's not worth much, but I mean, even then, is the farmland worth less than zero? How can you say that the improvements on a property are worth more than the whole farm sold? There's only one reasonable conclusion from that that's rational in my mind, and that is there's an overassessment of the improvements. And obviously, the sale price of that property contemplated what the value of the whole thing was. It's sliced the pie so many ways. So the assessment of the improvements has to be high.
Sort of COVID sales though. I mean, January 1st, 2020, these properties were worth a lot more than they were when they sold April 29th, 2020 and August 7th, 2020. I mean, and then after this point, they shot up in price. I mean, these farm sets were not selling for a little while. And then in 21, 22, now 23, these properties were worth a lot more. So to give these two examples are not helpful for us. The 2020 sales are not helpful to show this. I understand your argument,
Let me
but
back up a second. You said the sale prices shot up, right? So both of these happened after COVID came out. In fact, one of them was 4 months into that process. But if it's in the process of shooting up at that time, that means
this is the time it was down. It was later in 2020 when it actually went up. So what I'm saying is, as of January 1st, 2020, if your assessments as of January 1st, 2020 would have necessarily been higher than a sale in mid 2020 because of the fact of COVID. So that's the.
Well, I disagree with you on that, because what I'm aware of is, for example, this is on the Washington DC market, is that there was not a depressed market. I mean, mortgage rates were good. There was not a depressed market for single family homes. What we saw in that market where everybody who lived in DC seemed like in an apartment, getting out of an apartment and moving to single family homes to get distance from people. So what we saw in COVID was not that the property, like a farm like this, where you're away from other people. These were premium properties before, and they were premium properties after. But even the question then is, let's say that it was in the process, the price is in the process of shooting up. that indicates that the situation as of January 1 that year was even worse. Because the sale price, to follow your analysis, would have been lower on January 1 of 2020 than it would have been when the property actually sold.
No, okay, good. I don't want to get stuck on this point, but I'm just saying on these two sales, I understand you're reading a lot of arguments here, so I don't want you to get stuck on this, because I'm just mentioning these two sales because Mr. Mayo did bring up this point. I just want to reflect. I'm very familiar with these sales. This is my area. I'm in Keswick. And I'm familiar with these properties. I'm familiar with what happened in that area. I'm just saying, there was a downturn in mid 2020, early to mid 2020, after January 1st, 2020, when COVID hit. As you recall, the stock market crashed. The real estate market did crash for a few months, and then it went up, as you're saying, a little bit later in 2020. Now, I don't know the precise dates, but I'm just having just two 2020, mid 2020 sales versus what the assessment was in January 1st, 2020, not the most helpful for your argument as to this particular point. I understand you're making a lot of other arguments, so I'm not discounting your other arguments. I'm just saying, as this specific slide and these two specific sales, it's a little bit more difficult to make that argument given the particular circumstances with these sales, because there are sales in 21, 22, 23 that, well, no, we can't look at 23, but 21 and 22 that if there were examples of this, that would have been. But
Well, these ones provided by county other out on the Albemarle GIS starting point farm about all the properties that sold, and these were two that I ran across in that process. But I can appreciate that the market may have crashed for real estate, but I can't accept that it would have crashed to the extent that you could get a 522 acre farm, or that it crashed by that much. Says for more than one child. So, but that's the point that we're looking to make here is we've shown a lot of different arguments about how to not predict things or find the accurate result in this.
Questions? Your discussion about sales chasing. How is that, on the one hand, you're arguing that the appraiser is not using a sales comparison approach. But then he's taking these comparable sales and he's analyzing them. So how is analyzing these comparable sales for the contributory value of the components? Is that different from sales chasing? I mean, that is an analysis of the comparable sale and applying it to the other properties. So can you explain that a little more in detail?
It's not an analysis. What I'm telling you that they've done is they had almost a median sale price for these 2,200 homes is, and they went to their book and reported their model and ran a sales ratio study to see where are we in terms of our median assessment to the median sale price. And then they go into their model and they start just making adjustments, random adjustments. And they rerun that sales ratio study to see did that get us closer. And then they repeat that, did that get us closer? And they keep going through that iterative process that Mr. Williams described until they're satisfied that they've got the assessments in line with those sale prices. Now, the question is, okay, I can see that you did an adjustment. For example, a neighborhood adjustment for Glenmore that went from 0.9 to 0.85, or it was 0.85 last year and it's 0.9 now. Where's the market data to support that? There is no market data to support that. There's just an iterative process adjustment that was made. So it's not an analysis of the sale. It's just, I hate to use the term playing with numbers, but that's what you're doing. You're just making adjustments here and then rerunning a report, making adjustments and rerunning a report until you've got those two numbers in line with each other. So there's not an analysis of sales. It's just an iterative process of making adjustments to numbers. But that's the problem is, we got this hybrid model for starters, which is not doing the show. Okay, if you're going to have a hybrid model, then what you need to do is actually analyze the sales and make adjustments to your model that show what your analysis of the sales did. It's not just a miss. I'm going to adjust this one up by 10 basis points and this one down by 15 and whatnot. until I get those numbers in line, you need to actually show me in the market data, show me the sales that number is right. Now, this is what we've been asking for, and with our long list of questions back and forth is show me the market data, show me the market data, show me the market data. And we've not been able to get it, and it's because it does not exist. Nobody, and I like to point to these competing examples, nobody slices sales data up this way. I've never seen it, and I would challenge any of you to go try to look, because I can't find it either, where you can say that a steam shower adds $2,500 in the value to your house. Who does that? Nobody does that. And then we find out it's a cost to install, but we can't even get the county's alleged cost to install data. I mean, we've asked for it multiple times and it's still not been produced. So what's the reasonable conclusion from here? The reasonable conclusion from that is, to me, is if you have it, you would have produced it. Because, I mean, this is supposed to be a transparent process, you know, I've done this type of work mostly in commercial and industrial context for 17 years. The assessors, just like any other, just like you all, have positions of trust. That implies that more than just implies that this needs to be a transparent process. The whole idea behind, for example, having property record cards and by having a standard that requires record keeping of assessors and appraisers is so a taxpayer can understand how you arrive at yours. But what we now have is we have a black box that nobody can understand. And when we start digging into the black box and we find that there's no data that's made available to us to show how did you arrive at these numbers? Not one number in here have we had anybody provide us with either sale data or cost data to support that. And that's our problem here is, you know, it's a position of trust. There's transparency required. There is no transparency. And when we ask for the data, it's not provided.
My other comment or question is on page 16, when you're discussing these sales, then, you know, we're below the tax assessment. Then wouldn't those sales then be factored into the next year's assessment to reflect a lower assessment for common properties?
If you're going to do an analysis, yes, they would be. But these assessments didn't, I don't think they don't either, by the way, but. If an analysis was actually done of the sales, yes, but what we're seeing in the model is that's not part of the process. Making adjustments to get for the owner of the property to sell. Sales ratio reports that can be done. So we probably even sell. So all these properties that are sold in this process. Back and forth with adjustments to get the median sale price in line with the assessment, and that's where it stops. Where's the analysis? You could hire an 8th grader to put in different numbers into the different desired result. It's not crazy. This underscores what our problem is here. We can't accept that there's no market support cost basis for this, but this is how our properties, residential building works. Individual analysis for the properties and we believe that indicates that there's significant differences. And the IO, as we pointed out, anticipates that because if you're going to try to adhere to this, you know, using this process to get to exactly for your assessment, when you're meeting the assessment is 100% of the sales price, you're going to have half of the properties sold with market value. And 13 of them are here before you today. So that's our issue for all of our properties. That's the hybrid valuation methodology. Summarize for that for you. So if there are any further questions, I'll switch to the home site valuation fee. You know, our purpose here is not to get into an argument about how farmland generally is valued, because We're not concerned about the valuation of farm acres, so to speak. What we're concerned about is what we see, this process for valuing alleged home sites on farms. And we see, same thing happening here, sales chasing to arrive at land values. And this is, again, from tab 4, this is our talk with Mr. Lynch, page 2. Where he says the first step in determining land value in each neighborhood market area is to analyze sales of vacant land. Second, to analyze land and improve sales. This second step is done by, and this is important, adjusting both the land and improvement rates to create sales ratios that meet IA sales ratio guidelines. So what you're doing again with the same thing with your rates on those properties is you're adjusting rates to create an assessment to sale ratio of 1.0 or 100%. That's what that means. Now, with respect to, we got two different types of properties here. We got properties that are in the land use program, and then we have properties that are under conservation easement. So I'm going to talk about the land use program first. We don't have any disagreement with the county about this. It talks about real estate on which a farmhouse or home or such other structures located should be assessed and taxed by the same standards, methods, and procedures as other taxable structures in other real estate in the locality. That's what that says. So properly interpreted, that simply means that assessments of home sites on farmsteads in the land use program must be arrived at for the general accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards. But importantly, this is on slide 19, nowhere does Virginia Code section 58.1-3231 or any other statute give localities the authority to value home sites on farmsteads enrolled in land use programs as if the home sites are not part of the farmstead. In other words, they can't be assessed as, home sites can't be assessed as if they're sold separate and apart from the rest of the farmstead. This, when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. When you sell a farm, do you sell the rest of the farm but not the farmstead, or does the land on which the house sits? Generally, I mean, maybe that happens sometimes, but that's a pretty rare circumstance. Someone, if you own a farm and you're going to sell the farm, you sell the farm. And I'm an old farm boy myself. When you sell a farm, you have, this is the way it goes. It's 600 acres and there are these improvements and we value the improvements. You don't value 598 acres as farmland and then turn around and the 2 acres on which the house sits say, well, that's a home site, quote unquote. And so we're going to value that like it's a 2-acre site in any other residential subdivision. But that's what we're seeing in the county. So for example, let's say that you say the farmland is valued at $5,000 an acre. In my math, you'd say, okay, I've got a 100-acre farm times 5,000 acre, that's $500,000. And I've got the improvement value that I added that. That's fair market value. That's not what the county does. The county says, oh no, you've got 98 acres that are farmland, we're going to value that at $5,000 an acre. That 2-acre home site, we're going to value that at, sometimes these figures are upwards of $150,000 an acre. They're valuing home sites on farmsteads as if they're in residential subdivisions, as if these home sites could be sold separate apart from the rest, or would be sold separate apart from the rest of the farm. That's not what Virginia law countenances with these things. That's not what generally accepted appraisal principles would require. And it gets down to really called an analysis of the highest and best use of the farm. Farmstead, that's what it is. It's not 98 acres of example farm, or a farm and the other 2 are a residential line. That's not what it's all. And it's really rolls up into the definitions of highest and best use is really what this is down to. So we're talking about that a little bit on slide 20. Under Virginia law, general said the present practice of farm has to be valued what it is. It's a farm. So this is from City of Richmond versus Jackson Board Partner, the 2012 Virginia Supreme Court case. It says real property should not be assessed as something other than what it actually is. That's what's happening here. These home sites are being valued as something they are not. They're not separate home sites. They are the land that's part of the farm. Fruit Growers versus City of Alexandria, another Virginia Supreme Court case, the property's fair market value is the present actual value of the land with all its adaptations to general and special uses. So again, just to summarize the point, the county cannot lawfully assess home sites on farmsteads on the fiction home site and be sold separate from the farm. Sell the farm and sell the farm. Same kind of analysis applies under conservation easements. Discuss Virginia Code Section 10.1-10. Assessment shall reflect the reduction of fair market value of land as a result from the inability of the owner of the deed to use such property for uses terminated by the easement. To ensure that the owner of the deed is not taxed on the value of the interest of the holder of the easement, the fair market value of such land shall not include any value attributable to the uses or potential uses of the land that have been determined by the easement. So simply put, it's our analysis that it is home sites on farmsteads are not sold separate and apart from the rest of the land. There's issues in conservation easements about whether they have division rights, stuff like that. And we can get into that in the main point of the motion is even if it's any conservation easement, you got certain division rights, you still have the issue of what it is. And the home site on that particular portion of the property is not sold separate and apart from that part of the property. It has to be sold as part of, it's divided, it's part of that part. So again, to underscore the point or beat the dead horse at this point, the farm is in the general law, have the conservation easements, including the actual home site, value. Provided you an example from presentation made by MAI down in North Carolina. Analysis of the conflict. But what you look at is what's the highest and best use for these type of properties, and you think it's farms. I didn't cite the U.S. tax court case that did the same thing with property up in Northern Virginia, but came to the conclusion that it was a country estate. So, but the point is, you're not saying it's a farmstead plus a 2-acre home site. It's not a country estate plus a 2-acre home site. It's just the farmstead. That's not what the county is. They're valuing it as a farm. They're valuing a separate 2-acre, some cases secondary 1-acre home site. Again, property has to be assessed as highest and best use does not mean property should be assessed as something that what it actually is. Now, the bottom highlights what we have on slide 22 with respect to a sales comparison for writing assessments according to generally accepted appraisal practices means that sales likely of potential comparables for analysis must accurately relate to the motivations of the market for farmsteads and conservation uses or land use programs. The actual language in that case is what I've put in quote marks there, which is the analysis that the sales selected for analysis must accurately relate to the motivations of the market for those types of properties. And what we then conclude from that is that also means that the selection of comparables will both the land and the dwelling structure of the farm. So I think the best and simplest way to put this is just value the farm. The farm is the farm, and then we have improvements on the farm. And if those improvements are a house, that's fine. Do that properly, not valid assessment of the improvements. But the farm is the farm. It's not a farm plus a home site. We've thrown in here some principles, the general accepted appraisal principles that talk about selection of appropriate comps, depends upon the proper market analysis and marketability analysis. Have shown here that the same principles apply to the use of mass appraisal techniques. The section at the bottom of this page is from the standard on mass appraisal of real property, and it underscores the importance of analysis of market data. And I think the last sentence is really it says, doesn't just say just do a market analysis. It does not, by the way, say just do an iterative process to get back and forth with numbers. What it says is careful and extensive market analysis is required for a model to produce values accurately. So that's not an iterative process. It's not that. It's not an analysis of anything. mean, all that is comparing one number to another after you've made some adjustments. Slide 24, the entire purpose of the appropriate market and market analysis. What is comparable to the property value, as similar as possible to the sale property, ensure they reflect the actions of similar buyers. Using a comparable that has a different highest and best use is an inappropriate appraisal technique, and when an appraiser fails to use sales that are truly comparable, courts are compelled to find that estimates of value reached by the assessor, the sales comparison approach are clearly erroneous. Before a comparable sale property can be used in the sales comparison analysis, the appraiser must first ensure that the sale price of the comparable property applies to the property rights that are similar to those being appraised. And then that last step, ideally, the comparable transactions has the same types of property rights of the subject property, so that adjustments are not needed. And from our analysis of information provided to the county, none of that was needed. Again, those are all generally accepted appraisal principles. That's the standard that governs assessment should be determined. So in our view, the county should have looked to sales of comparable farmsteads that were encumbered with conservation easements or the land use program at the time of sale, because those are the properties that would be as similar as possible to instead of that, what we have seen from the county is the use of grossly incomparable properties provided for that acceptance of grossly incomparable properties provided with acceptance of the alleged homicide. About this on the way back through the end, but on the market value actually one side on farm that they want to get on theirs. Homicide. Look at the differences. You know, farms typically don't have, they're not on the State Street with county stormwater systems and guttering. You're not on municipal water supply. That's the thing. They're not street lights that are put in and maintained by the county. None of those types of things. That's what you see in residential subdivisions, and the sale prices for the land in those residential subdivisions reflect those different costs. So when you think about a farmstead, you know, you might have a gravel drive, you might occasionally see one with paved drive. It's not a county maintained street lights and all the other improvements, costly improvements that go into the process of doing that. So septic system and so your home site that's out there on the farm is not a home site in the country club. Bottom line is, with this argument is there's not a principle for a locality to treat a home site as a separate use of the farmstead in order to allow the locality value home sites under the fiction that they have exactly the same use as, you know, similar to like as small acre lots in country clubs. We've seen too, by the way, is we've seen, and I don't have one that's an actual client example, but I told you I went through and just looking property by property, sale by sale on the Albemarle GIS, and there are parcels out there that you can look at it from the satellite view. It's completely the trees. There's not been any development on it, and you can look at the assessment, and there's an alleged home site value. Well, it doesn't exist. So, you know, you can't value a home site until it's actually developed, because that's a speculative future use that's going to be. So there are any number of problems with this particular process. In addition to those violations of your practices, slides, but the numbers are going to be on the next page. The per acre value of signs to alleged home sites they vary on a wildly inconsistent ranges. The use values that they assign to some home sites are actually in excess of the alleged fair market values, and I don't know how that happens. But the county then, in some instances, adds land use area under alleged single family use over and above the area of the alleged home sites on farmsteads. We see a number of different problems. The bottom line on that is the gross valuation of home sites on farmsteads. And it seems to us that received by granting conservation here's the table that we want to show you of these different parcels. Market values, for HS one would be a primary home site, HS two is what the county calls a secondary home site. But the values that are assigned to 2 acre primary home sites range from $52,500 to $132,700. That's an 87. Tell you that, well, they've adjusted those for things like view and location and things like that. Asked about things like, for example, a location adjustment, and I don't have the specific figures, but Mr. Lynch said, for example, the further that you get away from a particular intersection on Louisa Road, I believe going to the north, they incrementally increase the location adjustment because it's a more valuable location. Begs the question, based on what? Well, there's this history that the county has that just seems to be right or is right or whatever. Ask for sales to show validity of adjustments made for those types of things that we have not been shown. So we're required to accept on faith that the county's got it right, but without any actual market support to show it's right. But so we've got these, the result is that we end up with these home site values that have it's a lot. Secondary home sites is a little bit worse, actually, from $52,500 acre to $138,000 per acre. Now, again, these are the values that are added to the value of the farmstead. So it's not like you're selling your 100 acre farm for $5,000 an acre. What the county says, for example, is you're selling a 98 acre farm for $5,000 an acre, and then the market, because that's what, I mean, it's what this is supposed to be reflective of. The market prices and expenses, the home site's worth, you know, a 2 acre home site for $267,000. That's not how farms are bought and sold. It is how 2 acre home sites are bought and sold. It's not how farms are bought and sold. I mentioned that use values exceed its own alleged fair market values. 486 Mont Manor Farm and 4789 Louisa Road. They have an alleged market value of $86,250 per acre. I think this is for the primary home site. The county then assigns the same 2 parcels a 1 acre primary main house current use at a use value of $129,400 per acre. So how do you have a market value that's assigned by this? Is the math there? 29 plus 14, over $40,000 an acre less than the use value. So, I mean, you'd think that the use value should never exceed the fair market value. It's not standard. Actually, floating the use value over the fair market value. That's so the figures or the amounts that are tacked on to the home sites value on these 2 particular parcels that over their market value. Single family use land area all about the actual side of the next side. So here's that. We'll talk about 816.5. There is this is off the GIS, so you can go out there and see it. There's a 2 acre primary home site and a 1 acre secondary home site. County describes the same 3 total acres to a quote main house current use, but then there's an addition of 3.76 acres of alleged single family land area at a use value of $3,500, $22,203 per acre. And then there's that's the second example, 3 acre primary home site and a 1 acre secondary home site, 5460 Stony Point Pass. That on the GIS, the county ascribes the same 4 total acres to a main house current use, but then adds 15 acres of alleged single family land area at a use value of over $409,000. So if these parcels have a total of 3 and 4 acres respectively of home sites for market value purposes, what's the legitimate basis for the county to inflate the home site area on these farms? Argue that's an indefensible inflation of its value assessments of these similar ways. Another issue, county values home sites on farmsteads and even whole acre. The actual sizes and uses of rural home. Such as 2 acres for primary home sites and 1 acre for secondary home sites, and you can go and look at any farmstead on the county's GIS and see that. What the statute says is real estate excluded from the total area eligible for land use taxation must only be the land under and otherwise actually used, and that's a statutory language. Actually used in connection with farmhouse or home or any structure not permitted in special use. The Virginia Attorney General back in 1979 looked at this issue on behalf of Loudoun County and determined, advised that the plain meaning of the word actually, quote, demands a more precise determination of the land excluded. In that case, the Attorney General realized that it's impractical to require a survey of the excluded land for land use purposes, but requires, he said, the assessing officer make a reasonable personal judgment as to the amount of land really put in the non-exempt use. So in other words, we can't just use rules of thumb. That's convenient, it may be more efficient, but what the Virginia Attorney General said about the statute is that's a no. So it follows from these principles that the practice of rounding up home sites actual acres to the next proper. So also takes the home site use. And beyond that, the statute that governs real estate assessment says that mistakes of fact regarding really put the home site use cause assessments to be private for social practice because, quote, mistakes of fact and computation that affect the assessment shall be deemed not to be in accordance with present practices. And that's Virginia Code section. So you can't use a rule of thumb. We can do that when you're, for example, around the value to something that's that you're taxing land that is not actually the home site use. That's a mistake of fact. It does affect the assessment. It's not. Slide 33 kind of gives you a summary of what we're talking about here. Home site valuation methodology. For farms are not farms plus a home site. Other home site on farms, of course. Sell the farm, you sell the farm, and it happens to have a home on some certain portion of the acre. What you don't sell is you don't sell a farm, and you don't sell separately a home site on the farm at a wildly inflated rate over and above the per acre value of the rest of the farm. That's our big issue here. Is this is a fiction? It certainly helps the county with significantly overvaluing our clients' farmsteads by the use of that fiction. And that's the presentation on the main issues that affect all of them.
I do have a question. So when you agree, two properties that were same size, two farm properties that have the same size, and one of them was stripped of the bundle of rights that included their ability to build a home, and the other one retained the ability to build 2 residences on site, that there would be a value difference perceived by the market.
Yes, but would the value difference be, I can build an additional home and therefore 2 acres of my home would be the site for the, want to home on was over in XYZ country. That's the problem here. It's not that, could you build a home there and that makes potentially more value in the future? Fine, but it's an acre of farmland. It's not a lot in the country.
So you're not arguing that they have that their value that home site should be the $5,000 an acre, that it is less than the retail value.
Well, what I'm saying is that the land value is just like the land value of the rest of the acres on the farm. That's half the equation. The other thing is you have to look at the value of the improvements. So if I put a well, if I put a septic system, if I put a paved drive or whatever, those are improvements to land. The way that taxation works, you value land separately from improvements. So what our argument is sure, let's say I've got a 2 acre farm site or home site on farm. the land is worth the same price as all the land on the farm. It's what I do to that land to improve the extra difference on that particular spot. So what we're saying is, let's say I actually am using about an acre and a half. Okay, the home site, that would be excluded from whose land use is anything. That's excluded from land use taxation. So that 1.5 acres would be valued using the same methodology that as everybody else. That doesn't mean that I value a 1.5 acre. That 1.5 acre, that it's 1.5 acre. It's still part of the farm. So 1.5 acres of farmland, what's the value of the improvement? That's what our argument is. Just value it at what it is. It's a home site on a farm. It's not, that doesn't automatically, or we should adopt a fiction that this home site is valued the same price as it is in a country club. It's not. It's not in a country club. It's not a residential subdivision. It's part of the farm.
And then my other question really relates to you talked about these arbitrary sizes of these home sites that are not, that they're being used as home sites. They're not being used as farm in that particular instance. So you have to think of the highest and best use of that particular site. Well, let me just,
That's not correct.
well, let me finish my question. So in land use taxation, when the property owner goes to apply for their land use, aren't they excluding the curtilage around the house?
They are. And there is a portion, let's just use land use taxation as an example. You don't apply the SLIAC rates for cropland to the land that's under the house. That's specifically exempted from that. But that doesn't mean that makes that home site a separate part. It's still part of the farm.
I understand that.
So the issue, our issue is you can't value it on a fiction that it's not part of the farm. It is part of the farm. It doesn't magically or any other 2-acre parcel in a country club, go buy a 2-acre parcel in a country club or in a residential subdivision. That's fine. You bought the 2-acre parcel. That's all you bought. You didn't buy a 2-acre parcel plus a farm. And all what we're saying over here is you bought a farm. It happens to have a home site on it, but that doesn't mean that that home site has the same value as a 2-acre home site in the country club. It's part of the farm. And so it has to be valued as part of the farm. So if what I'm telling you is, let's say that the example I mentioned earlier is, if farmland is valued at $5,000 an acre, I've got a 100-acre farm. There's 2 acres that are excluded from use value taxation. Those 2 acres are the home site, 5,000 acres. The difference is, if I want to value the home site, appropriately is, okay, I've got my land value. What's the value of improvements to that home site? And we can go through an analysis to determine, we think a well adds X, we think a septic system adds Y, we think a pathway adds Z. Whatever you've done in that particular site to actually make it very usable for a home. And then you go a house on it, and that's an improvement to that land too. So you've got the improvements to the land, all of them, including the house. It's arrived at its fair market value using the same methodologies you're supposed to use your accepted appraisal practices, but you're still valuing a farm. You're not valuing a farm plus a separate 2-acre lot. That's what we're saying.
I just want to ask you one last question, going back to my first question. So if we have 2 properties, one is stripped of any ability to build a home and it sells for $5,000 an acre. And the adjacent property, same size, sells for $6,000 an acre because you can put 2 houses on it. Then you're saying that farmland has the ability to have 2 houses built on it should sell for $1,000 an acre more, and that should be applied to all that acreage.
Correct.
So that's,
But that doesn't mean that $6,000 applies to 98 of those 100 acres, and the last 2 are valued at $500,000. or $250,000, whatever the county is sticking on those last 2 acres, it's still a farm.
Right. But going back to that argument, wouldn't it also be appropriate to say, okay, well, we recognize that, the 98 acres should only be valued at $5,000 an acre because they're not buildable. Just like this property that sold for $5,000 an acre. And therefore, through their study of the market, that those additional rights, those additional bundle of rights that exist on this property should be analyzed. They're worth $100,000, right?
It's the land
You see what
plus the value of improvement. It's not, okay, we're dealing with a 100-acre farm. Let's go look for our, it's a 100-acre farm. My comps should not be 2-acre lots, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 over here in X, Y, Z. Not comparable at all. If you want it, the proper analysis is go find me a comparable sale of a farm. A similar farm in terms of its physical characteristics, location, time of the sale, validity assessment, all those things. Find me a comparable sale. Comparable meaning comparable. Find the sale of a farm. Don't go value this farm using comps, 2-acre land sale comps. Country club value the home side of this farm. Those are not comparable at all. One's a 2-acre lot in a country club, the other is a 100-acre farm.
I just wanted, before we move on to the assessor, if anyone else has questions, I just want to make a remark regarding time. So you have 130 minutes from the 13 applications. We started at 9:10. That takes us to, I calculate 11:20. You'll have 39 minutes of rebuttal. So I just want to I don't know how much time you're going to spend on individual properties, but just want to make you aware that there is some time constraint here, because preferably like to get these done by lunch if we can. It might be longer, but we're gonna give you all the time that our rules provide, but I just want to make sure what are the timing. Any questions for the applicant at this time? So what I think would make sense is to turn it over to the assessor as to just these points that are made on the overall, and then we'll go back to the applicant.
That would be great. Thank you, but can we take a break?
Yes, of course. And then they'll obviously get extra. Let's go to 10:40. 10:30. I'll turn it over to the assessor to respond regarding the more general issues.
Thank you. So Mr. Smith had a whole lot of information in the presentation so far. First of all, and I have to say this now because he had an opportunity to say country club lots about 35 times during this presentation. And even though I'll get to that toward the end where we're talking about land, none of the lots, none of the properties that are under appeal were compared or had their home sites determined or their land values determined based on a country club lot. There are no country club lots in the neighborhoods in which these properties are located. I also want to correct a statement he made that the location adjustments, this wasn't his point, but the location adjustments as you head north go down. As you move further away from the city, we found that location gets inferior, no matter which direction from the city you get, unless there are other specific hotspots in the area, in the county, like Crozet. So back from the beginning, though, reference to court cases. Cases are very difficult. They're attorneys' bread and butter, but you have to really understand the underlying arguments as to what they're saying. In taking a snippet out of one little statement out of the probably page after page after page of decision can be a little bit misleading as to what the actual meaning was. But basically, Keswick Club was a complicated case of a country club property and not of individual homes. Fruit growers was different, but there's even what Mr. Smith provided is contradictory. on his page 6, he says, in Virginia, the use of hybrid methodology with the use of a hybrid methodology without showing any recognition for it as a generally accepted appraisal practice. Yet, and I'll get down to this hybrid question in a second, but the fact that every assessor does the same process, it makes it, that is proof that is a generally accepted assessment practice for appraisal. But the word hybrid, I probably started this problem because when I was writing our explanation, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, which I wanted to make it a clear explanation for the property owners so they could look at something and figure out how is the assessor doing what they're doing. And the very first thing I said, well, we're doing this sales comparison approach, but it looks like a cost approach. What do I call it? So I called it a hybrid. Is that legally a bad thing? I don't know. But what it is a sales comparison approach because it uses all of the sales that we have of single family properties in this case in the county, and then within different neighborhoods of the county in order to determine the valuation of the properties. However, we do not have the ability to do sales pairing and figure out exactly what each item in that model is worth. So he's actually absolutely right, where we do not have a study for every single item that shows up in our model. Over time, we are able to determine those through an estimate of, in some cases, the cost and just sometimes overall how that model is working and going up over time. And so I'm going to try to slow down a little bit because there's so many things that I'm going through that I want to make sure I don't miss something. So when you are doing a sales comparison approach, you make adjustments to properties. Those adjustments can be based on different things. And if a cost to cure is the reason why you're adjusting for condition, or the cost of an item is, and the difference between two properties, you're making an adjustment based on the cost of that item, doesn't mean that you're not doing the sales comparison approach. It means you're using some kind of market data to make that adjustment within the sales comparison approach. Now, it's difficult because, as I described in kind of my response to this the general information that was provided, that in a single property appraisal, you typically have 3 sales, 3, 4, 5 sometimes. And the single property appraiser will adjust those sales based on their differences from the subject property. Mass appraisal works differently because we have to determine the value of all 39,000 or so single family properties in the county. So we use this model as a standard, like a model property. If you not just think about it as a model, like a mathematical model, but as a model property that is the average property in the county with all the average items on it, all the average attributes, let's say. And we use the model to adjust to adjust this every single subject property to that average model property. And so the mathematical model is how we determine, it's not how we determine, but how we modify or adjust that average property to the subject. So the subject, if it is a grade and it's not the average grade, which is C, we have an adjustment to increase the value based on its grade. If it has a number of bathrooms, we use the number of bathrooms. If it has any other item that he showed you on these lists, we make an adjustment to get there. Do we have sales with match pairs to show every one of those and why they should be exactly what they are? No, we don't. We're doing mass appraisal and we're using a general model to get there. In the end, will I be able to support the value of every single one of those or every one of those rates? No, I can't. I won't be able to give you a cost necessarily of it. I won't be able to give you two sales that are absolutely identical, except the difference of the number of bathrooms or the difference of one of them has a bidet and one of them doesn't have a bidet. Because that just doesn't exist in reality. Because there are so many differences in every sale that you'll find some bigger, the more general differences are well supported and those minute ones are not. However, there are differences in value when you have those items, when you start adding certain things to a property. And you have certain things included in a property that doesn't add any value. And we don't add any value for those. There's things that they're no longer valued by the market. So it's a complex model, but we break it down as well as we can to make sure that all the components of a property are included to determine appropriate value. So once we create that model, so we already have the model has existed for decades itself. Every year we look at that and say, is this model appropriate? So do we need to change anything, take anything out of it, add anything to it? So that's the model specification step that IAAO talks about. And so we do that part, and we only make very minor changes, and we may make no change to the specification of the model. What normally happens, and happens every year, is that we change the calibration of the model. And in some jurisdictions, when they have somebody who can do this, either staff who's able to do a multiple regression, or if they have someone else that they hire to do it, we'll do a multiple regression. And multiple regression, if you know what multiple regression is, it's really an iterative process. It's an iterative calculation done by a computer that says if all of these things were considered with these different variables, how do we get down to what each one would contribute? And that's a standard way to determine these different contributory items. We have not done a multiple regression, but what we have done by adjusting the rates based on where we are. So I believe I agree with some of the things that Mr. Smith said. Yes, we use this iterative process, and yes, we're trying to get 100% of market value. And what is 100% of market value? It's in mass appraisal, it is a median ratio of 100%. So yes, we're trying to get as close to 100% as we can. And if we're 0.009 of a % off, we're thinking that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But in the other part of that sales analysis, or the sales studies that we use, is the COD, as he said. And the CODs, yes, the IAAO says that you should have CODs between 5 and 10, 5 and 15, 5 and 20, depending on how homogeneous your property types are. So if you're in a townhouse neighborhood, you should have 5 to 10%. You really shouldn't have really high CODs. You don't have much variability in your townhouses. As you get into the rural areas, that should be higher. You have more variance in what you would be expected, more variance in the types of properties. We also have more variance in the buyers and sellers motivations in all of these different properties as you get more complex in the properties themselves. So the question of being too low. So there are two different times that sales studies are done. Sales studies as we're trying to analyze for the reassessment are done after the property sells. So we are looking at properties that my appraisers are able to actually look at the properties after they sell and say, you know, is our description appropriate? Is our grade appropriate? Do we have the right square footage? And, you know, quite often we find that the property that we haven't looked at in years is a little bit different than the description that we have. So we make adjustments to that. So when we do those adjustments, it tends to bring those sales more in line after we make the adjustment to the model with that 100%, with a smaller COD. However, if you do a sales study like the state does, which is taking the assessed value as of January 1st, and then the sale price that happens later in that year, our CODs are higher, obviously, because there's more variance. So it really matters what COD, what sales study timing you're looking at as to how your CODs are going to fall. And kind of the big question, because I think there were maybe 10 slides about sales chasing. So the big question is, are we sales chasing? So sales chasing is, and I described this in my write-up, where I go out and I look at your property, it's sold for $200,000 more than we have on it. And I'm going to make up that $200,000 by changing your description. And I'll get your value up to 100%. And I'll do that on this guy over here and that guy over there. So all of these houses are just getting reassessed individually. So one of the things Mr. Smith said is, it was on one of these slides, that if you're doing a reassessment on a property when it sells, that is wrong. I agree. You don't want to reassess a property when it sells. We reassess every property in the county every year. And we are not reassessing your specific home based on the fact that it's sold for a certain amount. We were looking at that, and we did a study 6 years ago where we created our grade guide. One of the exhibits that Mr. Smith provided was our grade guide. We had a gentleman from the IAAO, a consulting wing of the IAAO, come in. And one of the most important things he said to my staff was, my appraisal staff, was that when you're looking at this property, you don't know, you ignore the sale price. You are looking at the property based on this grade guide, based on the measurements, based on, you know, all of that objective information. Then you set the description, and then we adjust the model to get that value up to 100%. It's not up to the appraiser to go out and look at a house and say, oh yeah, that's worth $1 million. I'm going to change it to $1 million. That's not appraisal. That's just magic. So what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to go out and objectively determine, based on our criteria and description, for the description criteria, not the numbers, what description appropriately describes that house. And then once they do that for the more than 2,000 sales we have each year, then we adjust the model to bring all of the sales up to 100%. Yes, 50% of those sales are above 100%, 50% are below. We're not saying that, you know, market value is not determined on every specific property by its sale price. Market value is determined based on the aggregate of the sales. That's an important differentiation. So when Mr. Smith says that half the properties that sell are being assessed above their sale price or above their market value. Yes, I mean, no, they are not being assessed above the market value. They're being assessed above 100% of the median in our analysis. So that I believe is a very important differentiation. There are components in there. I know we talked about this in our conversation with Mr. Smith. There are components within this model, And as I said, you know, we did not do a specific, how much is a bidet worth this year. We didn't look at the cost this year. We did not look at two sales to figure out if the bidet was worth $1,300. However, one comment he made about it doesn't matter how old the bidet is, that was incorrect. The bidet, the costs that are included in here, whether, no matter which it is, bidet or anything else, will be adjusted by the grade of the property. It's a part of the building, that the house. So it's part of the model for the house. So it'll be adjusted either up or down based on the grade of the property, if it's above average or below average. And it'll also be reduced based on the age of the property. So if it's a brand new bidet, or if it's a 20-year-old bidet, they're not going to be valued the same. If it's in a mansion versus a luxury home versus an A home, it's not going to be assessed the same. So the model takes into account a lot of different components. And we are saying that those components are done effectively, whether we have specific report support for every single item or not. That is effective because the fact that our CODs are relatively low. And the fact that a few of our, and if you look at the percentage wise of these numbers, every time you break down the sales study into different criteria, we do that to make sure that the way we're looking at it, you know, when we set our values and we come up to 100% of values overall, that's great. But then we look at the CODs. Are our CODs really high? Well, we don't really want really high CODs, because that means not just the 50% are above and 50% are below the median. That 50% range is going to get much bigger the bigger the COD is. So a higher COD just means you're further away from the median. So we don't want a higher COD. But what he is saying is that the fact that those numbers in some cases are below 5 COD is an indication that we are sales chasing. So what the IAAO actually says is that, you know, just that it is an indication that we may be sales chasing. But there are things that you can do, reports that you can run to make sure you are not actually sales chasing. So I've already explained to you that we're not sales chasing because we are adjusting the model up after we look at the sales themselves. And the importance of doing that, because if we had adjusted, if my appraisers had gone out and just said, okay, you're worth $1 million because you sold for $1 million, you know, I'll just change your description to get to your sale price. No other property would change. None of these clients of Mr. Smith's would be here because they wouldn't have gone up at all in any of those years that they hadn't sold. That is absolutely not the case. Their values have changed with the market. So the important part of understanding sales chasing is that all properties, whether they've sold or not, are moving with the market. So, I mean, it's a totally different argument. Are they moving appropriately with the market or not? But the sales chasing isn't talking about that part. It's talking about, are we adjusting the model to the market? Are we just adjusting the sales to their sale prices? And we are definitely not adjusting the sales to the sale prices. I provided a report, which is one of the methods that the IAAO suggests or recommends for determining whether you're sales chasing or not. And that report, you know, does not show evidence of sales chasing. Okay, land, let's get down to land. So I want to reiterate, because he said, I swear 35 times, we are not comparing any of these properties under appeal to country club properties. So Keswick Estates is a country club neighborhood. Only properties in that neighborhood are assessed using Keswick Estate sales for their lots. Glenmore, Farmington, Those are all country club estates. We don't use those sales, those land sales, those assessments to determine any rural area property assessments. What we do use is the sales of properties within their neighborhoods, within their market areas. So rural area market areas are the way we break down those rural areas. So we do assign a home site to every property in the rural area. And whether it's got a home built on it or not, that is absolutely the case. So if you had a property, just to talk about, kind of the general idea, if you have a property that's zoned for building a commercial building, you don't wait until that commercial building is built before you value it as a commercial lot. You don't, if you have something that's zoned for apartments, you value that land based on apartments and apartment sales. So apartment land sales. When it comes to properties in the rural area, we base that model of a 2-acre home site and then residual based on the fact that you can build a 2-acre home. I mean, you can subdivide to, if I can say this right, you can subdivide a property to a minimum of 2 acres. So our model creates a value for 2 acres as the minimum because you can build a house on it. And as you get larger than that, we add value for the what we call residual land. And that value is a fraction, is 15%. As the mathematical model goes, 15% of the rate used for the home site. So, and as you get larger, because of size adjustments, that value goes down. But the value of that land is not just farmland when you can build a house on it. In some cases, if there's no house on it, where exactly is that home site, that 2-acre home site? It doesn't matter to us where that home site is. The fact that you can build a house on it somewhere isn't important. We also, now he says that you can't break out this 2-acre home site and sell it separately. Well, we're not saying you can sell it separately. We're saying you can build a home on it. We also make adjustments for property that's in a floodplain, and we'll reduce that area. Well, you can't break that off and sell it separately either, but we're going to make an adjustment and value that section of floodplain at a lower amount, or a area of your property with critical slope that you can't build on, or you can't use very well. This utility is lower, and all of those parts of the property we're going to make adjustments to. So as I explained in my write-up, when you're doing a fee appraisal, a single property appraisal, you can look at properties based on the overall average price or value per acre. But then you are comparing other properties and you're adjusting that value per acre appropriately based on differences. What we're doing it in basically using different units. We're separating that home site, that ability to build that house, and then the remaining land and how much the market shows that land adds to the value. So all of that is a standard way to assess land in the rural area. So just want to say one more time, properties in these rural areas are not being, their land values are not being determined based on country club lots. They're just not. And that is just wrong. So I've said it 3 or 4 times now, and I won't say it anymore. Sales of conservation easement properties. Conservation easement properties are not assessed at market value. They're just not. By law, they are not assessed at market value. We are required to, well, first of all, there are several different requirements for us when it comes to conservation easements. We're not allowed to value the loss of value that's held by the easement holder. Or the value itself that's held by the easement holder. Basically, when you sell the rights to develop the property, the development rights to a property, and the easement holder buys those from you, that part of the value is not assessed. It cannot be assessed by us. And we won't assess it because the further requirement is that we assess any property under conservation easement by the land use rates. If at the time that easement was put on the property would have qualified for land use. So in all of the cases of the properties under appeal that are in conservation easement, we assess all of their qualified land as at land use rates. And so you cannot compare an assessment created using non-market rates to a market sale, because that we automatically invalidate that, because the ratio created by an assessment with $400 an acre on the land that's put on it by the Code of Virginia does not compare to what the property was sold for. And the ratios, you know, and I include in my write-up a graph of those, and let me bring that up for a second. So the conservation easements typically sell for, let me make sure I have the right one here. Average ratio was 37.5%. The median ratio was 31.8%. So we are assessing overall conservation easement sales that took place between 2020 and 2022. There were 75 of them at about a third of normal market value, because of those restrictions that are placed on us by the law, but also the restrictions that are placed on the properties by the easement. Now, well, actually, let me change that. I said that incorrectly. We assess it at 37% or 31% based on the law. They are actually selling at a third of what we're assessing it at a third of what they actually sold for. So what is their actual market value? Now, these are sales that were already under conservation easement, and they sold at 3 times our assessment. So I just want to make that clear. We're assessing it at a third. We're not doing it wrong because we're being ordered to by the law, but they are selling for much more than that. And that's whether they're improved or not. And we did find that those that are improved sell for about 50% on average, or 43% median. Well, they're assessed at 50 or 43% of their sale prices based on the fact that they're improved. But the problem and my point that I wanted to make is that you cannot use those sales to determine the value of properties, because they are not based on market information, and we're required not to use that information for those conservation easements. And oh, okay. I think I have 1 or 2 more things. On page 30 of Mr. Smith's presentation, he had 2 properties. And no, I'm sorry, he has 1 property. It's 480 Sismont Manor Farm, in which the 2-acre home site is assessed at $86,250 per acre, and the 1 acre is at $129,400 per acre. So if you look at it like that, it really sounds wrong. But what we're actually doing is we're assessing a 2-acre home site at $170,000 2,500, and we're assessing a 1 acre home site at 129,400, which is a 25% reduction for a 2 acre home, for a 1 acre home site compared to a 2. And in the market, we've found that 1 acre home sites, they don't sell for half the sale price of a 2 acre home site. They sell for 75% on average, because of the diminishing return of, your size adjustment. And so if you look at this on a per acre basis, it can be misleading. But what we're actually doing is saying that 2 acres is 175 or 6, and the second one is 129 or so. On this page 31, he includes a couple of properties here, and these are properties not under conservation easement. These are properties, or at least I looked at one of them just to refresh myself. So the second one is the one I looked at. 5460 Stony Point Pass is a property that is under the land use program. So the land use program, there are several different things. Qualification is all that matters to determine land use assessment. Only the land that is qualified is assessed under land use rates. So you don't qualify a parcel and the entire parcel suddenly becomes subject to land use rates. It's only those with an active use. So in this case, it's forestry. And there's 15 acres that is not forestry, it's not qualified. So we assess that 15 acres, both at market and the land use side, at the exact same, which is 15 acres at a total of 409,500, which is what he lists on his page. But we're not doing that at land use rates. We're doing that as market rates. And the only way to pull that over, our assessment side is what we're assessing and taxes are based on. Market value side is what we're saying the market value is. Anything that's on the market value side that's not affected by land use just gets pulled over. So the home itself, the value improvements, the home site gets pulled over, the non-qualified gets pulled over, and then the qualified land gets reduced to those land use rates. So that's the difference there. That does not apply to conservation easements. It's properties under the land use program. And then talking about, you can't use a 2 acre rule of thumb for a home site. And that is true. It's ironic that my predecessor actually came from Loudoun County. He was well aware of this ruling because of the lawsuit there. But so we don't determine our 2 acres qualified on the qualified side. Now, this is different than we use the 2 acre minimum on the market side because that's the smallest home site you could subdivide. On the qualified side, we use whatever size we can basically measure on the map that you're using. And that's not just the footprint of the house, it's the yard, it's the pool, it's the extensive landscaping in some cases, the detached garage, the driveway. So, it really matters. It can vary greatly on properties. Now, those properties, when we measure it, we'll round up or down. We're not going to assess a property at 2.76 acres. Because you can measure it on the map several different times and come up with slightly different numbers. We're going to round that to the closest quarter or half an acre, and not just round up, because I believe Mr. Smith said you can't round up. Well, we round, and I admit that, but we're not necessarily rounding up. We're rounding down or up depending on rounding rules. So I think that is everything in response to what he's presented earlier. And with that, with the write-up that I presented, I don't have anything further to add unless you have questions.
Any questions on board this time?
I have 2 questions, of course. The qualified land, is based on the application by the property owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
So they're applying for land use based on, and they're specifying the acreage within that land use.
They are specifying it. They're not always completely aware of exactly the acreage because it's hard to measure unless you're actually looking at an aerial photograph and you can, like in the case of this one I was just looking at, it's all forestry. So you can easily go around and measure the acreage of the forestry. The property owner doesn't always have that information. So and again, these are things that we have that are qualified over a long period of time typically. And we revalidate every 2 years. So the property owner will be giving us revalidation forms. We're in that process right now. And they'll say, this is how many acres I have. And we'll look at, the information we have and do a check and make sure that's what we still see. Because again, that can also change. They can cut down trees, they can plant more trees. So those things change over time. But to answer your question, it is effectively what it is what's actually there being done.
So they're not coming up to the footprint of the house. For their,
No.
so they're not just excluding the footprint of their house for their land use applications.
Correct.
I guess, and my other question is, when you're analyzing these easement sales, are you looking at the rights retained? For example, if a property owner retains rights to build 5 houses or to divide the property into 3 lots, are you going to that depth of analysis on these easement sales?
No, we're not. And another restriction is based on the law of how we assess it is we can only assess the home site if the home site is the home's actually there in that case, in the conservation easement case. If that home right is actually being used, which is not the same as a regular property without those restrictions. Because the rules of assessment are very specific for conservation easement.
Any other questions for the assessor? Turn it back to the applicant, just if you can rebut just this issue probably pretty quickly. I think we've got the point, but and then if you want to move on down to the
Yeah.
initial property.
So I think the key takeaway for me from Mr. Lynch's presentation is to describe how these values are derived. And what he said is they value the home sites as if they're at 2 acres because that's the minimum number of acres that can be, college property could be subdivided. And his words were then for parcels that are over and above the 2 acres, the other land is valued that he called them residual acres. And that tells us how farms are not being valued as farms, they're being valued as 2-acre home sites with lower values for the residual acre. That's not how you value a farm. This whole analysis tells me now what I didn't understand, didn't make a connection is. I'm looking at it as this is not how you value a farm. You don't understand that. They're valuing 2-acre home sites, sometimes with an extra home site thrown in a secondary home site, but with the residual acre. These are not potential subdivisions, they're farms. You don't subdivide your farm to put numbers of houses on it. You just, if you want to build a family compound, you just get the permitting that you need. You don't have to subdivide anything. You just build 5 houses on your farm. Land use program, you've got the rights to it or conservation. You just build the number of buildings that you can build. Not subdivision. That's what the county just said that it's valuing these as a 2-acre residential lot because that's what you can subdivide to. I never said, even though I said the words country club 35 times, we never said that they're valuing them by comparing them to country clubs. What I'm saying is the home sites that are being alleged are getting values as if they are in a country club. Our clients asked Mr. Lynch early on for comparable sales. The sales support for that particular property, the Broomfield one, the state's the first one to get to. Broomfield Incorporated and the these are the sales that we provided as comparable sales. On the list are addresses on Palmer Drive, Edward Plains, North Drive, 4 or 5 or 6 things. Those are specifically kept with all flood and state. They are parcels that have acreage ranging from 2.07 acres through 4.19 acres is the largest one. Okay, if those are not being used to value our client properties, why would they specifically provide to our client as comps for his particular property?
Where are you in the tabs here?
That's not on a tab. I'm just going back and look at my analysis of the night. That particular property is telling you. They're not saying that they compared them to the value that they're concerned about. They're valued as if they are. The difference. But to Mr. Lynch's point, if we're gonna ask for comparable sales, we get a list of these parcels that are in different parcels. That just doesn't hold water.
Was the assessor's office providing those comps in reference to the improvements? Or in reference to the total value, or were they providing them specifically with respect to the lots?
They're being provided as support for the set. So there are other ones that are provided. There were some that were rural sales. I think the largest one was 46.24 acres. Looks like there's a list of like about 16 or 18 sales in total. But my point is, if they're not being used as comps for our property, then why provide them to the taxpayer to tell them that here are the comparable sales in your market area?
I think because they weren't being used as comps for the home sites, which I think was your point. They were being used as comps for the overall value. You got to check the methodology.
Well, this is a 600-acre farm, so why are we giving comps that are 2-acre home sites?
Because it wasn't being used it wasn't meant to support that component of the assessment is what I understood the assessor to say.
Well, I don't understand how you could use a 2-acre lot in a country club as a comp for a 600-acre farm. If it's, and my point is, if it's not being used as a comp for the home site, then why is it? Because you've got a 600-acre farm and this is a 2-acre lot. Why send it?
Well, sensibly because there was some other aspect of the property that was comparable to the unit.
Home site. And
I think he's limiting it to improve. Why don't we, it's the assessor, are you aware of this?
Well, Mr. Mayo, is basically saying what I would say. These are, yeah, I have it right here. It's in our write-up for Broomfield. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to provide improvements that are properties that are comparable because they have comparable improvements of a certain grade typically. To show what properties have sold with those grades. But yeah, it's difficult because, like I said, easement properties are not comparable because of the way they're assessed.
I don't see the Palmer and I don't see the Gazebo Estates one in the packet.
no, they're not. That's one of the things I noticed too, is that they're not on this list, but that's what the sheet is provided.
Well. All right, please go ahead.
The point is, the, I think the particular here is, we have an understanding of how farmsteads are valued. They're valued as a 2-acre site. That's how you value 2 acres up to 4, 5, or 6 acres. It's not how you value farm. And the overarching thing here is you have to replicate the idea to replicate what is the market. That's what assessors are supposed to do. That's what what the buyers and sellers do. Buyers and sellers don't price farms. They don't price farms to alleged home sites on the market. It's not how the market does it. So to use a valuation methodology that is not market-based is not appropriate.
When you say the market doesn't value the homes that way, are you talking about like the market of appraisers and their methodology, or are you saying that the value it produces is not equivalent to what they're actually sold for?
Buyers and sellers of farms and ask them how they value these types of properties, how they arrive at their valuations, and they'll tell you that I have a 600-acre farm with these improvements on it. I'll tell you, I have a 2-acre home site with these improvements on it and 598 residual acres.
Is that what the assessor's office is like charged to do though, to recreate the methodology of the owners of the farms?
That's what any appraiser is required to do, is to replicate, you're replicating buyer and seller behavior, because the target again is fair market value. And what is that? It's the price that a seller who's not under any duress or compulsion to sell is willing to accept, and buyer is willing to transact this particular property, arm's length transaction. And so whatever you do as an assessor or appraiser, you're looking at it the way the market looks at it. How does the market behave? That's why if you say on some properties, you know, for example, cost approach is not appropriate because of the type of property it is, and market do not do that. So it's like affordable housing is a good example of this. And now state law requires affordable housing to be assessed using an income approach. Why is that important? That's what the market does.
So I understood your argument to be different, which was that there's a set of universal standards and best practices to which the assessor's office must comply, not the individual methodologies of farmers and owners of farmsteads.
The appraisal standards that I'm telling you though, that's what that replicates is market behavior. So you look at market behavior and that's how you set what your standards are, because somebody needs to write down and say, this is how you do it to actually replicate market behavior. What we're telling you here is, you can call it what you want to call it. I'm not to use the word hybrid anymore, because and now he's saying that it's sale based, but he's already told us that it's not all sale based because you can't get that information. So
Hold on, that was the issue of the adjustments for the bidet, right? I thought we were talking about the home sites, the methodology for the home sites.
For the whole thing. So, that's home sites in particular. How does the market behave? If you were to go out and try to buy a farm today and you're talking or you want to sell a farm, you don't say, I've got this two acre residential site with 98 residual acres. Say, I've got a 100-acre farm and your farm's price as a 100-acre farm. And then you determine what the value of those improvements add to the farm, including improvements to make it a home site under the building. That's how the market does it. The market doesn't say, I've got this 2-acre home site on this farm that's valued same values basically as you'd see over in the and I've got these lesser values for the other 98 acres. It's upside down.
So when a farm is sold though, how the farm is taxed is part of the public information available for that farm, right? So in effect, you are buying the farm based on the understanding that it's going to be taxed in that way.
I don't agree with that. You can go look at how the farm is going to be taxed to decide whether they want to buy a farm. Buy a farm based on what you think it's worth, and then you turn around and as an after effect, you're dealing with an assessment that may or might not be accurate. If that was what our clients had done, we wouldn't be here today. We're here today because this is not how our clients view the market. This is not how they behaved in their transactions to buy or sell their properties. It's based on our analysis that this is inappropriate appraisal practice. It's significantly indefensibly inflated our assessments, and that's why we're asking. We just want to be taxed at 100% fair market value, and we want to be taxed in uniformity in terms of uniform methodology, application of the methodology, and otherwise shouldering a portion of the tax burden as everybody else, and that's why we're here.
Just one more question. So could you respond specifically to Mr. Lynch's claim that there are sort of statutory restrictions on their methodology that they're honoring? I'm not sure I understood what the response was.
The statutory requirement is that you have to arrive at your assessments in accordance with generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards.
Not that one specifically, the one where he said we are constricted in the way that we value conservation easements specifically according to acts of the General Assembly. I think the thrust of it was that they couldn't use comparable sales in arriving at the value.
Well, I disagree with that, because if you're going to value a comparable, if you're going to value a farm that's under a conservation easement, you would look to prices of similar as possible property. So you're looking for comparable sale. The conservation easement and water security and that's. So it is a unique class of property in that way, but you can't use sales of properties that are not encumbered by conservation easements as good comps for a property that is in a conservation easement. You need to find something that is as similar especially in terms of, property rights and the rights of the proposed fee owner owes, no longer fee owner actually, but you need to find properties that are similar as possible in every.
I understand that that's what you're asking us to do, but I guess what is the specific statutory authority that allows him to do that? Because I think what he's saying is the statute specifically disallows him from doing that. I didn't catch the citation, but you happen to have it, Peter?
It's 10.1-1011. It's called, it's titled taxation or conservation easement. It's under the conservation easement section.
You have another question? Okay.
Yeah, it's 10.1-1011B. It says, this is the applicable part, the relevant part. To ensure that the owner of the fee is not taxed on the value of the interest of the holder of the easement, fair market value of such land. Skipping over some, irrelevant, shall not include any value attributable to the uses or potential uses of the land. That, I think this is an interesting point too. While the land that's on the home sites on conservation easements are subject to that conservation easement as well. But if you look at the values that the county is assigning to the home sites on conservation easement land, no difference. I mean, in some cases higher. Okay, well, that tells you there's a problem right there then, because every acre, including the home site, is subject to the conservation easement.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest that we move to the specific properties at this point. I think it would be really helpful to, I think we understand the arguments. I'm speaking at least for myself, but I think we understand the arguments, the bigger picture. Let's look at the specific ones and why, how those apply to these specific ones. I think that'll.
And as quickly as we can, obviously. Here, to the extent that we're not. Separate. Be careful to consider. Part of our application back, and I've got them in tab. I think it is here separately, but there's a page that looks like this. That's upside down. But those are the pages where we're giving you our analysis based on sales. One of the things through some of them have land value comps and some don't. The ones that have land value comps are see some differences there. Also, just a quick administrative type of a note. We noticed in the assessor's information packets that they replicated or at least included what they said are the comps provided by the owners. But there's not a distinction in some cases between the comps that are for land sale purposes only versus improvements. So I would ask that you, when the argument about cost provided, what we've got here, distinguish what we create. The valuation of the improvements themselves. I also noticed in a couple of cases, comps for one property are used for different assessor's analysis, so it's just you have to kind of watch for the fact. We may get into some of those details. In case we don't, I just want you to be aware of those particular issues. So if you look at tab 1A, this is the path bill 61,000. I think the big detail of how we drive the fire department. So the land area and farm use, the current assessment of the farmstead's farmland and ag use is $495 per acre. Area and ag use is 215.99 acres, and what the county says the fair market value of land and ag use is $107,000. The current assessment of the farmstead's forested land is $424 an acre. Area in forestry is 370 acres, and so what the county says is the fair market value of land and forestry use is $159,000. The county then shows the area of home site use. They say the area of the home site is 11 acres. We don't think that's correct. I want to make sure along the lines of the overall. The county says using aerial photography or satellite imagery now to sort of draw a box around that area to figure out how big it is. The county spent, I don't know how it's going out to each one of these properties. We can walk through and inspect them. If the county has time to do that, it's certainly that time to draw a box around that area. It's action on site use. That's what really put to that use. That sounds like it's a pretty good 2 acre. But anyway, so 11 acres is what the county's estimate is for the total home site area here is. And if you look at this as a farm, and not as an 11 acre home site with all these residual acres, what the county says the value of raw home site land area is $495 an acre. Let's say you go buy a farm, it's just an open farm, you can put you can decide to put your house on the farm if you want to. So it's 1 acre and any different than any other acre, none. So the issue then in terms of value of the particular home site would be what's the depreciated replacement cost of the improvements that our client made to the actual home site that's there. And what we have come up with is our estimated home cost. Improvements to that home site is $77,000. So our analysis then the total fair market value the home site use is the raw value of the land or the value of the raw land plus the replacement cost new less depreciation of the development cost. We estimated that at $82,845. So what we're saying is the total land fair market value for this property is $350,000. As opposed to assigning something like the value per acre is the county says for those 11 acres. So we're coming at it from it's a farm improvements to some extra site use. We're not doing the same residential on the site plus all these residual acres. So when I say upside down, that part of the county's assessment practices is upside down. That's market value. The sale comps we have been in the page for value improvements. We've selected 4 different properties. I provide the parcel IDs and the addresses for them there, but the issue again with looking at comps is you're looking at properties that are as similar as possible to the property that's being appraised. And so we're looking at these comps all have first of them has a quality of L-1 that's luxury -1 or luxury or mansion +1 or luxury quality. Looking at properties that are in similar conditions, similar effective ages, similar effective periods. And then we're looking at sale rates that are recent as that we can find. Look at the sales dollars per effective area. Probably the third column on the right. Seeing values in the range of $248 an acre, up to about 328. The means and the medians are in the $295 to $302 per square foot range. And so that's what we're looking at then is what's the analysis here? How does our house compare with these particular properties? You can see on the bolded figures there towards the left that our fair market value of the card 1 improvements based on effective area. We're using that square footage figure as a common unit of measure for everything. It's $280 a square foot. And so the 2 that are most like our property, we take care of the houses on Big Community Banks in Farmington. They're $248, $281 per square foot respectively. I think based on just an analysis of quality, condition, etc., effective area, that we're at the high end of that range, and that's the basis for our conclusion at 200. $2,438,900. I'm sorry, $2,439,000 per annum. Part two improvements, one of the things to point out here is when you have a property that's got a guest house on it, you're not gonna sell the guest house separately, so we don't have a deduction in here for the discount that the market might put on the property, because we're just giving you our conservative estimate about what would this property sell for if it was just a standalone house. What's the value without that deduction? In this particular case, we've got a 724 square foot cottage, or that's the effective area. We're looking at 3 jobs. The addresses are listed for 2 of them. Not having effective areas on those. Can't find anything 720 square foot cottage larger. Expect from that, larger sizes, the dollar per square foot value. Lower per square foot basis, that's called the principle of increasing and decreasing returns, which is an appraisal principle. If you look at the values that are assigned to them over there, and you see that the effective areas, dollars per square foot range from $110 to $208 square foot. We think that the third of those is probably most similar to what our property is in terms of its value. Part two improvements included the value of $120 per square foot as opposed to 10. It's a little bit higher than that, but at a rounded value of $86,900. And so what we're giving at the bottom then in total farmstead fair market value is our total fair market value of land plus the fair market value of the main house in the cottage, and understanding there are some nominal value ancillary improvements in the property. Significant differences in terms of the overall value. Couple of notes about the condition of this property. Renovated, kitchen was renovated 9 years ago. The last remodel was in about 1983. So it's not a recent remodel. That was partial, not full. And some, during the assessor review, there were some corrections made that reduced the assessment of the improvements from 2.7 million to 2.1 million. But again, we're at a total farmstead value of 2.8, and a fair market value of property is what we're looking at, not just the. One of the things that's important to note too is we're giving you comparable sales. The thing that we noticed about the assessors, because it's not really comparable sales, it's they just give you comparables for the most part, including properties that haven't sold in recent memory. There's no information of a date. On this particular property, this is in the assessor's records. They're not number 3 last sold in 2008. So what you're getting from the assessor is not an analysis of comparable sales. It's just an analysis of just under 3. All comparable sales for a reason. Because you're looking for sales, you're not sharing your assessment of this property, your assessment of other properties. That by definition assumes that your assessment of other properties is also accurate. That's kind of approach to an analysis, if you will, but you're not supposed to setting something out or displaying it as if it's a comparable sales analysis when it's really just a comparison with other assessments. It's not a sales comparison. Property.
Let's
And to just make some comments on
go
this.
quickly. Yeah, we'll just do it quickly, I guess. Yeah, go.
I just want to point out, first of all, that in the analysis that Mr. Smith has done, he's using $195 per acre. Raw home site land area. I think that's based on the land use value, which is not a market value. It's a land use value. That's set by SLIAC. It has nothing to do with market value. So the premise of that whole analysis is incorrect. And then we do provide additional comparable properties. And we use some that aren't sales or aren't recent sales. Because we're including some here, I believe, that are conservation easement, yes. That one that he was just talking about, comparable number 3. We're just trying to show some sales of properties that were conservation easements, just to provide some other information. And we do measure the home sites on these through the same method that we measured the forestry and the agricultural uses. And you can't, if you don't mind if I turn off one of the lights here, you might be able to see this aerial photograph better, but this is an extensive property with a lot of this is the 8,700 square foot home. So this is not, somebody's not gonna buy this because it's just a farm. They're gonna buy 8,700 square foot home. There's another home over here. It's hard to see this picture. I think right here. There's extensive gardens. There's a beautiful entryway that's all landscaped or mown grass. There's a lawn here with outbuildings all around it. There's a pool over here. None of this is conservation easement. All of this is in use as an estate. This is not something that's reduced by conservation easement. So I would disagree with the fact that conservation easement restricts the value of a home site because it only restricts what you can do with it, where you can tear down your 8,700,000 square foot house and you can't build a 10,000 square foot house. But it doesn't restrict the value of that existing property or the property it sits on. So that's all I have on this specific.
This is a conservation easement property. Is there any of it not part of the conservation or the whole property
The
is?
whole property is
Okay,
under
okay,
conservation
okay.
easement,
But the
but-
home site is, you still value the home site is a home site, this conservation easement doesn't limit.
Exactly. My argument is that the conservation easement, these things are already there. When the conservation easement was put in place, they weren't restricted by that conservation easement. The easement is restricting doing anything on the rest of the property. You can't build any more houses. Well, I don't know the specifics on this one, if you could build any more houses or not, but you know, generally you wouldn't be able to build any more houses in any of the other 600 acres or so.
Any questions at this point?
And I can turn that light back on if you need.
I didn't see which.
I think we're okay.
The door.
Mr. Smith needs, oh, yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah, it might be for reading. Mr. Smith, just comment real quick, because his sister didn't note it, but I am aware of, I know one of your comps, I use it for, you use the same comps for pretty much all of these, right?
No, it depends. I mean.
Okay, well, the 375 Farmington, I saw that multiple times. I think well, I don't know if it says, they have like a 40% off, I think it's a physical obsolescence. That home, when it was sold, it was pretty much a shell. So just so you're aware of that, it's the 375 Farmington, because you have the price at the $300 a square foot, but it was sold as a shell.
Well, what I'm looking at too, and looking at the column on the far left is what the county's assessment of it is too.
All right, yeah, and I don't know if they,
All right,
I don't know if they reflected that, but I know that sale, and I know that property was a shell at the time. It was pretty much a shell. What they did is they tore out the kitchen, they tore out the bedrooms, all the flooring, everything else. And in mid-construction, they sold it.
Well, here's what the county says. Quality is M1, that's mansion plus. They show built 1931, remodeled in 1994, and they said it's in fair condition. So they have it as a mansion plus quality, 2-story, 12,000 square foot plus home with a slate roof, frame, etc. So we're just basing our analysis on what the county says in its GIS system is
Right.
the basis for its assessment of that property.
Yeah, so they have a fair, and they're showing a 40%. They did a 40% deduction for functional obsolescence.
Right.
So those are both going to be reflecting the fact that it was almost a shell.
Yeah.
Like that's
The interesting thing is when you look at the other properties that we selected in here in terms of using the county's quality codes, the condition codes, like this first one, Meacham Banks, at $248 a foot. It's a luxury -1 quality, average condition, two-story contemporary property, 6,690 square feet. They've got it at sell price at $248, $50 on Farmington, $33 a foot lower than the one on Farmington. So again, what we're trying to do here is look at the properties that are as similar as possible to our particular client property. And I think this is kind of helpful with what they kind of did. They have ours assigned as a luxury quality, average condition. One of their comps that they provided is an L-1, which is pretty close in quality. Our client's house built, renovations lasted like 1993. This one was renovated, the comp one renovated in 2018 in excellent condition. Here's the next one, their comp number 2, built in 2018, M+1 quality, average condition, and it's twice the size of our property. You look at the next page, M-1, this is comp number 4, M-1, quality, excellent condition, renovated in 2021. Here's a property that's comp number 3, 2001, comp number 5, renovated in 2007, comp number 6, built in 2009. In terms of the quality and the condition of these properties, again, these are assessments, which are not all comparable sales, and most of them are not comparable sales. Comp number 3 sold in 2008, that's 15 years old. So that doesn't tell you anything about what that property would sell for now. It just tells you what the assessment is, but it's a nicer quality home in better condition and quite a bit larger. It's not so. But the point that I'm making is, when we're looking at actually doing a sales comparison approach, you're kind of limited by what sales do you have. Find those that are as similar to your property as you possibly can, and then you make adjustments from there. And that's what we're doing, is looking to see what's as similar as possible to this particular improvement that we find, and then how does our property compare to that? That's adjustments to be made in terms of quality and size, etc. To sort of figure out where we fit in that mix. If you were to buy a house and you sort of get a mortgage on that house and you hire an appraiser, that's effectively what an appraiser is. Where do you fit in the market? That's what we're trying to do.
Understand. Yeah, I'm trying to find discrepancy and just looking both your comps, their comps and everything else. But I'm just trying to see, because these two are kind of the outliers in that sense, or look much lower. Because also Meacham Banks, I'm looking at the assessor's comps, they have a living area as 3991 square feet, whereas you have it as 6690. I'm assuming that just differences that you're including the finished basement.
Meacham Banks.
So they have it as 3991 is there, and when they do it, they usually use only above ground, and then they put the finished basement separate. There's 3024 Meacham Banks.
The GIS on this particular property, primary building details. Finished square foot, and this does not include basement area, 6,606 to the assessor's figures.
Yeah, we're showing my print.
6,690 square feet.
Okay, then what
We might have a typo in our thing.
in the owner in this chart, it looks like this. Yeah, they're saying just there, it shows no basement at all. I just, again, like I'm trying to, that's what it appears like. they wrote the wrong number here. So 6690.
Are you aware of the sales history on this property? Yes.
It's just that having factors of the place, sale took place November 2017. Think about partial interest means because it's the conservation easement sale, but it said it was at $3,203,000.
The, I did want to point out, you've been, discussing the fact that the home site should have no additional value. Of course, you're basing the fair market value on, I think it's a state mandated, land use valuation, not market value. But, this property sold for $24 million back in 2005. It was subsequently stripped of division rights. So your argument that the home site should have no additional value, I think that the sale and resale of that property before and after its conservation easement belies that argument.
You said the sale in 2005.
Yes,
Well, in the appraisal will sale 20 years ago. Period.
no, I'm not saying that.
Past that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that when you see a property that sold for $24 million and then was, whenever it happened, and then was stripped of division rights and sold again for $9 million, then that does indicate that there is value to the ability to place a house on the site.
Well, and I'm not saying that there's not value to the ability to place a house on the site. What we're looking at here, I don't know if you can see it. On the county's GIS, it learns the market value. So if you do the math, what we're saying is pick the category of agricultural land, do the math, you're ending up in that $495 per foot per acre range. That's what the county, and that's not the use value. That's what the county says the market value is. I'm not arguing with them.
But
So-
didn't he said that when the property is under conservation easement, that value is not representative of market value, it's dictated by,
That is its market. By statute, that's what it is, because the whole idea, if you've heard the analogy for the bundle of sticks, if you are the fee simple owner of the property, you own all the rights to possess and do with it whatever you want to do, and every right is yours. When you grant a conservation easement, you have given away part of that bundle of sticks. You don't hold it anymore. And so the issue with the land and the conservation easement is where it would have had more value because I held all the sticks, it now has less value because I've given some of those sticks away.
I understand.
So that's in terms of a conservation easement, then it's like, you're looking at sales of comparable or other lands that are under a conservation easement. But what we're thinking here is we're not valuing the property as if it's a 2 acre, or in this case, an 11 acre home site with 589 residual acres. What we're saying is it's a 600 acre farm. Some of the acres include septic system, those sorts of things. That's value that should be recognized because it's there. But what we're not saying, or what we're saying is you can't look at an 11 acre home site as if it's not on a conservation easement, not on a farm. I mean, the 11 acre home site here is valued as if it's a separate 11 acre parcel, period.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what you're also saying is that the assessor, that the assessment of 400, whatever it is, $495 an acre, that the assessor has decided that that is the fair market value of that, 597 acres or whatever it is. And I believe that he told you that that is not correct, but that those numbers are dictated by the state. They're not reflective of market value.
Well, it may be called state dictated. That's, I mean, you can't do something that is separate from what law tells you can do.
Is that, I'm sorry,
Well, I think the state dictated the assessment. not the market determines the market value. State determine the assessment.
Well, this again, what we're saying here is, county is fair market value of acres is something else. Why did it put it on? That's what the county said that these acres are.
Because state, well,
Yes.
the state mandate,
Okay.
right?
But you can't assess something that's not in accordance with Virginia law.
Are you suggesting the Virginia law says that the $495 an acre should also apply to the home sites?
That's right.
Okay, that's your
Because-
argument.
Because, well, yes, because it's a farm. You have the highest and best use that is a rubric that you have to constrain yourself to, is that this is a farm. 11 acres of this particular farm are used as a home site. So how do I arrive at the value of that? I've got 11 acres of farmland that I have improved. And now I need to understand what is the fair market value of that farmland. You don't value it as if it's a separate 11 parcel over in some other subdivision, because it's not.
We'll make a determination, but I'm just saying, under Virginia law, your argument is that Virginia law requires us to value the home site also as the $495 an acre.
In this particular case, that's what we're saying. The farm is the farm, and then you look at the value of the improvements to the home site acres. That's how you should be doing it.
Are there any that you don't want us to value that way? Because I thought that was an argument that you made throughout the whole, not just this
So
specific
I
person.
mean, to say that in terms of the numbers, that's what I'm saying, the numbers.
With the methodology, you're asking us to apply that methodology to each of the farms.
Okay. All right, so I think we understand you're adding the appreciate replacement costs of certain improvements as part of your land value. So we'll just take that for what, I think it's again, it's the same argument. It's gonna be for all of these.
Which is wrong, we went through. one.
Okay, exactly.
And then I did have one other question. So the numerous other buildings that are on this property, other than the house, the main house and the cottage, you are saying they have no value.
I'm not saying they have value, I'm saying they have nominal value. So, this is not the best example of this. There's another one that's coming up, things in the park, which has a large unit center and all. But all the improvements there are valued at like 13 million point something dollars. If you strip away everything else, the event center, horse farm, whatever else, the values that's assigned to all of them is like 1.9. So $11 million of that value is assigned to the main house. So generally what you see if you get an appraisal done is you look for a common unit of measure. And so a lot of times you'll see it done on a per square foot basis, because that makes sense, or a per acre basis, because then I know what is that common unit of measure for all of these. And so what we've selected as our common unit of measure to make it easy to understand and follow is a per square foot value of effective area for the main house. And then we're looking at comparables. What we're trying to do is find those that are as similar as possible as we can. Some of them will have other things, some of them do not. But in any case, we started looking at how does the county value all these other buildings. They can't tell us how to drive the assessment to the value stuff to it, but it's not in their residential guide. It may be a cost approach. We've seen some really amazing wild swings in depreciation rates where you've got something like, for example, built in the 1790s, it's got 0% depreciation rate on it. But I mean, the bottom line of all that is those values across the board are what we consider assigned to the main house. And so it makes sense then in terms of trying to speak to follow it to use that as a standard. So we can have that just
All right, so let's, anything else on this one? Should we go on to the second? Okay, so the next one's 5570 Turkey Sag Road, which I believe this is the one that's part of, there's two. So if you want to talk about 81 and 82 together.
This is under that. Spreadsheet, the format that I showed you. Same type of argument. Steps in analysis are the same. Our sale comps for the value and the improvements. Sales and listings, because that's a standard appraisal practice, is that appraisers should look to see what's going on right now. So listings is part of that. if you have access to races like services or whatever. Properties. So we've got 3 sales, 2 listings. If you look over to the third column from the right for dollars per square foot effective area, we have a high of 267, a low of 161. You know, appraising is not looking for averages, as Mr. Lynch has told you earlier, but they are interesting data points and they do look at for analysis. And so the mean and medians here are 205 and 215. And so we're kind of looking at, okay, look at those comps, which ones are most like our property? And where do we fall or should we fall in the range when you consider all of the things that are real differentiators like quality of construction, condition, that sort of thing. So if we zeroed in on the properties that range in that 160 to 250 per foot range, I think that we're at the high end of that range. Fair market. Consider comparable sales is $220 a square foot. And I use that to part of the long structure. You found one property it's on Broadway Trail. It's $1 per square foot. Three things. $6 for the $290,000 rounded. So what we're saying is the total, however you decide to stir it, the total farmstead fair market value at the bottom. $219,500 of that, the fair market value of the improvements should be. So that's 5570 through exactly. You'd have to switch to tab C to see the other partial that's part of this property. One that I think is the same methodology for land value correction. Not just that one we had as properties on Albemarle Drive. Perfect effective area. If we look at just, we're looking at an imputed land value again here for this 5,600 turkey sack sale. $50 sales. We look at that as an indicator of the value of the improvements. Again, to right, we're assuming that these are imputed land value based on the sale price minus the assessed value of the improvements. Sales, that's something that one would have been we think that that was egregiously assessed as we discussed before. So where does that put us in terms of a mean and a median, even if we include that provided at and what we're looking for based on those properties, we look at particular property on here. Probably should be in the range of about 300. Got a improvement value of $4,916,000 rounded into value of $5 million. Again, similar as possible as we can find our property.
Anything further on these two? Anything on
Yes, I just want to say, so first of all, I thank Mr. Smith for lining up all the inspections for us, so we were able to get in all these properties. What I don't see in any of this analysis is any information that says our description is that we've changed, because we made changes on the properties. But he's not saying that our description is incorrect, as far as I can tell, based on the information here. And what we have found in the past it's very difficult just to compare a per square foot price or value of different properties, because you're not adjusting any of those properties. Even when you do a single property appraisal, you're coming up with that common price per square foot or per acre or whatever it is you're doing. And then you make adjustments to that based on differences between those comparables and the subject. And that I don't see happening here. You know, if the property is inferior or superior.
Yeah, explain, just real quick. I'm not an appraiser, I'm not allowed to do appraisals, and so I'm not doing appraisals. We're doing analysis of all. If I sat here and told. Violation of the law. These are not appraisals, it's not intended to be a comparison approach that shows all those adjustments, it is our valuation analysis.
So I would just say that based on that, I would say these are questions.
Any further questions on those ones? Okay, let's move.
And just again. Sales comparison approach, Mr. Lynch is an appraiser and he's not done a sales comparison approach, he's provided you other numbers. It's not a. Approach, it's a sales comparison approach for a reason.
The next one is the Sismont Manor.
Now, this one, there are also two parcels in terms of their appeal numbers for. Back and then there's towards the back. We can talk about both at the same time. Sure. So this first one is. Parcel at 480 Sismont Manor Farm. Got a long. This is a lot more. Land value, improvement value, so this whole first page. This is again, this is a property. Otherwise, after we've arrived at what we think the value of the farmland is, the bottom half of the page. Methodology and right now. A little different, really pointing in, it just what's the number going in the top of the funnel. Same to arrive at the base of the bottom. So what I've provided you at the bottom, this particular spreadsheet, you'll see a total land fair market value. I did include what total land use value should be. Value should be with the correct site valuation. So. The second page is our sale column value improvements. The top half of the page is for parcel 8-192, which I believe is that's at 400 Sismont Manor. So for this particular property, it's the parcel 64-90 section at the bottom. Seen some of these comps before, probably see some of these again, but with respect to this particular improvements on this property, we felt that the sales and Bravo Trail Wildlife Haven Lane, so just as a parcel listing at 231 Rolling Road are the most comparable in terms of all given structure, position structure, acreage structure, size of structure, etc. Over third column, right, we have the listing is at $85 a square foot. It means leaving property. Major differentiating characteristics of this particular property, the valuation of $205,000. Giving you total farmstead fair market value. separated out the values by the individual parcels. You can see those values there. The land use values, but all we're really concerned about here is what is the fair market value of. So the top half of the page, then that's the 46 Mile Manor Farm parcel. Group ups, we felt that the most comparable structure on that property were banks, Longhorn, and Harris Farm. Here's the farm. I'm going to note here. Higher quality, remodel, average purchase. Sale prices above the high end of the range for the subject, which is lesser quality in its current condition. So we felt like it was a good data for analysis here. So we have those three comparable sales plus the listing of Cambridge Hill Lane. Not enough here to really give you a good mean or a median here because of the limited analysis so much, but we felt like that the two sales, or the sale on Beardsley Farm and the listing at $250 square foot range were most comparable to this particular property. We think based on the condition, etc., it's good quality property or condition. Now, in this particular one, which we talked about, the report values, improvement on property, this particular parcel, there are primary structures for property record part 2 and 3, but they are both in poor or worse condition, not suitable for habitation. So this is sort of exceptional. I told you, scenic contributory value. Probably would be fair to say the cost to demolish them impairs the station value. So they don't actually add value to detract from the value. So just want those are our value conclusions then for 6 month parcels.
And the structures that are of poor quality are on both parcels, or just the 400?
Say that one more time.
The poor quality structures, were they on both parcels, located on both parcels, or just the second?
The
part?
second.
Anything else on that one? This is on matter at this time. On the
I
assessor,
don't have anything.
nothing else. Okay. All right, next one's 5280 Stony Point Pass.
Your tab. Section up top, same methodology, same type of analysis, it's just the top. Really what our land fair market value. Fair market value per acre plus the depreciation cost. Scale comps for valuing the improvements, there's card 1 and card 2, we separated those out. Card 1, it's 4,100 square foot effective area in the house. For this property, we found 5 comparable sales and 2 comparable listings. It's comparable to define in terms of quality of the structure. Again, we're using the county's quality. Properties that sales that were exposed. Basement, living area, finished living area, basically effective area. So on the third palette on the right, you can see our dollar per square foot effective area. We had a pretty wide range here. We had one that was $60 a foot, all the way up to $267 a foot. included the $60 per square foot figure into our analysis just to give us the data point for discussion at $190 to $207 a square foot. We think we should fall at the upper end, in fact, above the upper end of the range based on these comps. So where we're seeing, actual sales of these particular properties that are below ours in terms of dollars per square foot, we think a little better quality, better condition, et cetera. It's $35 per square. $70,000. The card two improvement on this property is 707 square foot cottage. Did numbers of sales to that because the value of the signal. So I guess on a property like this, that we did find we got the data points for discussion. All of it was larger than this particular property in terms of their quality and condition, etc. We had a range of effective area, dollars per square foot effective area. Are not really very common. Assessment purposes, if we looked at the assessments, we see where they're at on this is the far right column. The assessment dollars per square foot effective area, and you're in it much higher. So $86 to $159 a square foot, based on where they're assessed at. We felt like we should fall, all that considered, in line with what that one particular comp is at $110 a foot. And for this particular cottage, that its value at $82,500. So again, we're giving you the breakdown here since you're required by law to determine to set values based on land versus improvements. And so we're giving you values for those improvements versus.
Anything else further on this one from the assessor?
I do not.
Next one is Castalia Farm.
Top of the page, same metals. This is arriving at a corrected fair market value of land, which we have rounded at $408,500. Bottom of this page are our sale comps for valuing these improvements. We've got 4 different sale comps here: Waldemar, Millington, Farmington, and then Turkey Sack Road. These are the most comparable. Construction quality and condition. They're all, exception of that last property, they're all sales from 2022, so they're fair. It get returned dollars per square foot effective period. Pretty wide range from $200 to $500 square foot. Comparing feature, property, quality, condition, etc. Highlight. I think I included the $200 our mean and median. That seems to be the range. At least based on those comments. If you look over at the column far right in terms of the assessment dollars per square foot, you can see that the highest of those values is on. And again, this is the assessment is on the Millington Road assessment of $564 a foot. That's something. Two of them, in fact, 297. Just give you that data point, 400. Down below that section, then we have a uniform on there, the farm. In terms of properties that had the same, etc. And that one's assessed at $450 per square foot. look at all those figures and try to determine what would fall in this mix, we felt that. 560. That. I five. It's $8,800,000 for the improvements, so the total value of the farmstead would be $9,307,500.
Anything further to add?
In this case, because the turkey sack property is on this list, it reminds me that I meant to say this earlier. The property sold for $6,200,000. It was a multi-sale, three parcels. We did do, and I wanted to say this in relation to how, when we do those inspections and change the assessments. So we did change the assessment after it sold because we found, after the sale, we found that there were differences in the description we needed to make. And we reduced the improvement. So we're just talking about the improvement value at this point. We reduced the improvement value $1.2 million from the 2020 assessment, which he's using to say that we egregiously overvalued the property. And we reduced that 1.2 million because we found out more information we didn't know about the property after it sold. So yes, if you're looking at it after, you know, the sale and our assessment that we did before the sale took place, in some cases, we don't have perfect information, and that those might be the reason why we're so far off. In this case, we made a change and the value came down. Of course, since came up with the market, but I just want to point out that we did make a change when we did that inspection from the sale.
You have a functional obsolescence along with 20%, economic obsolescence, 10%.
On that property, correct.
Yes, I think that's probably what.
Yes, exactly. Those were part of the reduction. Yeah.
I think this is an interesting point here is, those are distinctly and exclusively, you talk about economic and functional obsolescence, that's cost approach. That's not a comparable sales approach featured at all. So when we talk about this hybrid approach, it's got all the earmarks to so, but economic and functional obsolescence are not topics for discussion.
So is that a legal statement or an appraiser statement? Because you've already said you're not an appraiser. So functional obsolescence and economic obsolescence it's an adjustment that we're making to the property under the sales comparison. So we are adjusting it because it has these functional issues. That is not, it is that's why I had this whole problem with calling it a hybrid, because there's so much overlap between these two approaches and how you use them. So in this case, we're using them because the market is saying in the sales that, you know, if this property sold, and which it did, it's sold for less because it has these economic and functional problems. So that's a sales comparison adjustment. Yes, it is definitely part of the cost approach also.
Going back to Castelia Farm, does the assessor have anything to add on that one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Castelia Farm.
I don't have anything else to add. I just want to make that statement.
The next one is Keswick Winery. Everyone's okay, right? I'm just gonna say.
Same looking format of the spreadsheet. Mid-value correction section up at the top follows the same analysis that we've been talking about before. Just the differences in the top of the funnel and what we come out with the bottom. Our total land fair market value conclusion based on our analysis is around $260,500. County's value per acre appreciate what's cost. Here. Sale comps for value improvements, that section here, we had 7 sale comps here. We've seen some of these properties mentioned before. I think we do, this page is. But any, it's the same. It's comparable as possible to this particular one. That's based on quality and condition, those types of factors, those are the things that we look at, expected area. So, in other words, if our property is all wood and all the same or similar conditions, etc. So sale prices per square foot of effective area, third column from $281. Property fund. So that's a data point for us just to keep in mind, and we look at where we fall within the rest of the properties. Their size, condition, quality, et cetera. Assessments of these particular properties. So far right, it's not, we felt like we need to fall in the range of expected sale prices. Pretty close in. So we can keep it by $70 per square foot. Rounded, it's $3,020,000. State's comment about the other improvements on the property have no value. We're not saying that. What we're saying is if we have a combination of measure, which is dollars per square foot effective area, we think that this fairly encapsulates the value for the property as a whole. We should have a discussion separately about this. There are some other improvements on this one in particular that are not. In the section above, you can see where we've indicated we've assigned a contributor back in chart to primary improvement. It's age grade. Sometimes that's its current state.
Any questions for, just one question for the solicitor, because the applicant just mentioned it, there's $120,000 for miscellaneous outbuilding. Was built in 2003, do you know what that one is? Looks like it's 5,000 square feet.
5,000 square feet. So who does this one? Is this Dana? The Keswick Winery property, there's the 5,000 square foot.
Maybe like a tasting room or something.
It's 27784.
And we can come back to this. I just I'll highlight it right now. Yeah. Anything the assessor wants to add regarding the Keswick Winery?
I'll be on another one.
Just to point out, since we included the final property record cards behind the spreadsheet we're talking about here.
Right.
The building. Balance in 3, it's 5,000 square feet. It's only sell. There are point about values for these types of properties, when you look at still value, these outbuildings or other improvements compared to the value that's assigned to the house, we're talking about rounding issues here overall. It's not.
Well, yeah, we'll look at that and we'll look at, that's why I was curious what it was. So we're gonna look at each of these. We'll look in more detail to see what's what.
Thought of what I want to say. Good, I got distracted by this, this building, but, this is a beautiful 8,100 square foot home with the second 3,700 square foot home. It's a substantial property. Looking at this, which I believe is the building in question. Typically, when we have a miscellaneous building, it's because it's a special use building. And usually we use the cost that was on the permit to determine what that value was originally. So that is definitely a, if that's the way this one was done, that's typically the way.
Okay, we'll double check. All right, perfect. Okay, so next one, 7760 Rockfish Gap Turnpike.
Also has two parts associated with those. So we can
Please.
It's under tab H, I believe. Got it identified here by parcel.
This is PID 28315. That's the first one, and 28316. 0500, 00, and 0580.
So the first one here on my spreadsheet, I've got is parcel 70-5. This is the short form for 500. So this is 7760 Rockfish Gap Turnpike. What we identified here, incomparable listings. Again, then analysis goes into these properties that have similar as possible to the subject in terms of condition, quality, size, etc. And if you look in the effective dollars per square foot effective period column, we had a range of values from $215 a square foot up to $400. This again, this Portland Drive comp, though, that was a multi-parcel sale, but if you assume the county's land values were see when I said it, got imputed land value per acre. This particular property was probably significantly assessed in terms of its improvements. But the sale price is what the sale price is, and so what we're working off of is that sale price of $5 million, understanding that that's probably not an accurate reflection for setting purposes. It's an outlier on the scale. The two listings that we found, again, it's kind of here. Some of these properties have sold. The ones that we have as listings are now sold. I noticed that in the assessor's analysis that make that indication, but the sale prices, this is interesting, are below the listing prices in all the examples that I've seen. So it tells you a little bit about where the market is and where it's headed. But they're selling below listing as opposed to at or above listing price. So that gives you an indication of where the economic uncertainty of this analysis is. We felt like the properties that we had highlighted in the most comparable property in terms of its condition, quality, etc. And so that in terms of determining what's the mean and the median, to try to, since there's this outlier important excluded important median analysis. So those figures are from 257 to 200. So looking at that, looking at what's happening on the 40 scale and the far left column, we've got indicators at $245, 257, 280, and then on listing $150 a square foot on its assessment and $250 a square foot on its assessment. We felt like we needed to be right in range with what those
median assessments. Are so to a value of 250 per foot rounded. That's 1.2. Again, if that's based on where we should fit, where does this property fit within all of these? Middle of the page, parcel 70-5A. That's the property at 7760 Rockfish Gap Turnpike, I believe. And there are two dwelling structures, a part one dwelling structure and a part two dwelling structure. And we've separated those out from each other. The first of them, we've got 4 different sale comps and 2 listings, and you can see active listing found. It was listed at $1,075,000. Actually sold. That was in August of 2020. So that gives you an idea of where the market's headed for these types of properties, is that they're selling for less than the previous. In the dollars per square foot of effective area column, these are clustered in pretty tight range from 115 to $190. The assessments, bigger properties range from 102 on the lowest to $200 per high end. With the averages and the medians in there, right in the range of $155 a square foot. And all things considered, just looking at where we stack up with these other properties in terms of effective area, condition, quality, etc. Median basis and with the value of $175 a square foot, that's a rounded value of $352,000. And at the bottom of the page, with our 2 dwelling structure, it's found 2 properties that sales about hours, pretty wide range between the 10 and 2 per foot. Data for $157 is the average in dollars per square foot for those 2 sales. If you look at where they're assessed, though, see a higher range. $86 sale price assessment on one and $159. We feel like all things considered, this property is not really that comparable to the other 2. The most comparable one is the one that's $110 a square foot. We think it's better in terms of quality, etc. The value of $200 per foot for that one. Rounded, that's a value of $133,000. Provided total improvements value and then broke that out by parcels, so you can see the values of the 2 for both land and improvements. And also both parcels combined.
Does the assessor have anything else to add on the Rockfish?
I'm just gonna make a statement. Mr. Smith pointed out on this 4966 Turkey Sag Road, which is a listing. It has since closed, as he said, and I'm not trying to present this as a sale or anything. I wanted to refute the point he made. Because it's sold below the listing price, so it listed at $1,725,000 and it sold for $1,625,000, and which is not what we're generally finding this year's market throughout the county, but it did sell below the listing. It sold $200,000 above our assessment. So what we're saying market value is on that property is $1,493,000. It sold for $1,625,000. I don't want anybody to think that properties are selling for less than their current assessments, because they're generally selling still above their assessments. And based on the sales that we've seen so far, next year's values will be increasing because the sales are generally higher than our current assessments. So the fact that it's a general misconception, because the property sold below its asking price, that obviously the values are going down. That is an indication that maybe we're not bidding things up above the asking price as much anymore, but it doesn't mean that the market's going down. So I just want to make that statement, nothing specific about this project.
All right, let's move on to Mooring Farm.
One of the things about with respect to 7760 Rockfish Gap Turnpike, this is kind of interesting. There are some major foundation issues that the county out to inspect the property that seems to have been overlooked, or at least is not being taken into consideration. So we got a situation on 7760 Rockfish Gap Turnpike. Foundation's crumbling. There are significant settlement issues, including several upstairs family agreement, 3 inches of settlement. 1 month. The owners are currently using temporary jacks in the basement and crawl space. None of that is reflected in that assessment. Number 2 on that property. Kind of inspect the change. From 3 full bathrooms, but while that increases the value of the house significantly because the additional value that every additional bathroom adds to the house, the footprint of the house didn't change. So area was taken from living spaces, bedrooms, etc., to be able to put those bathrooms. That's not taken into consideration either. So we've got smaller bedrooms, smaller living spaces, but the fact that we added a couple of bathrooms means the house is now something worth. One of the analysis that I was looking at, or the analogy, sort of illustrates the analyses of the counties. The county says that every additional full bathroom adds $6 fair market value for property. Let's say that house, and I have a 3-bedroom house on the side. I want 10 bathrooms. Do all 10 bathrooms really add the same amount of value to that property? There's nothing built in the county's model to account for what you call the principle of increasing and decreasing returns, that every bathroom you had, everybody in the market's gonna like. If I could have gold plated countertops, that doesn't mean anybody else in the market's gonna be willing to pay what it cost me to install them. Means I like it, but just because it may add that value in my mind doesn't mean that the market's gonna place that same value on it. Those are the types of things that we're seeing. It's like put this in my county saying, you know, it doesn't, it starts to break down because every bathroom does not have the same value. Every bathroom.
But we've seen, they make adjustments for functional obsolescence in that case. That's
Supposed
so,
to be a sales comparison.
well,
But-
we got the argument. I'm just, they do make adjustments. We've seen it when if something is too big for that area, or if there's 10 bathrooms in a 3-bedroom house, they would make adjustments accordingly. For that, it wouldn't just they wouldn't just add 10 times whatever bathroom, then they would make an adjustment downward. It's not, doesn't make sense.
Well, except the model documentation does not say. I mean, I would hope you're right, but there's nothing in the model that indicates that predicts.
That's
Absolutely. I'll agree with that. There's no statement in our model that says a total absurdity that someone would never do would be valued this way, because we would handle that in a one-off. Such as 10 bathrooms.
all right. Well, let's so the Mooring Farm, and it's
I do have one question, just a point of clarification. I just want to make sure I understand on this Rockfish Gap Turnpike. Parcel 5A, second one,
Yes.
that you're listing $485,000 value on the building. I'm looking at this bottom in red, 485,000 in the building. improvements.
There's 2 dwelling structures, on card 1, and that's why I included the property, so you can see that. There's 2 dwelling structures, so these are not the main houses, these are like Guest houses, that sort of thing, so they're smaller and. But uh, we've broken down them for you separately, so just above the totals at the bottom, the part one volume structure. Part two.
Okay, so we have three more left, so I'm gonna try to push through if everyone, Mr. Mayor indicated he has a 1 o'clock, he has to step out. We need to take lunch at some point, but I do want to get to this before, try to get through these before lunch if we can. So if, let's just move on through. So Boring Farm was next.
It's under tab J. With this note, again, conservation easement property, so the first page of this analysis gives you our land sale comps for this particular property. Analysis is the same. This should give what we have coming into. I'm sorry, this is a land use value. But again, that analysis is laid out for you there. But when you're, this is one, I think, is an example of this, that in the county's report, it's power comps that don't differentiate between those that are land sale comps versus improvement comps, and so that's what or at least refer to these pages to distinguish what we use in these comps. Second page is our Excel comps for valuing the improvements. We've got card one and card two. Card one is the main structure. It's a 4,090 square foot home in terms of its effective area. We've been 5 comparable sales and 1 comparable listing. Again, properties that are as similar as possible to the subject property. In square foot, square foot effective area column, we have a pretty reasonable range. We had an outlier down at $140 per square foot. Most of them improved type range between $240 and $267 per square foot. From a uniformity standpoint, they're assessed in a pretty tight range between 251, 257. That we found. Listing is $221, and it's assessed at $150. So just considering all of those things, and just throwing in the additional data points of averages and medians, the averages are pretty close to the effective area assessments. Medians are in pretty tight range too. Fall scale more in line with the average as opposed to the median. Just considering all the things we're talking about. Where do we stack up with the properties in terms of quality, condition, etc. So that one, we concluded to a value of $240 a square foot rounded. That's $952,000 even. The card two improvement is a cottage. It's a 1,224 square foot cottage. We found 2 comparable sales, and 2 that are most comparable that we could find. Seeing these properties mentioned before, Broadway Trail, and the other does not have a trail assigned in the county's GIS system. One of the sold for 204 square foot. 10. See in the far right column what the assessments are currently in these properties. We think that the property that we don't have the address for is most comparable to this cottage in terms of quality, condition, etc. Not up to that same level, and so this one at $100 square foot, $122,000. So we got the little farmstead fair market value and then the taxable value.
assessor have anything to add on Morning Farm?
I do not.
Next one's Tally Ho Farm.
With the same. Well. Big difference between what the appreciated replacement cost of the improvements on a couple acres of farmland are versus the county's method of value is if it's separate parcel. We've got card 1, card 2, and card 3 improvements on this property. Separated out with. See the assessors, everything of our costs, I think they're all kind of just put together. In a big group. I'm all applied to each property, so. For this to, see what we have here to see which costs. Our loan improvements is 83 square foot. Here, effective area of house was down 6 documents. It's on quality, center, size of the properties. So most comparable to this. We felt like if you look at the dollars per square foot effective area range, those that are most comparable to this particular property, all things considered, fall in the range of $248 to $328 square foot. Assessments column on the farm. Assessment dollars. It's pretty close in line with the sale prices going to 257. Figures that we have, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, we have the meaning of the figure highlighted in red. Showing figures that are highlighted. All the problems that are listed there, they're just the ones that we felt like the most comparable, and that's why they're called. So just as data points for reference, on the sales side, and average at square foot and median at 326, and then the median and the mean for the assessments is both the same. So the question is, where does this house fall in comparison to these other properties, all things considered? Toward the higher end of the scale, actually, 1 to 3 is the most comparable. On the sales side, in line, that's that. Assessment side. Square foot subject one improvements. Value is $3,006,000. The card 2 improvement is a 1,404 square foot cottage. Again, we've seen these two comps before. $204 $110. Same issue applies here. We feel like these two properties are better than ours in terms of their quality, et cetera. The value sort of the sale price per square foot and the assessment dollars per square foot of the second one that's listed there. Really pretty close in the middle at $100 a square foot, or a rounded value of $140,500. Card 3 improvement is an 882 square foot cottage. Again, there's only 2 potential comparables there. The 2 that are most similar, probably based on quality, condition, etc. They're arguably larger in size, but they're also better quality structures. And using the same analysis, we've arrived at the same conclusion on the dollars per square foot figure of $100 per square foot. So around hard to recall. So 4% value of $3,329,500.
Does the assessor have anything?
No, I do not.
Last one, Oakdale.
Bill.
Again, this is a property that we have land sale comps separate for. Land sale comps up there. Same analysis goes into. Fair market value. Bottom of the page then, sale comps for value and improvements for this particular property, six. Several of them highlighted, this and felt most like our property, all things considered. Still a pretty wide range of dollars per square foot, between $60 and $192. So the means and the average, the medians that provide some additional context for this data. Average of those $156 for the median. If you look over at that far right column, two of those three assessed at $86. So the question, we fall, properties, all things considered. Should fall somewhere between the average and the median. It's better than most, not quite up to the level of Holly Bridge comp. It's not all $60 per ground, $72,000. So get your total farmstead fair market tax.
Add on this one.
I don't on this specific, I do have some general statements to make on overall, if that's okay.
Let me just make sure, do you have anything else to add on any of these? I mean, I can go back to you on rebuttal, but, okay.
So, Mr. Smith has made a lot of bones about how we did not follow GAP and all of that, which I disagree with. And but then he has provided a land analysis on every one of these properties that is based on a non-market value average of the assessment, which is based on SLIAC rates that are not market. He uses averages for that and then provides sales of properties in different neighborhoods, properties that are in country club neighborhoods and other types of properties. And I don't have a problem with that necessarily, but the problem is, like we discussed earlier, there are no adjustments to that to really make, to show the differences. And the fact that they're in different neighborhoods means that they actually have different adjustments built into their assessment because they're in those different neighborhoods. Farmington has a larger assessment modifier or multiplier than properties in these market areas or in other neighborhoods. And you'd actually make a downward adjustment for that. You'd make upward adjustments for other things in which these are inferior to the subjects in certain ways. And to me, this analysis that was done on every one of these properties to come up with these proposed values, you might as well have put a bunch of pictures of these sales on the wall and thrown darts at for how accurate that this analysis is. With all of his, comments about the way our work is done, everything has a place within the model, and all of it is shown to project a value in comparison to a sale price that is appropriate based on our systems. So I just want to make those general statements.
We actually have a basis in market data for all of our analyses. We have asked repeatedly again for the county's sales support for any of the rates in its book, or it's possible to increase. All this, they use an iterative process to run all these rates. We've talked about this ad nauseum. So what we're trying to show you here is what would the valuation look like if you actually went to the market and looked at sales and compared properties to comparable sales? As opposed to just saying, you've got 2,255 properties that sold, let's bring all of their assessments right in line with their sales price, and whatever adjustments we had to make to reach that desired result, just throw that, impose that on everybody. That's what the county did. So, I mean, we all have an important job, and it's not an easy job, but we all have to be constrained with what Virginia law says, and it says you have to arrive at your assessments in accordance with generally accepted appraisal practices. Generally accepted appraisal practices require one of the use of the three generally accepted appraisal or valuation methodologies. This is not one of them. It's a blending of the two. And we can see that with the other improvements, the outbuildings, et cetera, cost approach on those particular pieces of the property. But, you know, you're valuing parts of a farm. You're valuing parts of a farm with something else. It's this iterative process that just, you know, we don't have any market support to show. But you've got generally accepted valuation methodologies that none of them were used here. You have generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards of Virginia law that tell you how you go about doing one of the three generally accepted approaches. And none of that was done here either. So you're in an unequal position of saying, put a rubber stamp on something that it cannot support after multiple requests, other than just the computer process. Or do you want to do something that's actually market based? And what we're providing for you here based on our analysis, following general accepted valuation standards, et cetera, on just looking for those properties that are as comparable as possible to these properties that are being valued here. What would that valuation be? And so that leaves it in your value should be. Assessors in other jurisdictions tell me that we can't change the assessor's methodology, and it's false, it's wrong. You can, and are in fact tasked with providing a value, because if, for example, so these are cases that would go on to litigation, what the courts say is that it is the Board of Equalization's assessment that is then issued, not the original assessment. So you're in the role of assessor. You all decide. It's you all following generally accepted appraisal practices, procedures, rules, and standards now. Appreciate that's. I will tell you that I've been doing this for a long time from tax consultant and lawyer standpoint. I'm not an appraiser. I don't know that I would ever want to volunteer to sit on a board of equalization because it is a difficult. But we appreciate you being willing to serve. Appreciate your consideration of everything we put before you.
Any other questions?
Of course. Sorry. You had mentioned in Broomfield, because I think in Schoenberg and in Tally Ho, and possibly some others, that the property owners did not agree with the estimate of land size that was attributable to the building improvements. Do they give you any numbers?
We don't have access to the satellite imagery to draw a box around and figure out what it is, but it's just them looking at it going, I don't think it's that large. So, you know, that's an issue for those. We determine what the actual size of those parcels are. If they're smaller or larger, doesn't matter, but that did remind me, the issue in terms of if we're the values that we're assigning to the farmland writ large, the whole of the farm. That's not what we're here complaining about today. What we're complaining about and what we talked about is how are you valuing an alleged homicide on the farm? So I don't care if it's $495 an acre in Sliak or what it is. The farmland is the farmland. The issue is how do you arrive at the value of what the homicide on? And, you know, we're just asking that you outside of what the county has done. It's not a 2 acre subdivided home site with all these residual acres. It's a farm that happens to have a home site on it. One farm, which that's highest and best use. It's a farm. It's a farm. It's a farm. It's not a 2 acre home site with residual acres.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate your time. We're gonna go lunch. And we'll deliberate on this later and we will mail out decisions within the next 2 weeks.
Our own question, I guess, along that is subject to, you all record your deliberations.
Awesome.
Yes, please. Okay. So we are back in session. And our next hearing is application number 53. PID 42311, the property is Esmont Farm LLC. So good afternoon, welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 5 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We are an independent board. Here's how the hearing will work. You'll have 10 minutes to present your case. The assessor will have 7 minutes to present theirs, and then you'll have that 3 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness, so the burden of proof is generally on the applicant. Before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses. So whoever intends to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony with oral and documentary which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Any questions?
You all have, I put together a little presentation. You all have it, just to make it easier for me to go through. You do have it.
We should.
I'll kind of refer to it. That's helpful.
Please.
Got the conversation.
Yeah, you got it.
Got it. Okay. All right, well, great. Well, thanks. I appreciate your time today. I'm here for the obvious reason that I want to appeal to the board to equalize the relative valuation of my farm, Esmont Farm, relative to the surrounding properties around it. The genesis of it, obviously, we've seen property taxes go up. I actually decided to step back and take a look at how mine was valued relative to the comparable properties. What I discovered actually is relative, and I'll go through the comps because I think they are remarkably comparable on an empirical basis. Effectively, I'm valued on average about twice the valuation levels of other comparable properties, and actually 3 times the value of the property that I'd actually say is the most comparable to it. And as part of that, when I saw that my relative valuation being so much higher than properties I would have thought I was valued very much in line with, I actually sort of sanity checked it and looked at a property in Keswick, which is a very well-known property called Castle Hill. When I thought to buy a farm in Virginia, I didn't even look in Keswick because it's so much more expensive. But Castle Hill is a very famous place, and I looked at that and I found out to my surprise that not only was I 2 to 3 times more valued at a higher level relative to my comps, I was actually valued at about 30% premium to Castle Hill, which is maybe the most iconic farm recently restored in the heart of Keswick, the most expensive area. And so that's the reason I'm here, because if you actually equalize my valuation based on, it really comes down to the primary building at the end of the day, improvements are almost identical between all the properties. On a dollar per square footage basis, if you equalize it, it suggests a fair value for my property relative to the other surrounding properties of about 1 million for the improvements, and then about the land value, which I don't dispute, it's a sort of land use valuation, about 150,000. So an all-in valuation, as I indicate at the bottom of the page, of about 1.2 million. So about 1 million is really the sort of value in dispute. If you turn the page, to give you some sense of the comparability, because I think it's so important, you know, again, it was the relative argument that I'm making. You can see on the right is the map. Esmont Farm is in the sort of lower middle there. The adjacent farm to it is Old Woodville Farm, which is one of, actually I'd argue, probably the most comparable farm to mine. I'll come on to why that is. Just to the right of that is actually Woodville Farm and Vineyard. And then to the left and sort of the western part you see there is Apsara Farm. These are all farms that are either adjacent or a half mile away from where I am, and a remarkable comparability. They all have historic homes on it, or 2 of the 3 have historic homes on it. All of them are of larger scale. The third one, Apsara Farm, isn't historic, but actually it was somewhat of a copy actually of Esmont Farm, a larger copy built in 2006. Again, they're all larger. They have more bedrooms than mine, which I actually think is a valuation differentiator, especially since mine above ground bedrooms, it's only 3 versus they generally have 5 to 6 bedrooms. And importantly, all 3 of them have been renovated to sort of the highest standards in the last 2 years. 2 of them in the last 2 to 5 years. And actually, Absera Farm, sort of a funny thing, when they built it brand new to the highest standards, 2006, no one lived in it until it was bought in 2018. So it's effectively brand new when they moved into it. And that compares to Esmond Farm that was last renovated about 25 years ago. We turn to the next page, because the picture is worth 1,000 words, just so the board can be comfortable with the fact that these are the right relevant comps. Esmond Farm's in the middle. On the upper left, I won't spend a lot of time on it, because again, that's just a reference, but I think it's an important reference because it, to my view, shows how out of whack mine is relative, not just to my properties around me, but even to Keswick. But that's Castle Hill, one of the most beautiful farms in Virginia, which I'm valued at a 30% premium to right now. Down below is Old Woodville Farm, and that farm is a photo, the best one I could find, but this is actually before its renovation. On the right side, actually, they added on an entire wing, 400 square foot kitchen, family media room, big porch looking over their new pool, and the whole house was renovated down to the studs about 2-3 years ago, to the highest sort of levels. On the bottom right, this is Woodville Farm and Vineyard, again, another farm right next to us. Again, the photo doesn't do it full justice, but it's a beautiful 1800s farm. Actually, Old Woodville Farm is a 1790 something farm. This is an 1800s farm. To give you a sense of how nice it is, actually, it was owned and renovated by one of the premier architects in North America, and actually was the former dean of the UVA Law School. I don't know if you ever knew him, but Jacqueline Robertson. He bought it, renovated it, and then it was bought by the current owners in 2016, and they went under a 1 to 2 year total renovation to bring it back to full form. And you can see it's kind of obscured, but it's a 2-story wing that goes off the back there. Anyways, another beautiful farm, again, right near me. Again, all these farms are quite a bit larger than Esmond. And then Absera Farm, which is one that was somewhat of a copy in some ways of my farm. You can see that they're quite remarkable. This was built by the premier architect as well as the premier contractor regionally. You can see the larger house, but you actually see this large wing that's sort of obscured a little bit on the left. That actually has a 2-car underground parking garage associated with it as well. I think another thing that's kind of a personal anecdote that I think goes to the comparability of these properties is when I came in 2014 looking to buy a farm around Charlottesville. Again, I didn't look in Keswick because I couldn't afford it, but I knew that southern Albemarle County, they were relatively less expensive. And there were 3 farms for sale effectively that I saw. One was Old Woodville, one was Esmond, and one was Absera. They were all owned by they were all listed by the same real estate agent, Frank Hardy, who's a prominent real estate agent around here. Old Woodville and Absera Farm had been on the market for a couple of years at that point, I think. And Esmond had just been listed. Now, but what's interesting about that is when they decided to list the property, obviously they refer to what the other properties are listed around it. Esmond Farm was listed at exactly the same, plus or minus less than 5%, I think, I'm remembering this, but 5% relative to Old Woodville. So they're listed at exactly the same price. So the realtor at the time said the value of Esmond Farm was exactly the same as Old Woodville, and actually was valued at a 45% discount relative to Absera Farm. So again, going to comparability at the time that I bought it, these were also the properties right there. I saw all 3 of these. I loved Absera Farm probably the most, but it was 45% more expensive. It was too expensive for me. And then between Old Woodville and Esmond Farm, it was kind of a coin toss, but I selected Esmond Farm because I thought it needed less renovation, which I think proved out to be true. The people who bought it 5 years later, 4 years later, ended up renovating it quite significantly. But again, that just goes, I think, and reinforces the overall comparability of these properties. Again, they have all very almost identical sort of other improvements. They all have the exact same topography, beautiful land around it, and all located all within a half mile of each other. If you turn to the next page, this is downloaded almost all these. I think I made 1 or 2 small adjustments, but they're not material actually relative to the relative metric I'll focus on. This is all from the GIS website. And it focuses again on the primary building. And then if you look at that bracketed area in the bottom, and especially the first bolded line, this is the dollar per square foot of these comparable properties, how they're valued relative. And you see going across, you see Old Woodville Farm, which I think is probably the best direct comp, is 164, Absera 328, Woodville 131. The average of those, which I use actually for my value, I think I should be equalized to, is 208. That's the average of those 3 properties. If you go to this, the right of it, you see the valuation level for Esmond Farm. It's $440. It's over 2 times the value of these relative comps. It's 3 times, almost 3 times Old Woodville Farm, which was listed at the same value when I bought mine, which I almost bought instead. I'm now valued at almost 3 times the value of Old Woodville, but 2 times all of them. And again, you see here Castle Hill Farm, that's valued at 350 a square foot. So I'm valued at a 30% premium to the premier farm and the premier market in Albemarle County. In reality, I should probably be valued at more than a 50% discount relative to Castle Hill. I love Esmond, I love my farm and everything else, but it's not Keswick, it's not Castle Hill. But you actually discount Castle Hill probably for market and so forth. It also implies something in the low 200s, probably around where the average of the other comps are. And just to make sure, before I came here, I actually called my realtor, I don't know Keswick that well, and I said, is there another farm I could just spot check to see if there's something funny about Castle Hill? You mentioned a farm called Merryfields, which I did a little research, a beautiful farm, last sold for $15 million, or a little under $15 million. And I looked at the value of that per square foot, and it was about $350. So it wasn't just a Castle Hill with some wildly off valuation. That is sort of Keswick values, and I'm being valued at a 30% premium to those houses. But more importantly for our purposes, really these comparable properties, which I hope I've demonstrated, are really great comps. I don't think you could have better comps for a relative basis. They're my surrounding properties, beautiful homes on them. I'm valued at 2 to 3 times that. If we turn to the next page, this really just seeks to apply valuation metric of each of these farms against Esmond Farms square footage at the end of the day. If you look at the bracketed part in the middle, that's the average. It's the 208 multiplied by 5,000 square feet. That is the GIS square feet footage for the primary building at Esmond. That implies $1 million. And then there's a little over $1 million. There's 145, which is land value, which is an all-in value of 1.2 million. If you look at Old Woodville Farm, again, I believe is the best comparable for me. That actually implies about a $200,000 valuation overall. But again, for the purposes of seeking redress with you all today, I'm focusing on the $1 million and then the $200,000 for the land based on these comps and bringing down my valuation. So it is in fact equal to my surrounding properties and adjusting my 2023 real estate valuation. That's essentially my presentation, and open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this point from the board? Seeing none, going to the assessment.
So these are some comparable properties, but we have to obviously look at differences. So for one thing, the subject property and several of these comparable properties that were mentioned are under conservation easement. The sale price itself doesn't reflect necessarily what our assessment's going to be, because our assessment's going to be reduced based on the acreage that is required to be assessed at land use values. But I also want to point out that the subject property was purchased in 14 for 4.2 million. That the Old Woodville was actually purchased for 2 million. The Aspera Farm property was purchased, even though it is 1,200 square feet larger. It was purchased for less, for $3.8 million. So there's a lot of kind of market data that goes into this. I assume that we have our conditions correct on these different properties to reflect the fact that they were in some cases several hundred years old, but renovated. And we have the sales of the market area, which is market area 314, which we use to determine the home sites on the properties in this area. And so the home site separate from that area that must be assessed at land use rates. So this property has 3 homes on it. The main home, 5,000 square feet approximately, plus finished basement, and then 2 smaller homes of lesser quality and grade. And so each one of those will have its own home site on it. And we're appropriately valuing that part of it.
I wanted to see if Dave was the appraiser on this. He was the one who inspected the property. Do you have any comments to add on this subject?
We're talking about the comparable sum. Old Woodville, which we have in average condition, you were talking about being remodeled.
Yeah.
I know that they added the wing off the end. When I went and inspected and checked all that, I did not see a full house going inside.
It's 100% renovated.
So I didn't see a full house going on, but I think they were living there at the time when they were putting the wing on. So I didn't see any of that going on. Also at Woodville, that I am not aware of any remodels either. I was there not too long ago, so I'm not sure about that one being updated as well. So that's one of the reasons why there's some reflection of the difference there.
We'll check those out and see if there's something that needs to be adjusted on them based on a renovation that we're unaware of. Or an extensive renovation that we're aware
Anything else?
That's it.
Any questions? Or? Thanks. Just want to go back to you for rebuttal.
So a couple of things, on the extra homes and so forth, actually, we look at the improvements for all of them, they're all remarkably the same. Some have larger barns, some have tennis courts, mine doesn't have a tennis court. Old Woodville has a new tennis court, Apsara, but they all have swimming pools. They have brand new swimming pools at both of them. Actually, I'm friends with the Goffs who bought Old Woodville. They lived, so they have another living structure. They have a big, huge 3-car garage with a huge 2,000 square foot apartment. That's where they lived when they renovated the house during COVID. The whole family lived up there. There's 4 of them and a nanny. They all lived in that, so you can size the scale of it. So again, I think in terms of the other improvements, they're all pretty much identical and even and so forth. I think the other element was brought up was valuation, and I paid 4.25 at the time. Now, I don't know if you probably all know this because you're experts in this. When I came down at that time, all the farms in Albemarle County for sale. And they were all still being listed at the price of the peak of the 2006, 2007. That's why I told that anecdote. When I came down, it was valued at the same value as Old Woodville and at 45% discount to Apsara based on that market at that time. So I bought it at 4.25 million. Those other properties didn't sell for 4 or 5 years. And during that time, the price kept coming down, but that happened across Albemarle County and they went down, right? So the point about how much I paid for it, I don't think is relevant because I overpaid. I gladly admit that, as it was proven out, they paid $2 million for Woodville, was valued at that 4 million. That doesn't go down well. And Apsara, which is a beautiful, bigger house, everything else went down from 7 million to 4 million. A bit of capitulation, but the market came down. That happened all across Albemarle County. I think where I'm in a position where I hope this is about is that I'm not going to be punished for this, my overpaying repeatedly every year for the rest of my ownership of this because I paid above market where the market really was and where it really turned out 4 or 5 years later when these houses finally cleared. At the time, it appeared in the market, but all you had to go by because nothing was transacting was the listed prices. And so that's what I paid. So I don't think that's relevant. I think what's important is you equalize relative to how these other ones are being valued. But they're valued on the same basis today in the current market. And I'm being valued at 2 to 3 times relative to these homes. And I think, as I hope I've proven from the photos and all the characteristics and their historic nature, and they have been renovated. The one that's Woodville was renovated because it was actually in kind of derelict state because people before had it was basically sold on the courthouse steps, so it went for an incredibly low value. These people were very lucky and they scooped it up, and then so they had to renovate it. It was falling apart. So they completely renovated it in 2017 or 18. So I'm confident of both those things that you'll see. But intrinsically, when you get back, I would ignore the fact what I paid for it because I don't think that's relevant. I overpaid for it. I regret it every day in some way, even though I love my farm. It doesn't help me to go over and visit my friend the Goffs who paid half what I paid for a farm I almost bought for the same price that I paid for mine. And I think if you really look at these farms, the comparability is exceptional, except for mine is smaller with fewer bedrooms. That's the only really distinguishing. Each of them have outbuildings and have residences outside the main building as well. It's not just mine that has that. So they all have it. My other residence is really just a teeny 1-bedroom little kind of guest room, guest house. It's not really a house or anything like that. So I think there's no real difference in terms of the other improvements relative to the core improvements. And all of them, confidence is will be proven out when you look into it. Fully renovated in Old Woodville, fully down to the studs, the whole building, including the new wing they put on. And the same is true for Woodville Farm. My farm was renovated a quarter century ago. So again, you take the comparability plus how new they all were, and Sarah was a basically immaculate new house. Geothermal heating built with that all custom molding. It's beautiful. You can go online and see the real estate shots still. And I would have bought that at the time, but it was too expensive relative to Esmond Farm. So it's a bit jarring that I'm valued at 3 times all of these farms today, for me, as you can probably appreciate. I recognize I overpaid, but I don't think that should be held against me in perpetuity, and we should just equalize today relative to their comparability.
So one thing I noticed here is that your grade is actually higher. It's L+1. Do you have any comment as to the grade? I don't know if you've ever looked, if you looked at the guidelines and how there's such a grades, but it's.
I couldn't figure them out. I tried to look that up. I
Okay.
couldn't figure it out. So only thing I can say to you is a little bit of, obviously my house was renovated 25 years ago. So I don't know whether that factors in, but it was renovated. It was almost a ruin. And the owner did a complete renovation of it, did a really great job 25 years ago. I would say in terms of, if I was going to compare the grade, I've been in all of these houses. Sarah's immaculate. It was built to the highest levels, all custom molding, everything geothermal, underground parking, everything. I mean, and mine can't be higher than that. And then if you go what they did at Old Woodville, again, I know there's a disagreement. I'm confident when you prove that out, that was done with the exact same people who restored my Esmond shelter, as one of the top guys. They're the same exact ones who did the entire, you can call it the shelter people, so they redid the entire Old Woodville, and that was only 2 years ago. I don't know who did Woodville Farm. And I don't know, and I've been in that as well, and it's done to the, it's immaculate. You can go online and see it, because it's actually a bed and breakfast now. See all the photos of it, and you can verify how nice it is, but you can actually go back, I think, and find it was a ruin when they bought it, so.
Any questions from the board? Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your time, and then we will send out our decision within the next 2 weeks.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All day.
We've been in.
I suppose it's how many it's been going up, you've been quite busy, I'm sure. Lots of people.
Yes.
Thank you.
You do, take care.
Take care. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for my help.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Good night.
Housekeeping real quick. Should we do the minutes? Has everyone reviewed the minutes for July 14? Evan, have you had a chance?
I reviewed them, yes, during the break. It looked fine to me.
Okay, I looked at them really quick. Do I have a motion to approve the minute?
On one, I noted there was no voting. But maybe because we skipped it.
Which one was that?
60 and 9, actually, application number 60 and 9.
And I know we did vote on those. Oh, well,
9,
nine,
that one was
no
6.
change,
Yeah,
but
one previous was withdrawn.
I should have said yes, yes, yes. The same thing with, oh, 9 was previously withdrawn? No.
Oh, no, sorry, that's the one on the opposite page. That's
I think it's missing the yeses, because
Yeah.
there's a motion in a second.
Yeah.
but It's
And I know everything we did was unanimous.
exactly. So with that one, with those changes, with respect to items 16 and 17, showing yeses, that's all the votes. With that correction, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move the approval of minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Evan, do you get a chance to pick that up for today's meeting?
Yes, I will put that on the.
Bob's motion, Karen's second.
Yes.
Yeah, I just like a copy. Yeah, I just put yeses in there.
Get the digital copy correct.
Or like this last two, I think.
Okay, good.
Right, so how, do you want to talk about this one? We just probably, right, let's go ahead and, sure. Let's talk about Esmond Farm first. And then we'll go back to all the other ones this morning. Okay. Esmond Farm, anybody have any comments?
I was looking at, yes, looking at Aspara Farm, Castle Hill Farm. and Glendale Hills that you did not use, you know, we've got your value per square foot of 281, 260, and 289 from the assessors page 5. And it does appear that, you know, from an equalization standpoint, might be a little bit high.
Is the, one is the obsolescence adjustment, is only 20 on this one, so on Upstart is 30, I don't know why there's a difference there.
It's based on size. That adjustment's supposed to be based on size. So because it's 5,000 and the other 6,000 or 6,500.
6250. That, the ESMA, oh, I'm familiar with this, he was talking about Upstara. I saw Upstara when it was on the market. That one is a very incredibly high quality house. I don't know what this one's inside of it, but if that's an L, I just can't imagine much better than that one. From my just, Upstara, that, I went there when I was on the market, and that was, it was, as he mentioned, it had been vacant for 12, 13 years. When the guy built it and never moved in, but it was probably one of the most high quality homes I've seen. Interior, it just, it doesn't look it, it's not one of those where it doesn't look necessarily crazy, but just, you could tell the materials they use, the doors, the flooring, the things, it was just incredibly high quality. I don't, obviously, we didn't have any pictures of the interiors. They didn't give us any pictures. But you all, went and inspected inside of it, right? You did go inside there.
We did both of them.
So why do you think this is an L plus one versus that one's an L?
The type of finish it was done when it was built and when it was finished. And redone. Yes, the other home looks very nice and it's newer. But the other home with the wide plank boards and that type of stuff you can't get anymore. Stuff that you can't do anymore, duplicate. I did not grade it at the time, but I am under the opinion that's why that was graded high.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. So you didn't adjust the grade though when you went in there?
This time, no. They were, his grade was changed under a board. If we're not a board that we our review, we reviewed it 3 years.
Okay.
We did change the grade at that time.
From
From
an
what
M,
it was before, we changed it down.
from an M to an
Yeah,
L.
from a mansion down to.
Do you have pictures on your thing or no?
We don't have interior.
No, interior.
If we ever happen to get them, we don't put any in the record.
Okay.
There used to be some online. Not too long ago.
Right.
Oh, when it was on the market, probably.
Yeah.
I think some of them might have been since then from the Historical Society of Scottsville.
Just that. I feel like when you hit the 30%, when do you trigger, when did it trigger the 30 from the 20? What, you know what number it was? Was it 6 because it hit 6,000 or?
Because I believe it hits 6,000, it would go to 30. I will have to, do you know, do we have a note on the schedule?
We did.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
1,000 of this 20, we actually don't, the schedule doesn't go further than the 20. And we have another schedule somewhere.
We have it in headed right up.
We have the 5,600, so it must be 6,000, because 5,600 is 20%. Oh, it's in the write-up.
No, we did have it in there. But we just decided to leave that in here. Yeah, you said that because your sales 4 and 5 are 8,700 square feet and 7,500 square feet, and they both have 20% adjustments.
They're different neighborhoods. I think it's a neighborhood.
Okay.
Yes, there are differences in different neighborhoods.
Okay.
Yes.
And Upstar is actually in a different market area too. It's 311 versus 314.
It really matters which neighborhood we're talking. We're talking about all market areas.
But that one was, yeah, the other one's at 20 and 20.
Is it Sarah near Esmond Farm?
Mhm.
He has the map on his.
Yeah.
he had a map. And Sarah was the one, I don't think that one did not have a conservation.
Let me look at this. I'll probably be this.
like I said, the overpay, like. Apsara sold for 3.8 with 400 acres without conservation easement. You paid 4.25 for a smaller house with us. With the conservation. Like I said, it was 20, I guess 2014 or something, whatever, the other ones, like 18. These had slowed down before, like this was, he was talking, the other guy was, these farms were not selling and. And then COVID,
2010, 2000.
COVID was the best thing that happened to them, but they started selling. The 29, yeah, Apsara sold in 2019, 5 years later. Anyone else have any thoughts on this?
Will you change, is the grade L+1?
We don't have any interior pictures. I don't think we can do any. I don't know.
Can't do anything
I don't know
about
if we can do about that. The only thing I see is that the obsolescence adjustment. 10% is pretty significant to have it jump up. Like you're pretty much getting 3 square foot. But there are the outbuildings.
Oh, that's. Oh,
That's like 10 pictures.
Oh, the pictures of this property.
7 years.
There's something you were saying about the grades when you asked me. I think one of the other things that would make a difference to me
there it is.
is I think the historical character that you have within Esmond would bring more to the market than a brand new house.
But the copy.
Because the copy house can't get some of those things that you have in the historical house. That's why I was using an example of like the hardwood floors.
Sure.
and stuff. Different things like that that were different here and there. Some of the beams, that type of stuff. I really think you have,
That's beautiful.
you have a hard time, even if you buy that off of the market later, put it in and get that historical aspect.
Sure. But that's beautiful.
Didn't explain myself.
Very nice ceiling. Those purple walls.
Mural. My only hang up is that the fact with equalization is the obsolescence thing, that's where that's, because the 6,000 is triggering it, but 5,000 is not. As he mentioned, I mean, they are beautiful farms down that way, but they're not as in demand being for Scottsville versus Keswick. So whether or not that obsolescence factor should apply to,
I expect that's gonna change with internet going in down there,
yeah.
but as of now, you're.
I would, my suggestion is to either have an in-between number, like a 25% to do between the 20 and 30, or go up to the 30 to be equalized with the.
Oh,
Sarah.
to equalize it.
The obsolescence number is the,
Yeah, either that or. Press it grade, but. Yeah, I mean, you've got comparable 3, which only has 20% adjustment. It's got the same size. See what I'm saying? Comparable number 1. Right.
3. It's also an 8+2, and it's fair conditions of the depreciation. Comp 1 has 225% adjustments.
Right. Size one.
Maybe,
I bet that, is it possible the 30% adjustment is because of the above and below grade square footage? Brings it up to almost 9,000 square. Do you evaluate it that way?
Not necessarily. David, would we have increased that percentage of depreciation or of obsolescence because of the basement being finished or any other reason besides the size?
Not that I can think of, you know, trying to think that earlier. Probably done there.
My assumption is that because these are done one at a time, that we shouldn't have put 30% on this, on comparable number 2. We should have put 25 to match comparable number 1.
well, but comparable number 1 also has 225s.
Yeah, but I don't know. Were they 220 or
25.
That's,
the 2 different buildings? Or is that-
that's the, no central air issue on one of them.
Oh, it's got other issues
Has other issues.
besides
Yeah, size and
the size of no central air in the entire house.
the size on that one. What was the size?
The 25.
That one's also 25. Yeah, the other one should have been. I don't think we should go higher than 25 then, but. He ratted out his neighbor, but you may want to check out the old Lenovo farm because it seems like it's undersized. They find out. So. Peter, you do the other one, 25, this property,
So this property,
but this is, I think you're on Sarah.
no, I switched, I think.
Eunice,
Oh,
Eunice
Conrad,
Barrett,
yeah,
4231.
right. The others of Sarah like that. Change the value to 2,235,900, 2,342,700.
I'm fine with that. I don't know if anybody else has any.
Say that again, it reduces the improvement value.
Well, it reduces the total value from 2,342,700 to 2,235,900.
That's changing the functional obsolescence.
Correct.
And that reduces improvements to 2,030,500.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion? I can make the motion, I guess, so I suggest. I moved to reduce the value to 2,235,900, with the improvement value being reduced to 2,030,500. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, now back to our morning.
So it would be using commercial.
Yes. Fifth Street Station.
Oh. 2,235,900. 2,235,900.
Yeah, 2,235,500 and 203,
Total value.
and then 2,030,500 for the.
203.
2,030,500. Okay. All right, so Fifth Street Station. This is all about the cap rates. He suggested 6.9, the assessor has a 5.75. Any discussion?
Yeah, I didn't think that the argument that people don't negotiate in $5 million increments was a meaningful argument, because it seems like there's no other adjustments made. Like we've just chosen to round those off and the adjustments being made in other parameters. So I guess as a starting point, I don't think there's a problem with using cap rates rounded off to to quarter points. I also felt like there may have been a kind of a problem with proof with that analysis, because there were a lot of complaints about what the appraiser did, but I didn't see a clear explanation of why we ought to use the other materials provided. So in one breath, you seem to be arguing there's no good data out here that you can use for tertiary markets, but then you use the data from, what things that he thought were comparable to derive his rate. So I think the high water mark for me would be we'd adopt different analysis that have the same problems, or at least the ones that he identified. I'm not sure it was proven that it was better. Also, the focus from the applicant today on the statutory language reminded me that, they have to prove that it's not reflective of fair market value, and then also not in compliance with the methodology and or I can't remember, it's like grossly inequitable or there's kind of two things that the applicant has to prove. So it wouldn't be enough for him to point out a math error or rounding error without also some evidence of, what we ought to accept instead. There may be other things that my memory would be jogged when people start talking, but those are things that kind of jumped out at me from this morning.
I mean, his number of 6.9 was from the average, and I asked him if that was I think it was a P, no, that was a JLL average. So we have the sales. Well, obviously, we don't have many sales, but from the assessors page 9, we have the regional sales. The only one that, like, I throw out some of these other ones that, because like keep the High Point Harris Teeter one or the Atlantic Marketplace one, they're older. They're also older sales too. But the Fayetteville one seems to be the closest. That was the Freedom Town Center. At 6.5%, it was 350,000 square feet. It was built in 2017, so similar age. The anchors are Dick's, Field and Stream, Sprouts. Maybe they're not as good as this one, like Wegmans. I don't know. No, but that's 6.5, and I don't know if Fayetteville we would consider that an inferior market or not, but I do.
Smaller than Charles.
Is it? But they have like a base, don't they have the base?
Yeah, they have Army base.
But the apartments we had, those couple of sales at least, we got low cap rate. Karen. Yeah. Thoughts on this?
But of course. Well, I noticed the same thing. And, there are only 3 2022 sales. One of them is only 28,000 square feet. So if you look at, we've just qualified those last 3 on the list. So you look at the other 2 and they're at 6.33 and 6.51. It is really tough because when you look at the PWC numbers, let's see. So I'm looking from third quarter of 2020 to third quarter of 2022. On the one, they've gone up a third. On the other, they've gone down a third. Looking at, let's see, what have your rates done in the last years?
They reflected the pandemic, and these rates of PwC did not. We did not follow PwC 2 years ago.
In 2020.
2020. We gave all properties a higher cap rate, as you see on the subject. It went from 5.5 to 6.5. There was nobody appealing that change.
Right, okay.
Because we were trying to show what the pandemic was doing to properties. However, the sales didn't show that, as PwC indicates.
Yeah, they went up very slightly.
Yeah.
So you jumped them way up.
Correct. And of course, we've come down since then to
Mhm.
get back to where they should be,
Right.
where we believe they should.
You have this as a class 0 then, before,
It's
there's a
class
consolidated class.
grade 1. Is that what you?
Grade 1. I'm looking at the page 7.
Grade 7, yes, grade 1. Oh,
Is that
those are the
zero?
old one. Yeah, it used to be grade 0.
Okay.
So
there's no more grade 0?
There's no more grade 0.
Oh.
But this was a zero, it
Makes
became a
sense.
one.
Yeah, exactly. It was
So that's where you went 5.5. So you were 5.5 on this one, at 2018, 2019,
Right.
2020. 2021. What is Stonefield, how long ago did that one sell?
Right after it was built.
So that's really only, but
It
even that's
was
not even.
old. It was definitely old. 4 years ago. It was more like 5 or 6 years ago.
I don't know, you talked about inflation and how awful that was.
I,
You know, the impact of alternative investments and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, inflation's coming down and
yeah, I think there's gonna be an impact on sales and things when you get into 23 and 20, early 20, or well, we're end of 22, this hasn't. But I feel like there is more support on the apartments than there were on this, there were sales, this one we don't have.
Yeah.
The one sale we have is, they're the sixes.
We do have those higher cap rates on page 9. Those pre-sales.
Right, exactly.
I don't think the right analysis on that is a bank savings account.
No.
Primary.
Yeah, it goes up and down, it goes up and down, it's not a, I mean, it's obvious, it's a factor, but it's not a factor for us, really.
I'm also not, I wasn't convinced that, a tertiary market is necessarily more risky. There's lots of reasons you might want to invest in a place like Charlottesville. It's not necessarily that there's a higher risk that it would go down or decrease or anything like that. It'd be like the pace of the rate of return or the shape of the IRR or something.
You can't build the shopping center, that's the thing, you can't build Fifth Street Station again, there isn't, the land is not there, there's not developed. Land ready, build, develop.
plus there's nowhere else to shop in the southern end of the county.
So that's the,
If
but
you want
it's,
to go to get sporting goods, it's the only place you have to go.
that's 6, yeah, the only thing they stole the 5 points.
There's something in your report I don't quite understand, Deborah, if you could explain on page 9. When you're quoting that article. Cap rates for retail assets have demonstrated only slight positive correlation to interest rates. Right.
That's correct.
Yeah, only that the interest rates are going up, but the cap rates didn't go up evenly.
Right.
I believe it was the
Okay.
There's the mid both in one on the top, which is a smaller, the public's anchored, obviously, I went 5.6 and 22.
So the cap rate is the same for Stonefield, right?
correct. They're both grade 1.
How many grade ones do we have in the county? Just that's it,
Just those two.
just 2.
We have 2 power centers.
Okay.
Yeah, the cap rate from when it's sold, there's 2014 at the bottom. 48 million.
Oh, no, these are apartments. It's not open yet.
Okay.
There we go. It sold for 121 million. In 16. We're now at 87. We've pulled back quite a bit from,
Your assessments down.
yeah. The cap rate on that was in the 2s or 3s, I seem to remember.
It was very low. 2016 was much different.
Yeah. Still crazy.
The owners in Palm Beach.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's why they were.
His name starts with a T.
I highly doubt that.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, we never reached that sale price. highest we got was 115 million.
I have a feeling it's just on this one that's 5.75 is definitely on the low end. I don't know if he didn't give us any sales. He didn't give us any. And the support is that public shopping center in Midlothian, much smaller, 71,000 square foot, that's 5.66. The other side is the Dick's and Sprouts and whatever else, Fayetteville is 6.5. I wouldn't go as high as 6.5. I don't think that's. I'm assuming this is a better market and better anchor tenants. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? On what will be appropriate cap rate? If we should change cap rate? Evan, do you think it'd be the same or you think,
Yeah, I would think to stay the same.
well,
No reason to,
change it?
change it.
And
Think of one.
I mean, I'm looking at your 2020 rate of 5.5 and your 2023 rate of 5.75. So we've ignored those in the pandemic years, 21 and 22. And then I'm looking at your surveys on page 8. And it seems very consistent with those surveys.
do
I think so.
we have a motion?
We affirm the current assessment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, now the first of many pharmacies. Pete, on these, if you don't mind filling them up, it would be helpful.
Absolutely.
As we go through these,
You want to see them in
yeah,
the
the,
system?
yeah, please, it's the first one's 13526.
We're able to keep them in order. That's beautiful.
Was that Castle Hill was the first one? or- No, that was funny that, the last applicant there was using Castle Hills as comparison. Okay, so Castle Hill, okay, so first let's deal with the land value issue. If you don't mind bringing your land value up and seeing how you're valuing this. So you're valuing the home site at 440, is that right?
And 4,400 for the main home,
Okay,
which is based on a 10-acre home site.
okay.
Then we have a second home as a 1-acre home site.
Are they completely apart in the property or they're pretty close?
They kind of, the 11 acres kind of goes together. It was part of that. You can see the map a little bit.
Projector's better here.
Very, yeah. So the second house is right here.
Okay,
They kind of sit, the home sites sit up against each other. But, you know, basically all of this is included in the 10-acre home site, then the 1-acre is over here.
and then you have adjustments, that's probably why it's the 440 is so high.
Correct.
Was a view.
No, no, I don't think this one has view. Or it has some view. Oh, it has a
10%.
10%.
size
The
to,
size is because of the extra 8 acres,
Oh,
basically
so
adding the,
okay, so you're just doing it as one home site, you're not doing it as, you're not valuing the 10 acres as 10 acres.
we're valuing it as a home site that incorporates another 8 acres over the normal 2,
Okay,
because that's what's being used.
the location doesn't say where it is on.
Correct, correct.
Size, you. And then. Anybody have any? Thoughts here? I mean, everything, all the other land you're doing at land use value. Right?
Correct.
Because this one's a conservation easement.
Right, so as you see here, this area of 134 acres is valued at $560 an acre, 420 for that section, 330. It's all based on land use rates and their soil class.
Which the comment was made, I mean, these are technically farms, but they are. Large estate homes, that's what they are, they're not. Farms in the sense of,
Out in the country,
right,
growing corn,
right.
cattle, that's what it means.
But I could see somebody valuing a property for X dollars an acre if they're using it for corn. Versus. You have a large home, but, okay, so 440 for that. The only thing, I think, the only question here is. Because you have the two home sites next to each other, is it appropriate to have the 10 acres plus what do you have for the other ones, just 1 acre or 2? And what are you valuing the second one for?
109,200.
So 550, that sounds.
That's the base for a home, except reduced down to 1 acre with a minus 25% size adjustment.
And I noticed some buildings out further out, but I'm assuming these are all kind of farm buildings of some sort.
Yes, they're
Admire.
different outbuildings. Here,
And then no further, I even. further north.
oh, those are farm buildings, yes.
I got
Another
there,
one's
yeah.
out here,
Yeah.
yes. Stable or
Yeah.
that kind of building.
My only issue with it, I don't think he made a good argument for valuing this at $495 an acre. Because there is nothing out there like that. But I did think he brought up an interesting argument with these conservation easement properties in that. Obviously the house site, I agree with you that the house site is a home site. But if it is indivisible from the balance of the property, and of course, we don't know how many division rights remain on this property. I don't think any, but I haven't read these, but so if it is indivisible, should there be a discount for that? Because in fact, you've got these, if you've used that, what did you use, 109 or 100, what's your base rate?
$112.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's higher for it's 140,000.
okay. I guess my question would be, if you're using your base rate at 140,000 for the home site, regardless of, whether it's 2 acres or 50 acres, right? Then if it's, if it's a 2 acre site, or if it's, I don't know, there's a non-severability issue, with these larger parcels that wouldn't exist on these smaller pieces because they do reflect the final retail value. And I do think he made an argument of, yes, if it's a 10 acre or 2 acre lot, it's improved by a road, it's got, services, et cetera. Whereas, this site, on a conservation easement property, not only is it non-severable, but the access to it is not, county provided. Access to the front of the property certainly is. But so I'm just wondering, is there a case to be made for, some type of a discount based on just the fact that it's under conservation easement? And it can't be separated. And I'm just bringing that up as a theoretical issue because by and large, I think the way you've handled these with, evaluating the home site is entirely appropriate. I'm just, wondering about the conservation aspect of it.
But if we're using it for every rural lot's being judged that way,
Yeah.
so it's the same kind of idea, because
Right.
they're not valuing, if they're limiting their valuations to just how they would apply this to conservation. So if this was 200 acres, that's not conservation easement, you're
Mhm.
still applying the same thing. If it is a 10-acre home site, you still do
Mhm.
440,000. So really, there's no change there, it's just the residual land, that's the
Mhm.
difference of value, because I think because they're being uniform in that treatment, I don't see an issue, I wouldn't differentiate between conservation easement.
Because it's uniform.
Because it's uniform and it's because it's not being applied, yes, it's also being applied to that 2-acre parcel that's by itself, but it's also being applied to the 200-acre parcel, it's not conservation easement land, it's not land use, you're still valuing it the exact same way, right? That's how I understand.
Only difference. So the three different situations and the issue is equity. So we have the non-land use at all, in which we wouldn't have actually assessed it as a 10-acre home site. We would assess it as a 2-acre home site, with the 8 acres being fully valued at the 15% of the rates, $100,000 or $15,000 an acre. It would already be included in that value. Because it was the same property under land use, we would assess the 10-acre home site in order to capture the remaining part of the home site that would otherwise be under land use, the $400 an acre or so. The third situation is the conservation easement, and it's the same as the land use situation, except their qualification part. But you should be able to look at that exact same home on the 3 different situations and the value of that home and home site. And let's say it's 10 acres. If you included the 2 acres and the 8 additional acres in the non-land use, non-conservation easement, and you looked at the 10-acre home site in the land use and the 10-acre home site in the conservation, all 3 of those, that portion of the property should be valued exactly the same. Because the benefit that they're getting from either land use or conservation easement is not from that home site, it's from the rest of the property.
Right. So if you apply the same metric, if you said, okay, I've got this 10 acres and 2 of it is valued at 109,000, and then 8 of it, or plus my location and view adjustments, and then the remaining 8 acres is valued at 15% of that, would you get the same number?
Yes.
Just like at 440.
Well, you just
Yeah.
multiply it 2.22, is that
Yeah.
the? So
As
would
long
you
as
get
you're,
the
as
same-
long as you're applying the same multipliers to that other part. So the size adjustment basically replicates the extra 8 acres at their rate
At the
and
15%.
at the 15% of this rate, yes.
Okay.
And then so that's what the 2.2 means. It's
Okay.
the 80, it's the 8 acres, what they would value it.
Okay, great. As long as it's consistent.
And the difference would be, just to clarify, with the conservation easement is let's say this property did not have a conservation easement, your residual land, let's say, would be $5,000 an acre versus $495 an acre. Everything else should be the same. This value would be the same.
Correct.
For the
It would
lots.
be the same, yes.
I think if that's the case, you're equal. I think you're doing your job in terms of these conservation easement properties. So I don't see an issue with it. I don't think his argument that you should value it at $495 an acre for everything and then just depreciate the site, whatever site improvements, I don't think that's an appropriate way of doing it. So as long as you're applying it the same way on all the home sites, I'm good with it. We're not gonna vote on this one, but I just want to make sure we're kind of all on the same page, because it's gonna be the same argument for all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, and just, he used numbers between $6,000 and $8,000 an acre on the land use properties.
Right,
So, I mean,
yeah, so that's, I think, yeah. Okay. I think we do need to look into the land use properties, we may have to look at the things
Yeah.
more, but for the conservation easement, at least ones, that's just
on the
simplified.
land
that.
portion.
On the land portion of this. Okay, so now looking at the so the improvement values. Starting with this one, as I mentioned during the thing, I had an issue with the comparables, and I think we talked about that. I don't know if you want to talk about it more, but the way he broke it down, the price per square footage and not reflecting, neighborhoods were different. It's like his big ones were, he was taking things from Glenmore, which I'm assuming Glenmore square, I took one comparable, which was a listing with 8,000 square feet in Glenmore, which was an overbuilt house for Glenmore. And then what else he did? I mean, it was a lot. The Farmington I mentioned during the hearing, that one was not that house needed a lot, and you'll have that same, you have that reflected in your obsolescence, the physical obsolescence on that one.
Correct.
So
There's one on Meacham Banks Drive, which is the exact opposite area of the county.
it is. And it seems like an outlier sale
Yeah.
potentially too, because that's the only sale they're using, and price per square foot is less, but. And the only thing with these is just what factor are you using? 'Cause that's the only thing I can think of with all these Keswick properties. And obviously, there's been an issue, I think the majority of our people came from Keswick. I think may have to do with that improvement value factor in this market areas.
These country club lots.
1.2.
Yeah.
1.2, not 1.3, okay. Do you have did you do an obsolescence on these in terms of square footage too? Yeah, 20,
20, this dwelling number 2, sorry,
still 20,
20% precise.
but this is the greater 6,000, but I guess Keswick, maybe you're doing 20% with 6,000 square versus that's small, which makes sense. To do 20 versus 30 and they're 25. That's fine. Okay, so you are doing the 20, it's the same. He didn't make any arguments as to the physical condition of this property, did he? I don't have any notes on that. Okay. And this is the one, this has multiple outbuildings. Mean house size is 0.3. Anyone have any additional thoughts on this? Only approved values specifically.
So when they say here to extract values per acre of improvements, we assume but do not agree or concede that the county's assessments to the in each parcel are correct. Is there some type of problem there with like double counting, like if they're contesting the land and saying that that's too high, they're using it to justify a figure there that's then used to support a lower improvement value. I wonder if they shouldn't have to commit to the lower end value as part of that.
Oh, when they're doing these other numbers.
I can't tell if there's a problem there or not. It struck me as odd that they would do it that way, and I predict they made it both ways and did it the way that was more favorable to them. But it's almost as if they're presenting an inconsistent analysis. I think both of those couldn't possibly be true.
I can't use, like, we can't use these because there's like so many other factors, and I think the issue was that he keeps on talking about this, he was hung up about the hybrid thing and like but that's my understanding of comparison. When you do a sales comparables, that's what you gotta do is you do make adjustments for bathrooms, you do make adjustments for everything else. Like that's, how else you can't just straight do a price per square foot. Like there's so many other factors here. I don't think he's not deducting for land fees, is he?
He is,
He didn't make.
well, he's just using the assessment.
Okay, improvement
So
assessment.
Yeah.
I would point out also that every one of these, they've Xed the second box, property is appraised at a higher value than similar surrounding properties. So he's expressly invited the appraiser to provide other assessments. And,
Yeah.
So it's not as if that hadn't been selected, I think maybe you could argue.
And that's something we
comps
take,
only.
that's for our equalization, right? Like that's something we take into account. It's not just, I mean, there's two parts to this.
Yeah, I also think you could construe it as supportive of the methodology that was used. If it produces a reasonable match on other properties, then it's reasonable to argue back against the idea that it's like wildly inequitable on this property. It's a pretty good fitting model for the data set they're trying to match.
I just want to make sure I understand this hybrid model a little bit better. So,
I don't call it a hybrid. model.
okay, well, whatever it is.
Not ever again.
Okay.
I'm not calling it that anymore.
Don't call it that. So basically you're going in and you just give me a really brief, why is he complaining about it? Because you're taking these other components and you're adding for those components? Is that what he's complaining about? Based
So-
on your, if, you know, your.
Okay, so
analysis.
when you go to court,
Yeah,
you have to overcome that burden of proof
right,
of my correctness.
right,
Before the judge will even consider changing value, you have to do everything you can to dismiss what the assessor is doing as being appropriate.
right.
What he's saying, by calling it hybrid,
Mhm.
he's just saying, I'm not using one of the three approaches, I automatically am doing it wrong.
Right,
What we are actually doing is a sales comparison approach in which we're adjusting for differences.
Right.
That's it.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But you've made a basis for your adjustments based on your analysis of sales that you then factor in you do a sensitivity analysis and you figure out what these different components are worth based on those sales.
Correct.
Mhm.
And the sensitivity analysis is how high are those CODs?
Right.
One other thing I just noting with one of the comps here, he uses often for the outbuildings, the so-called NA address, 29 acres to 3,700 square feet. I think that's got a barn or something like that. It's not I don't think it's a finished square footage. That's why it's assessed at only $86 a square foot. But that's been used, that's used in a lot of these. I think you have it as one of the owner, it's the Louisa Road, owner provided comparable number 47, I guess. There's this outbuildings 324, but it's a barn. It says barn with 1,300 square foot living area inside. And 324 hours apartment over. Oh, so it does have 3,700 square feet finished in there.
I can
Living
just
in.
talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that property
please.
just real quick. That's the Louisa Road
Yeah.
and there's no address attached to it, just
Yeah.
back them up.
Yeah.
So it's actually an agricultural property with it's an agricultural kind of a utility building that's been constructed on it. On the top level, it's a partially completed apartment.
Okay.
And then there's some other kind of miscellaneous finished areas on the first level. Not sure what the seller's purpose was for that building. It's not quite a barn. I don't know if he had a car collection or something. I don't know what, but a lot of it is left unfinished and it's definitely a utility building with living area above and it's partially finished living area.
And that-
So there's no real house.
Yeah, and that's why the valuation, why the assessment is $86 a square foot. That's why you have it at that, not as, it just, it's used over and over again. And I thought that was that building and it wasn't, yeah. And Farmington is out, the Meacham Banks. All the I don't know what the other ones are just, a lot of these have lots of outbuildings, which these other ones, the comps he's providing don't have outbuildings, which.
Well, yeah, and also looking at these cartoon improvements, you know, the closest in size is more than twice as large as the cottage.
Yeah, I mean,
So, you know,
can't value the
do
cottages by the independent, it actually doesn't help them to value it by independent buildings, but it's like,
yeah,
yeah, my only thing with these guys, like I said, it's a 20% because you're going based on the land and the improvements 20%, but since you have the obsolescence of what was it, 20% on that side, I'm not as concerned about, at least on this one, I'm not too concerned about that. They offset each other. Any other comments on Castle Hill? We want to do a motion?
I move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I,
Here.
All right.
Right?
That was number 80.
3,724,200. Oh, that's.
Yeah. Okay, next ones are, we can take those together. Numbers 81, 82 to 5600 Turkey Sack Road. I think this one, you had a pretty large, you had extra obsolescence on the main house on this one, right? This was 13539 for the main house.
Yes, we had, and this is one of the things that came out of when it sold, and we were above the sale price. Is that, you know, it's further out, and Dana can certainly speak to this, it's further out. From off the main.
Kind of off, it's off of Gordonsville Road. It's actually right before Turkey Sag turns into a dirt road. Quite lovely, but it's really out of the estate corridor and not necessarily with its peers.
And it was enough of a location difference that it wasn't just the land location adjustment that would appropriately adjust it, it was the building itself being in that location, so we brought it down. to-
Folks overbuilt for that location. And do you have an extra, is there a factor on this one? Is this 1.2 as well? Or is
So
it?
this is 211, that's the same neighborhood, I believe, so it would be the same. Correct. And then the 5,000 square foot, the adjustment for the 5,000 square foot, but there's also a layout issue according to this note, which is combined together in our 20% adjustment.
Okay.
The 20% and then a separate 10%.
Well, you've been doing 20, I guess. You would have done the 20 regardless of the 5,000.
I think we did 20 for 6,000 on the other.
Which this one's much larger too. This is like 13,000. Oh, it's very large.
Oh, 12,000.
But you did reduce it this year.
We did. We brought it down 686,300. There were a few changes we made, changes from an M+1 to an M. Screen porch to a closed porch, fireplace number. A few other minor issues.
Over here it says that that was part of the M+1 luxury finished without appealing layouts. This one is sold for 6.2 in 2020. And the land for this one, in terms of the home sites.
So this one is under conservation easement. This one is the land is 241.5.
Okay.
So it doesn't have a location adjustment on the land. It's just the size adjustment because it's 3-acre home site as opposed to that 10-acre home site. And then we've got a much nicer view of this one. We have 150% adjustment.
Any further discussion on these two properties?
I see where you've had, if I look at all three of the properties that were included in that transfer. The assessment has increased overall about 17% every 3 years, so more than 5%. But it came down this year.
Do we have a motion? And this will be both application numbers 81 and 82. 81, okay.
Yeah, well, let me just look at,
Sure.
I've just been looking at the first
We
one.
can just do it. We can do just which one were you looking at?
I was looking
82?
at the,
The main house.
yes,
Okay, so application number 82, do we have a motion?
I would move to affirm 82.
We have a second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
81. Two relatively, they're good sized houses. On this spot.
So on 82, you used a 3-acre home site. 24A used a 3-acre. home site. And on this one,
2 acre, 1 acre. Is the HS2 one, you used 1 acre home sites for your secondary home?
Typically, not always, but typically.
This one you reduced substantially as well, 332,000. Anything else?
no,
Okay, do we have a motion on application number 81?
I move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a
a
second?
second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so next, these are the Sismont Manor LLC. Karen, you're
Oh,
gonna.
yeah, I'm gonna.
Just the three of us for this one. These are application numbers 84 and 92, Sismont Manor LLC. This one we have a sale, but it was related parties. You have it here. These look, okay, well, application 84 seems to be primarily a land value or. There's not much of a building.
Notice that you're urging us to use the depreciated replacement cost of improvements to develop pad ready sites as part of the proper sales comparison approach at the top of this one.
For the land or?
Yeah.
That's how he's been doing it for land, I think, or on this one you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it says under the notes.
Oh, yeah.
So isn't that the hybrid approach?
Which one is this? You have it up?
Yeah, this should be Sismont Manor Farm. 2752, yeah, this is the subject.
Okay, so what, so this is
We're on 84, correct?
84, yeah.
I have a 2 acre home. site.
This is land use or is it?
I'm sorry, this is land use, yes.
You have 2 acres. Home site. There, this is, you have pretty, this is a 50% location adjustment. This is farther south, right? This is.
That would be my guess. I'll bring it up. Yes.
The base rate 115, just adjusted for location 1.5. That doesn't seem to be, oh, this one. Again, you reduced substantially, you reduced $560,000. The dwelling. he's, on this one, he has a comment on the next page saying. Most of the structural improvements in this parcel was demolished in 2022, which you reflected the changes. And it says only remaining structures are 1,700 square foot effective area house, believed to be primary structure in car 2 and part of the barn just to the north of the Y in the driveway. County overstates condition of the remaining dwelling structure. But you have a note here that says that the owner. What's it? Owner confirm existing buildings, all data appears to be correct following review. So fair to poor, so what is the condition? So, right, what's the current condition on this one?
You're talking about the outbuildings or the?
The
building?
house. I mean, the outbuilding is 27,900, so I don't know if they're questioning that one. Might still be.
We have it as an average condition.
The grade,
It's, yeah, C+1.
like this is relatively low grade.
Yes.
The only thing is he's just saying the county oversees the condition, but I don't think he testified to anything to that effect beyond that. Bob or Evan, do you have any thoughts on?
Not particularly, not that we haven't discussed already.
Okay, so do you want to just go ahead and make a motion on this?
Sure.
So this is again, application number 84. So do we have a motion?
I move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so application number 92. So this one has a more. This is like, I'm assuming has the main house in the property.
Excuse me. So I'm just gonna know, did you get the one written down that it's abstained?
Recused on this last one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I did just.
didn't hear the rest of it.
This one, he also made a comment. He said main structure condition is much worse than fair. So you have it as fair. This one, next one is 34471. This is the other part of this one banner. Oh, what you actually lowered it to 4. Looks like.
Yeah, we have it as a poor condition.
Okay, so. And you've reduced it $1.1 million. So. I think you've covered. Another one's our primary structure shown up forward. Hey, the other ones you put up for condition as well, the outbuilding. This one? Yeah. That one. What is the average?
Yeah, we have it as 22% good, so basically there's 52%, 52%, 4% good. That's basically 96% off.
Okay.
There's reflected condition.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Are you referring to the other homes?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is cards 2 and 3.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just have to get it to switch. Just- Poor and fair.
Is there a reason why this one is fair, not more?
It's occupied. There's a family living there.
Okay.
It is occupied, so I wouldn't be
Sure.
hesitant to say it's in poor condition.
Okay.
You know, obviously it has issues being in Fairgate. They're old, you know,
Yeah.
they're old buildings. But it is. The other one is vacant.
Okay.
Needs work.
Just glad you clarified, you're talking about the buildings there.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one? This is application number 92. I'll go ahead and move to affirm.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Evan, you're nine?
Aye, did we get out of order here?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It is out of order.
Yeah, because it was the second 6 month.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's out of- Number 92.
So that was, Anthony, did you make the motion?
Yeah, I made a motion. Okay.
Did you go?
Isn't that the other system?
It was.
Yeah,
just
I didn't hear.
Oh, no, I didn't. I
No.
didn't.
Should
I'm
recuse.
confused.
Oh, this, I'm sorry, so this is another one she.
Yeah.
recused. All right. You know the people who.
Do we need a coffee break?
Yeah.
I just
I
have
wouldn't
to-
mind.
Yeah,
Just
of
for a
course.
minute.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'm not gonna pause it though,
Oh,
Karen.
keep going,
Yeah.
keep going. That's okay. Keep talking. I can listen.
Okay, so next one is application number 85. This is 5280 Stony Point Pass. What was, is this one a land, why is this one,
This was conservation easement.
this is a conservation easement? How large is the land?
43 acres altogether.
This was reduced as well, 170,000. See if it makes any comments. on this. The home was like partially renovated in 2018. Some comments. I went from excellent to good. Only one half bath, not two, made that change. This one they're saying, you have, so one of his comments is, I believe the primary home site is less than 2 acres. Do you have it as 2 acres?
We have the primary is 2 acres.
So you're normal, and then, and there's no secondary home site. Do you have a
There is a second home and a second home site. The second home site is 1 acre.
okay, and where is it located relative to?
Let's see. There's the bottom. Oh, that one. Yeah. They're next to each other, but they're right here.
Okay, they're close. But again, you've been pretty consistent with your two.
Yeah, basically it's just 3 acres that is supporting the houses.
Anybody have any additional comment on this one? Not, anybody have a motion?
Move we affirm the assessment?
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next one is Castalia Farm, application number 86.
So I'm hearing recuse from this.
No,
No, this is different. That was this one.
Oh, I thought this one is Sismonde investment.
Has it in the name, but it's not.
Got it. Okay, got it.
well, I think it's interesting that on this, winter is significant. um, Building improvement, the event center, that I think you valued at $70,000 or something.
Was this the one that? had
Is this
that?
the
Or
one?
this one's a very large home. I don't know if I had it.
It does have an event.
It does have this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the event center, event building at 770,000,
Yes.
about $1 million worth of ancillary improvements.
There are substantial improvements on this property
Mhm.
outside of the home.
Right.
I don't think we ever got any, there's no testimony to any particulars or particular arguments other than that. I think our hands are kind of tied in the sense of what we can do. We're looking into each of these individually, but the arguments being made are not as to this individual property. owner. I don't know. Any additional discussion on this one?
Yeah, I think I agree. If the underlying arguments we decided are not persuasive. It's not precedent, but it's in the interest of maintaining a uniform analysis. I think this would be the same for each.
Yeah, the only thing I think is just the ones that he's arguing some kind of improvement issue, which he didn't on this one, so I don't think there's anything to really.
Agreed. If he's checked the third box and says there's some fact missing, then should be considered.
Let's make sure that your land value adjustments are consistent with the Castle Hill.
Yes, ma'am. We have a 6-acre home site.
Right. So are your view and location adjustments? So your location adjustment is higher. And your view adjustment is higher.
Correct. The view is a nicer view than Castle Hill.
Mhm.
The size adjustment, of course, only reflects the 6 acres, but the location is further down.
It's right in the heart of Sismont, where
Sismont.
Castle Hill is further north, a little bit further out of the way.
Okay,
And they are actually in two different market areas as well.
Yeah, this is 212. That other one was 2. So, yeah.
Do we have a motion?
I move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. Occupation number 87, Texas Winery.
the other one that had that very significant second building.
Is this the one with the miscellaneous building?
So we included those. 2,400 square foot. Secondary building looks like a pool house. Is that you? Louis?
Yeah, I went to that one.
This, it's assessed for like almost $800,000.
Are we talking about an outbuilding or one of the homes?
Well, we had.
Are there four different?
There's actually.
Well, the one behind the main house is dwelling number 2.
This one?
No.
This,
For the main houses.
well, that's the main house.
The main house is the one that has an address.
Oh.
What we have is the second dwelling is the one right behind that, one. Yeah.
That's, how to zoom in. I thought that was-
Oh, that's that pool house, that you've got that as the second dwelling?
It's a pretty substantial building with bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen. So yeah, we have that as a second dwelling.
So he hasn't considered that at all, I guess. Because he's just got $370 a square foot. Which works out to,
I think he just used the main house for
Yeah.
all of these. Anything else on this one? Not, do we have a motion?
I move we affirm the assessment.
Do we have a second?
1 second.
All in favor?
I
Aye. Application number 88 and 89. The Ramsey Farm. This one, he did argue. Building issue.
oh, right.
No adjustments were made on these.
No adjustments. What do you need?
It's a crawl space issue.
Did we make a change on review?
Yeah, change of review.
Yes. Actually, one of them we increased. 273,000, but the other
Oh,
one
wow.
we decreased more than. No. We decreased it 93,000.
That's the one that should actually go up.
This is the one we found out more work has been done on it since then.
Oh,
Oh, this, the smaller one?
Found out who's done this since then, and what was the.
Well, he didn't state that when I was there. He just showed me around and I found out later online that they had done substantial work to it. Over time. And I searched for permits and I couldn't find anything, but they remodeled the kitchen on the main floor and had another kitchen on the second floor. He never took me on the second floor of any of the buildings on the farm. So being the first time in any of these properties, I did not know. He did state on the main house that the last renovation was 20 to 25 years ago. I put that in my notes. And I took it, I believe, from good to average or excellent to average based on that. That's the other house.
well, let's stay on this one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just took the back. Go back.
So because this is the one, on this one. Is the one he said, building 1 has foundation issues, and settlement issues.
That's not it.
And then building 2, they want 1 to 3 bathrooms.
That's not the house that has the cross space issue. It's the main house.
Oh, it's the main, it's not, because he was. This is
This one
the,
is the main house. I'm not sure which.
It's personal.
28 315 is the main house.
Okay.
The 315 is the one that has the issues that he was arguing about, or?
What is it? It's just a small crawl space. It has steel beams down there to correct the problem for now. And it's, I mean, it's very, very small. I'm not a structural engineer, but it looked fine to me. I mean, they're living in it. It's being used for Airbnb. It's advertised as Airbnb, all the houses. So, I mean, if you're gonna live in it. Wouldn't. See how you do it. If it's. structurally-
This farm?
Yeah.
What are the adjustments on this one?
No, you're talking about on the land or on the improvement?
On the improvements, I was saying
No
nothing,
adjustments,
but you reduced the depreciation to average.
correct. This is the main house on this parcel,
On 5A.
on five.
It's 5.
There's a second house on this parcel.
And then what's the story of the second house?
We just reduced it for the second house amount.
Okay, and this way, oh, you did 20%.
Yeah, we always do 20% on the second or higher houses. Because of their unseverability. That's exactly why we do that,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
not on the first.
yeah, okay.
Okay, that's that one, and then what's the one that he was saying it was 1 bathroom and became 3 bathrooms, footprint didn't change, you know which one he was talking about?
Right.
I believe that was 5A.
That was 5A.
That's the one that said, it got reduced, but it should have,
Uh,
watch out, it should have went up. As far as lowered the grade, and I should have stuck with the grade I had on it. And it should probably be in excellent condition now with adding the kitchen and the extra kitchen as well. Maybe good.
okay,
So we have it in average. This one is the one he said the bathrooms were added.
but they took away from the other stuff. Yeah, okay, I see here in your notes, completely renovated, August featuring 3 brand new bathrooms. Kitchens. So you reduced this one, that first, the bigger one, was it reduced at all, or you said that was increased, right?
This one is
Reduced
5A.
That was
That's the
reduced
one
9.
that was reduced.
93,000, and then how about the other one?
That was the one that was increased, 250,000.
So that was increased. Does anybody, any comments here, want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Okay, so on 5A, he's argued for an increase in the assessment of the building. Because he's claiming 485,000 for the building improvements. Where the building improvements are about 350,000. Am I wrong about that?
Improvements are 363,000. Which tab is?
If you look at tab H. Go to the second page.
That's 5, not 5A.
Well, if you look at the bottom, you'll see it in red. Parcel
Oh, yeah,
5A.
Oh, sorry. So he has them on the same mouse page.
Yeah,
yeah. His improvements 485 versus 350.
I would say on this one, let's be generous to him and affirm the value.
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything other than, I don't think we can reduce it.
His argument, I think, is with the land value on this one. What do you think? Let me just look at your land value. If I could, on this one, I have to keep them separate.
The 3.6 acres parcel,
Mhm,
not your normal conservation easement parcel.
right. Okay, so it's just 3.6 acres that you valued at 197,000.
Correct, but we assessed 2 acres at 196.9. Then add that $800 for the rest.
Okay. See that.
Do we have any motions then on these two application numbers 88 and 89?
Yeah, I'm still unclear on the other one. Okay, on number 88. So have you addressed the crawl space issue?
I didn't see an issue with.
You didn't see an
There's
issue?
nothing in the house. I mean, it's structurally fine. I'm not a structural engineer, but people are living in it. They're using it for weddings and
Mhm.
if it's a danger, why use it? Why live there?
So I guess the question for me is like, do we have any information that seems reliable enough for us to discount that other than the statement by?
Yeah, there's a little bit more here, this thing. The county ignores major foundation issues remain house, brick foundation is crumbling, and there are significant settlement issues between several doors that won't close with 3 inches of settlement in the upstairs family room. Owners are currently using temporary jacks in the basement across with fold-up beams.
I took a picture of the jack, so I don't know if they're all there. Such a small space,
It's not
there
that
it is, right
long.
there, that's it right there, the tree, right there,
Oh, I see.
Uh,
Okay.
it's very small. That's it, that's the extent of it right there. That's it.
And were those temporary or?
They look permanent to me, but you know.
Several doors that won't close, and I don't perceive that to be indicative of major settlement issue that just happens with older doors sometimes. Ranges, so.
I think we need. Yeah, this was the problem with the presentation being all of them and focusing on the argument for the whole. I think there may have been an argument here, if we had more information, but based on what we have, I don't know, if we can really.
Yeah,
Do as much.
so we have, there's a presumption of correctness, we have this information and what he said. Which was basically this information, and we have someone who's actually been in the settlement, in the space saying, didn't appear to see an issue to me. With this picture, which would tend to, I don't know how old those are, I guess I'd have a question of like, when this happened,
Right.
if something settled for 3 inches, but it's been over the course of like 30 years. That's sort of one thing. If this all happened in the last year, I guess it's another. I'm not sure we have any information to conclude that it is.
Yeah, I wish we had more information.
I think maybe the best information is that if this posed some type of danger, presumably it wouldn't be using it to operate business.
And it's exterior entrance only, you can't access it from the inside.
Yeah, I think that the presumption is that it's functional, right? If it's not functional, then it is deserving of the discount on the structural piece. I mean, every house some have better foundations than others, but we don't make an adjustment on every house. It seems like it's only done where there's some significant work. Is that accurate? Yes. If there was a significant worry, I don't think that it would make sense to invite members of the public into the home to use it.
Well, in that instance, isn't there an annual inspection? I mean, I know the fire marshal would have to come out there. Is there some kind of a structural inspection that's done every year?
I don't know.
Because it's a bed and breakfast or that
Yeah.
type of property.
Yeah. Mhm.
There might be, but I'm not sure.
Mhm, okay. Well, I mean, I think if he, wants to challenge this again next year, then he would probably
Yeah, okay.
benefit from providing us with, an engineering report and cost to correct it.
Yes. And from this, we can't tell whether or not
Right.
that is permanent. or temporary.
I mean, it doesn't look, from the photographs, doesn't look serious. I'm not an engineer.
Right. Okay, so motions on application number 88 and 89.
I'll move to affirm on 88 and 89.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any more?
Mr. Mayo, you're gonna mark those as separate motions? or-
Yes, I am. Is that right?
Is there any thing in the assessment that it's on the National Register of Historic Places? Is that even a?
That's not part of the assessment.
All right, next one is application number 90. This is the mooring farm.
They probably shouldn't have installed those metal beams for those metal columns.
I don't know if they care too much about the crawl space.
There's special process. to
Sure.
on that. We're a contributing structure downtown.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to.
Yeah,
Mess with it.
they probably got.
Okay, so this one is the mooring farm. Let's see if there's- This is another Keswick farm, right? Land value argument, same arguments, and same. Structural argument. This one, he has some comments, but not, its owners, no records confirmed, questions whether religion. Remodel is. This one, you don't value too much. You did reduce it 98.7.
Right.
So all these things are reflected, the fact of the non-functional bathroom and all that. How about just need repair? Well. So you pull weren't you doing were you doing physical or the functional or yeah. The square footage was over 5,000.
We don't have that adjustment on this.
You were still doing that in Keswick, weren't you? Or were you, what was the?
Yes.
So we should do it on this one.
Do you have land sales?
Sorry.
Do you have land sales? Cause you're at what, 22,000?
Couple of home sales on this, but not large acreage.
Did they give us land sales?
Yeah, they did.
Where, none of those are located in the same areas. I don't know where the high top drive is at first glance. Oh, it's a listing. None of them seem to be in that area at all.
I'm just, no, they don't, but I'm just curious as to 23,000 an acre, how's that supported? I mean, he hasn't
Yeah.
really supported.
But the problem with all these is, again, these are arguments I think you could have made. But the comps are not because of it. With the exception of the last one, that last one has that building. And it's much smaller, it's like 20 meters. How are you valuing the residual land there?
We can, the location adjustment on it. That's the same location for the property, the size adjustment, topography adjustment.
So it's that's where your per acre is 22,000. It's nothing that's sold over there. Where. But this one doesn't have any easement or anything either.
Correct.
The one across from Springfield Farm, I think, is across from Keswick Estate. That one was on the market, but it's that was a larger parcel with no easements. I think it was about the same size. They wanted like 7 or 8 million for it.
This could be broken down into almost 8 or 9,
Yeah.
21 acre plus probably 5 2-acre.
Is there a creek or anything going through it? Interesting. Yeah, nothing
That would restrict.
develop.
Like no critical slope to it.
That's a good lot. It's a really good lot. Yeah. A good frontage on Lisa Road. And it's. How far was that again, in terms of, how far north of the? Yeah.
Not very
That's
far.
not far at all. It's like one of the first big farm. But with that 20% adjustment, what did the improvement value go down to?
So the total improvement value is now 1,094,400.
And the total value?
5,994,400. About 300,000. I'm sorry. $250,000.
Yeah, that's right. I'll make the motion to reduce the value to 5,994,400. With the improvement value being reduced to 1,094,400. All in favor?
What's the total? I've got the improvement reduction.
It was 5,994,400.
Right here.
This is the next door farm. Holly Ho Farm. This one's only 21 acres. You reduced it by 500, almost 500,000. There doesn't appear to be any improvement arguments on this one.
It was very difficult to read. I didn't big ones.
Any comments on this one? Was this either, this is conservation easement?
Correct.
I don't see any arguments regarding improvement or anything on this one, so I don't see. So, I don't know if anybody else have any comments, want to make a motion?
I move we accept the assessment,
Do you have a second?
affirm the assessment.
I'll make the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Last one. Oakdale LLC, application number 93. Well, this was a minimal reduction. Where is this one located?
Right up from Warren.
From town, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just
think
jumped
so.
up a minute on this.
Past one, just trying. Yeah. Okay. What are the, I'm assuming the, are adjustments less here? Are we still valuing this at 22,000 an acre? This should be less, right?
It is a.
1.5. Is that 1.5? And the residual too,
That's on the residual.
oh, this,
The residual is broken into two.
and this is in land use as well.
It is.
Any comments on this one? There wasn't really much of an argument made on the house on this, I don't think. It's like 198.
I would move to affirm this one. If there's nothing further. Reasons already discussed.
Second.
Oh, come on. Motion table.
Second.
Am I slower than the rest of you? So I did see you made an adjustment for topography. Didn't you?
Where this is not as flat as the. Oh, I guess we should look at that as this one have creeks on it and
Yeah,
vertical slopes.
yeah, look at that. If you're using the same argument, about your ability to get your certain number of watts in, you do have some. You don't have many steep slopes. But you do have some floodplain. Possibly complicating the rear part of this property. So my question would be, is it worth the same per acre as the piece that you just put 23,000 an acre on?
This should be less, but yeah,
We do have it as less.
this is 15,000 an acre.
Yeah,
For the back part of it.
we have 110 acres at 23.8, and we have 110 acres at 15,000. So we are reducing it even further due to issues.
What's the average then per acre?
They're both the same size, so it's gonna be 18,000.
That one, I think. The land for developer purposes, the other one was seemed to be a
Much
much
better.
superior land lots. Yeah. And there is a sale on this one from 2017. That's the market on that, but 2.45. Gary suggesting an adjustment for either beyond the assessor has an adjustment of 0.85 for the back half for topography. You think for canals or floodplain, we should have an adjustment for the front part, back part?
Well, I think there should be, some type of an adjustment. I'm just not quite sure it's sufficient at 0.85. So if you're looking at the back half of that property. Okay.
What
let's
would
see
you
what
not
that-
adjust the front half? You think the front half is fine the way it is? Just adjust the back half, or should we adjust the front?
Yeah, I think the front half is fine the way you have it, but the rear seems much more complicated in its development potential. Let's see.
Do you mind bringing the aerial back up again?
Oh, the aerial?
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause, I mean, with those multiple creeks, you're not gonna be able, that back, you're not, with the creeks, you're not gonna be able to do too much. And it doesn't have as much road frontage in the front as well, that the other one had.
And so, you've got about 100, looks like just somewhere around 110 to 115 acres on the other side of that floodplain.
Oh, is that all floodplain as well, or do you have the
Well,
flood?
show-
So this is the water ordinance, or the water protection ordinance. It's not necessarily flood, but they do overlap.
I just
They're-
clicked on the flood hazard overlay.
Yeah,
That's the flood area.
Yeah,
Water protection covers more area because it's where hidden streams go through, I believe.
So, you know, as I understand that flood zone ordinance, you could, if I recall correctly, you can only get one house on the other side of that flood zone by special use permit. So it is pretty limited in terms of its ability to be developed on the backside of those. The flood hazard overlay is the one that I'm looking at.
Which I believe is the same as the water protection. Is that different?
Yeah,
That's the 500-year, the 100-year and 500-year.
Yeah.
Yeah, those, yeah, yes. Then let's just adjust the back.
yeah, it's the
more.
back like 100 and, I mean, whatever that acreage is on the other side of that floodplain, you know, would be difficult to develop. I mean, you might be able to get a house, maybe one house on the north and one house on the south. But you have to get a special use permit and you're gonna have to get all those, you know, those requirements to cross that flood zone.
Hmm.
So to me, a 15% reduction is insufficient.
It's doing it right now,
Yes.
107 acres. The 100.
It's very close to that 110, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't include a little bit of that
Mhm.
area, so it's probably
Right.
close to the 110, which is probably why we broke it off that way.
But I guess I'm just questioning that 85%.
The 85. yes.
If we make it 50, what would the number be? Make it 85, 50.
So first, also, we are using, instead of 17,300 rate, we're using the 12,000. We're already reducing it by $5,000 or so per acre. Because we've separated out into a separate thing and a separate group, and we're using a lower rate to begin with. So on top of the topography adjustment, we're using a lower rate on this area.
So you're using 12.9,
We're using 12.9, correct?
but then you're adjusting it up 50%.
But yeah, we're
Yeah, and then
both,
the
all of
other-
it, we're adjusting up to 50%, but we're adjusting this part down. Well, 5,000 times
What's that percentage, the difference between the 12.9
between
and
the two.
the 12.9? If we kind of are looking at it that way.
But 75% of the value.
So 25%.
25% reduction.
25%, you did 15% there. If you make, let's make that 0.75, so it's a total of 50%. See what it would. Like,
Brings the land, so the lands was 4,463,400. It's now 4,267,000, so that's about $200,000.
So how much is that 110 in the back? It was at 15,000 an acre.
Okay.
Once it's adjusted, what is it now? If you've made a 50% adjustment per acre.
13,350. It's $10,000 less than the front.
yeah, it seems still high. But I think if you go down to 0.5, I think it might be too
We'll
low.
look at 0.5 and see. I mean, because it's really not. I don't know what they use it for currently, but you know, even to get your tractor back there.
I think this is the one, I think it's the one Keswick Hall used as their farm, maybe, because of the vegetable gardens.
That's another, so this is a total of 700,000. And it's 8,900 per acre.
And what's the total value now? Be-
The land is, or the total value of the entire property, 4,003,200. 40032.
So it went down about 650,000.
I imagine they wouldn't have worried as much as the land, it is land use too, so it's not like,
Oh,
but. So that's why they're from,
okay.
they have, I mean, obviously their attorneys are doing for less for the home sites and stuff, but. It isn't land use, but. I'm not sure if that's the perfect number, but.
Well, what's your experience when you see other properties that have difficult access or, have some limitations on, are you seeing?
Yeah, if we,
values in that range?
you know, if these were separate properties back there, then they would have access issues.
Mhm.
The development. Rules are so complex.
Right.
You can, I understand you can always have one stream crossing, but are you allowed more and how possible is it to get them? I don't know.
Right,
There's obviously more cost to it if you are crossing the stream,
right.
even if you can, so.
Well, and there's a difference between stream crossing and stream crossing over a flood.
Yeah,
Yeah, so,
exactly.
yeah, I mean, I think if you look at that, if you step back and say, well, is that $8,000 to $9,000 an acre more reflective of what a property that would be, difficult to access, difficult to, it's the same thing that we went through with that other property where the guy had divided up those 5 lots.
Right.
So, to me, that seems more reasonable.
I'm fine
What do you
with
think?
it. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Bob, Evan. You're fine, okay. Karen, you want to make a motion?
What's the number?
4,003,200.
4,003,200. Okay. I would move that we reduce the assessment on application 93 to 4,003,200.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Evan, the revised land value is 3,778. All righty, just one more hearing left.
We're hearing possibly a second.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
If it comes, and I also want to edit the application for next year and have you guys look at it in your next meeting.
That would be great.
And then approve it, if you will.
Yeah.
That way you're aware of what we're sending out for the application, and what it says.
Oh, and we should move to adjourn. Do we have a motion, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Aye.